Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. A pro should always be ready to risk his life. Without power, can one become a hero? No, that seemed unlikely. Midoriya Izuku blinked as a surge of energy coursed through him. For some reason, he was sweating more than when he was soaring above buildings. A ringing in his ears drowned out his steady breath, and his heart felt heavy in his chest. If he desired to help people, becoming a police officer was always an option. It felt as if a weight was chained around his shoulders, pulling him down. Those villain custody officers were often mocked, but that too was admirable work. His knees quaked as his hero turned and walked away. It wasn't wrong to dream, but he needed to be realistic. Finally, his legs gave way. The pain that shot through him barely registered as his gaze fell towards the sky. This day marked a setback further than any previous point in his life. It was the day when all the voices in his head rang true, in memories and psyche. What could he even do? He pulled himself forward, catching himself with his hands before pushing up to his feet. He should get home. It was hard to lift his feet. All he could manage was a shuffle down the staircase. Even the best of the best had said it. Before long, he found himself on the street, wandering. A lump in his throat choked him as his eyes stung. Don't cry. He already knew the reality. Smoke, screams, and explosions pulled his attention across the street. He was so used to gawking, but he needed to stop. He would only feel like a loser. Suddenly, his heart raced in a completely different manner. Slime, fire, and a classmate were amidst the chaos, the cause of it. As much as he was. His eyes widened as his mind sparked. And then his body moved on its own. Izuku stumbled through the apartment's front door, letting his bag slide from his shoulder and into his hand. He shuffled inside, hearing the sound of running water. Soon, his mother's voice called out to him. Where had he been? It was so late. He rubbed the back of his neck and explained that he got caught up in the plaza, where a bunch of heroes were fighting a villain. He chuckled, knowing he couldn't help himself. Inko frowned slightly, tilting her head, and asked if he was okay. He smiled and assured her he was fine. She nodded, slipping into the kitchen, reminding him to finish his high school form. He hesitated, saying he needed to do more research before filling it out. She encouraged him to do it soon, and he replied that he would. Once in the safety of his room, his shoulders fell. He almost neglected to establish on the light before shuffling towards his bed. His yellow backpack slid off his shoulders and flopped onto the ground. The blankets felt like a soft glacier compared to the burning heat of the plaza. There was no need for him to put himself in danger. Izuku's fingers dug into his blanket as he clenched his teeth. A memory haunted him, he couldn't escape it. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲 was still there in the center of a crowd of fiery buildings. The slime villain had wrapped around him, entangling him. Izuku could remember the feeling of the slime digging into his body. No matter how hard he fought, the villain had more control over his quirk than Izuku's meager strength. His heart twisted as his stomach churned. He felt helpless, tears welling in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Bakugo's eyes had rolled back. The villain was claiming him. He felt utterly useless. Why was he born without power? A pro should always be ready to risk his life. Izuku raised his head slightly. But that didn't apply to Bakugo, did it? He fell back into his bed, reflecting on his efforts. At least he had tried. He threw himself onto his back, staring at the ceiling. A low breath escaped him as he covered his face with his hands. He wanted to silence the doubts. Then came a knock on his door. Izuku responded, his voice catching. Dinner was ready. He felt the heat beneath his eyes and realized he needed time to change out of his uniform. He sniffled and promised to be out in a minute. After taking a deep breath, he shook his head, smacking his palms against his face. He needed to get it together. If anything, he should smile for her. He didn't want to worry her. He picked out some clothes to change into and murmured that he should wash his face. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗏 scowled as he strolled through 𝗓𝙧𝙢𝐢𝐴 Junior High. He massaged his throat, feeling a phantom sensation. Deku's face lingered in his mind, that pathetic attempt at a smile churning his stomach. He dragged open the classroom door and made his way to his seat. He never asked for that nerd to save him. Like he needed him to. Like he even could. It still nagged at him. No matter the distance he put between himself and Deku, he couldn't shake that feeling. Katsuki rested his feet atop his desk, leaning back in his seat. It was early morning, and students were still trickling into the room. His glare shot out of the window, staring into the distant clouds. That was the problem with arriving early. He was stuck waiting for the bell to ring. His friends were usually late, leaving him with no one to talk to. The door slid open again, and he overheard two students in the corner discussing Midoriya. They wondered what was wrong with him, noting he seemed gloomy. Curiosity prompted Katsuki to glance over his shoulder. There was the nerd, sitting at his desk. Gloomy was an understatement, at least from where Katsuki was sitting. Deku leaned on his desk, propping up his elbow and resting his cheek on his palm. His curly locks obscured his face. Katsuki guessed that Deku's gaze was focused on the notebook in front of him, but it wasn't that silly hero book of his. It was just a regular one. One classmate remarked that Deku didn't look gloomy, while another countered that they hadn't seen his face, implying he was indeed gloomy. Disbelief was evident in their tone as they continued to argue about Deku's mood. Katsuki shook his head, redirecting his gaze. He muttered that everyone had been making fun of Deku the day before, which was probably why he seemed down. Katsuki's brow twitched as he overheard someone mention that he had been harsh on Deku for years. He growled, questioning if they were talking about him. The duo nearby scattered, realizing Katsuki had heard them. They moved to another corner of the room, still keeping wary eyes on their surroundings. Katsuki muttered to himself about how he only had 10 more months before he wouldn't have to deal with these classmates anymore and how he would be standing at the top. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, and two hands landed on the side of his desk as another student joined the first. They asked how Katsuki was holding up after the recent villain attack. Someone exclaimed in surprise that the 𝗓𝙧𝙢 student involved was Katsuki. Another questioned if he had met All Might. The room buzzed with excitement as classmates began to gather around Katsuki's desk, bombarding him with questions about the #1 hero. They wanted to know what he was like, if he was really that tall, and if he was as muscular as he appeared on television. Amidst the chaos, one student sat quietly at his desk, absorbed in his studies. Takayama, known as Mount Lady, stood before a crowd of paparazzi and fans, smiling and waving as she soaked in the attention. A few months prior, she had been unable to assist during a slime attack at a mall plaza, where All Might had stepped in to save the day. Despite her efforts to maintain her agency through interviews and commercials, she felt a sense of pride being acknowledged as a hero and celebrity. However, her gaze caught sight of a middle schooler in the crowd. He looked young and lean, with freckles dotting his face, but what truly intrigued her was that he walked by without even glancing her way. He seemed more interested in his study cards than in the crowd or her presence. For a brief moment, she was taken aback by his indifference, but a question from a newscaster quickly drew her attention back to the event. Izuku's mind wandered as he entered his family apartment, the space dim until he sucked on the hallway light. He remembered that his mother was working late, so he headed straight to his bedroom. At his desk, he began sorting through papers and pencils. Tugging at a set of math notes caused a spill of documents onto the floor. He crouched down to clean up the mess, sorting through notes and graded papers until he came across his high school application, still blank and without even his name. He let out a breath and sat back at his desk, leaning back in his chair. His hand brushed his jawline as he reached for a pen. The ink flowed onto the paper as he filled in his name, address, and date of birth. The pen hovered over the final box, which asked for the name of the intended high school. He glanced at the paper, then turned to his computer, slowly navigating to 𝗬𝗏's website. A shiver ran down his spine, a feeling he couldn't quite define, as if something deep within him was stirring. He wiped his face in frustration before picking up his pen again. Just before he wrote, a blinking notification in the corner of his browser caught his eye. Clicking on it led him to a forum page titled, 𝗓𝗵𝗲, a teacher. His eyes narrowed as he read through the discussions, noting the rumors that 𝗓𝗵𝗲 might become a teacher. It didn't take a genius to guess which school was under consideration. He picked up his pen and filled in the final box. Katsuki stood next to Deku in the teacher's office, hands tucked into his pockets. They were beside their homeroom teacher's desk when the teacher turned to address them. He handed Katsuki a card that would allow him onto 𝗬𝗧𝗏 grounds for the exam, but just as he was about to take it, the teacher slipped it from his fingers at the last moment, warning him not to lose it. Katsuki scowled, insisting he wasn't an idiot. The teacher then pulled out another card and extended it to Deku, informing him it was for Shiketsu, noting that it was a good choice since they had a solid general studies program. He didn't notice the mix of emotions that crossed Deku's face as he pointed at the two students, reminding them that these cards were only for the entrance exams. Even if they passed, they still needed to pass their finals at their current school. Katsuki rolled his eyes, muttering that they wouldn't get into senior high. The teacher scowled at him, questioning what he had said. "Do I need to contact your mother about your language?" He sighed. The blonde spoke through gritted teeth. "No." The teacher seemed satisfied and shouted at their backs as they left, "Go back to study hall and nowhere else." "Okay," murmured Deku. Katsuki slammed the door shut behind them. "Yay." The blonde's eyes followed the quirkless teen as he wandered ahead. He didn't need a voice in the back of his mind to remind him of what had happened. The useless nerd tried to save him. He earned some respect. Then he gave up trying for 𝗬𝗧𝗏. It was strange. It didn't help that Deku was quieter than ever before. He wasn't even writing in that stupid notebook of his. Most of his lunches were spent in the back of the room, eating his food while staring at nothing like a freak. What did that extra say? Mr. Optimistic had become gloomy. Deku turned with a smile and asked if there was something on his face. In an instant, any sense of curiosity was burned away. Katsuki wondered how he could describe it. "Sorry, I thought you were staring at me," Deku said. "What the heck is wrong with your face?" It was like one of those movies, looking down an uncanny valley. Deku froze, standing silently. He hesitated before raising his hand to the back of his neck, smiling. "I'm not sure what you mean. I've always been this plain-looking." "Shut up," Katsuki said, his brow furrowing as his glare intensified. "Your eyes don't match your face." He stomped forward, frustration surging through him. Why would you pull something like that? He could tell that a stiffness surged through the nerd's body. "If you're going to try that, do it on someone who doesn't know you." He paused, looking over his shoulder. "I don't know what's up with you. Your fake face annoys me. But don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. You're not clever enough for it." Deku wandered forward, walking past Katsuki. "Yeah, I guess not." "Sorry, Bakugo," he said quietly. Katsuki's eyes were glued to that little failure. "Kaken. Wait for me, Kak." "Enough, Kaken." He murmured at the shrinking form of the nerd. "What the heck?" He scowled, stomping after him. Was that supposed to be an insult? "Do you think you're too good for me?" He closed the distance, trying to belittle him. The blonde's hand slammed on Deku's shoulder, spinning him around to face him. "What the heck?" Katsuki froze. The corners of Deku's mouth had fallen, and his rounded-off eyes had shifted to a flat line. There was almost a dullness to his irises. The pool of disgust in Katsuki's stomach suddenly felt like a pit. Disgust turned into a sickening disturbance. Deku pulled away and said, "What?" "I said I was sorry." Katsuki shook his head, walking past the quirkless. "Forget it." The blonde stomped ahead while the nerd tucked his hands into his pockets and followed. Midoriya Izuku took a deep breath as she watched her son drop the last box in his furnished school apartment. Shiketsu High School was practically on the other side of Japan compared to a place like 𝗬𝗧𝗏. The commute would be too much if he stayed with her. So, they applied for a special apartment block nearby, one that directly dealt with the school. Her 15-year-old son was moving and would be living on his own for potentially the next 3 years. With post-secondary education on the horizon, it was a difficult time. It didn't help that he had been off for the past few months. He ate normally and had that little spark of a smile. However, there was something she couldn't put her finger on. It was something out of her control, something eating at her son that she couldn't stop. It felt familiar. What could she do? Every push she made was brushed aside. He never did anything so out of the ordinary to warrant action. She didn't want to be unfair to him. After all, this feeling could only be paranoia. Perhaps her son was just growing up and becoming a more introverted person. Uneasiness aside, Izuku did seem to have a bit more energy when it came to Shiketsu High School. It wasn't happiness, but rather satisfaction. Of course he would. Shiketsu High School was a very prestigious school from what she heard. Izuku's mind finally cut through her thoughts. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, returning to reality. Sorry, I was just... What? He smiled. I'm going to miss you too. Her hand brushed her son's cheek. It wouldn't be right to call you my little boy anymore. She smiled wistfully. You're on your way to being an adult. 3 years is still a long way, he offered. No matter. Her voice hitched. You're going to be living on your own now. You must double-check the locks every night, windows and doors. She forced a cough. I understand you're on the highest floor, but you can never be sure nowadays. Of course. And I'll send you your allowance every weekend. Be sure to spend it responsibly. Her eyes widened for a moment. But don't be afraid to contact me if something goes wrong. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Oh, I promised myself I wouldn't. I'm going to miss you too. The drops flowed freely before mother and son embraced. No words came after that. They maintained silence. 𝗵𝗃 took deep breaths, and Izuku provided emotional support for the time being. Why don't we walk around and get something to eat? 𝗵𝗃 dabbed the tears from her face. Give me a moment. She pushed out a chuckle. I can't go out like this. Let me just go to the bathroom. Izuku nodded. Go ahead, and I'll unpack a few of my things. His mother nodded as she walked into the bathroom. When the door clicked shut, he cut open the nearest box. He paused when he peered inside. His hand slowly snaked in and pulled out a figure of All Might. The blonde figure struck a signature pose from the prose golden age. Izuku slowly frowned at it before his head hung. A long breath escaped his lips before he set it back down. The box was loosely shut before he picked it up, opening his closet with his foot. Cubic cardboard was shoved into the corner, and he then pulled the shutter door shut. His weight pressed against the wooden structure as he stared at the ground. A breath was into his chest before he straightened his back. Izuku turned, focusing his attention on his new bed. The wooden frame was spruce. The size was for one. In other words, perfect. No need for any more or less. He waved his hand, gesturing to the object, and noted that green was kind of his color too. Between the bed and the closet was a simple black metal desk with a chair pushed in. The desk was also great. Decorations would only distract him. He took a deep breath and reflected that he didn't need that stuff anymore. His mom's voice pulled his attention. She was ready. He took another deep breath before walking out of his bedroom, announcing that he was coming. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, peering over her shoulder as she gestured to the room she had just opened. She realized that Izuku had a guest bedroom. Izuku blinked in response, expressing that he didn't think he would ever need it. He shrugged, suggesting he would turn it into a study or something. 𝗵𝗃 nodded and smiled, shutting the door behind her as she encouraged him to go. They began to make their exit, but halfway through the door, 𝗵𝗃 asked if he had the key. Izuku pulled it from his pocket as they stepped out, confirming that he did. He closed the door, and 𝗵𝗃 tugged on his shirt, reminding him that he needed groceries too. He agreed that it would be good. 𝗵𝗃 tapped her chin thoughtfully, recalling that the kitchen was pretty small. She realized they hadn't checked for plates or anything. Izuku paused, holding his key just in front of the lock, and informed her that he hadn't locked it yet. Her hand landed on his shoulder as she encouraged him to check. He nodded and opened the door, responding affirmatively. 𝗵𝗃 sat on the outside patio of a cafe, admiring the uniform. She thought he would look wonderful in it. They enjoyed coffee and cakes while taking in the pristine view of Shiketsu. A quaint melody of jazz played softly above them. She commented on the double-breasted jacket and the hat. Izuku stared at the distant building, contemplating. Her hands tapped her cup as she inquired about what he did in the support course. He explained that he built tools for heroes, some specific to the hero's quirks, while others were for on-site containment or general movement. His mind wandered back to nearly a year ago, recalling how someone had automatically assumed he would go into the general education program. 𝗏𝗏 nodded, realizing that was why he had been spending so much time on his computer and working on his bike. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head as he remembered launching his bike into the river by accident. He let out a weak sigh, hoping he wouldn't mess anything else up. Her smile faltered as she asked what he had said. He quickly lied with a smile, insisting it was nothing. His gaze shifted to the school, and this time hers did as well. Shiketsu was a school of dignity and heroic values, where every student was expected to uphold those standards. Compared to Yui, it was a private academy that didn't widely advertise its events. News media rarely visited due to contracts that prevented invasive tactics. Because of this, Izuku didn't know much about the school other than its prestigious reputation. It was intimidating, but despite the nausea in his stomach, it would be the school where he would spend the next 3 years of his life, a quiet, normal life of mundane nothingness. In particular, Izuku no longer chased after heroes. 𝗏𝗏's perspective focused on what transpired over 10 months, detailing certain aspects of Shiketsu. Her viewpoint intertwined with Izuku's, providing an overall understanding of who he had become and where he was headed. It also showcased their relationship as mother and son. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 was a man with quite the history. He once stood beside the great 𝗕𝗵𝗏𝗀𝗃 at Island, a hub of scientific and engineering opportunity. To say he was revered would not be an overstatement. However, he still found himself adjusting to teaching high school students, especially those fresh out of middle school. Rumors circulated about why he ended up at Shiketsu. By the end of the first week, most of the speculation had faded, replaced by a restrained excitement. The first week was dedicated to safety procedures and general knowledge about the support workshop, and even Samuel recognized how tedious it could be. Nevertheless, the students grinned as they explored the workshop before them. The workshop was a spacious room, comparable in size to a warehouse. At the far west end, rows of computers awaited programming and coding. The opposite end featured a walled-off testing range, a highly technological area capable of shifting its walls, ceiling, and floor to recreate various scenarios. Between these two areas lay machinery and tools of diverse makes and functions, along with a communal hub for students of different years. The hub was primarily divided into personal stations shared by students from alternate years and workstations dedicated to specific steps of the engineering process, ranging from cutting metal or printing plastic to soldering or welding, all secured behind shutter doors. The students wandered through the hub with the enthusiasm of explorers. Some peeked through the shutters, eyeing the tools that varied from high-tech to analog. Others were already claiming their personal stations, despite the assignments already being made. Samuel laughed, shaking his head. He acknowledged their excitement but reminded them they needed to focus on project outlines before diving into hands-on work. The students responded with a chorus of groans but shuffled over to the computers as instructed. Samuel playfully teased that if some of their outlines were impressive enough, they might get to start their projects the following day. Instantly, their spirits lifted, and they rushed to the computers. Samuel placed his hands on his hips, chuckling as he observed the energetic group. However, amidst the excitement, his gaze fell on one student who stood out, Midoriya Izuku. For all the joy surrounding him, Izuku seemed detached. Samuel initially thought it might be due to the lessons or quizzes, which no one enjoyed but accepted as necessary. Yet, Midoriya remained unfazed. Samuel considered that it had been a draining week of monotonous work. He recalled that Midoriya lived in one of Shiketsu's apartment complexes, so perhaps the stresses of living alone were weighing on him. Or maybe the early morning had affected his mood. Still, something felt familiar about his demeanor, a lack of enthusiasm, perhaps. It was concerning to see a 15-year-old displaying such listlessness. While it was somewhat expected in adults, it felt like a real shame for someone on the brink of youth. Midoriya Izuku was not oblivious. He noticed the occasional lingering gaze from Mr. Abraham. Subtle glances, masked by the adjusting of hair or a scratch of the nose, allowed him to interpret his teacher's feelings. There was no furrowed brow or deep frown, which suggested that Mr. Abraham was not angry. Instead, there was a raised brow and lightly pressed lips that hinted at concern. Izuku pondered the possibilities. He wondered if Mr. Abraham was sad or disappointed in him, but he couldn't pinpoint a reason. His grades were solid, at least the last time he checked. As he surveyed his classmates, focused on their screens, he felt a sense of detachment. While they were immersed in their work, he leaned back in his seat, rubbing his chin and lost in thought. He realized he had not fully engaged in the excitement that had been palpable since day one. It wasn't a conscious choice, it was simply how things were for him. Looking around, he felt the weight of the atmosphere. His classmates aimed to become the top engineers of the next generation, eager to support and elevate heroes for glory, money, or personal satisfaction. Meanwhile, he felt as if he were gliding by, an insult to their ambitions. With a sudden burst of determination, Izuku slapped his palms against his cheeks, the sound echoing in the room. Some classmates turned to look, but he was already focused elsewhere. He leaned forward, contemplating the past 10 months of intensive engineering training. It wasn't a lot, but it provided a decent foundation as an amateur. He needed a project that was challenging yet achievable, something to affirm his skills or lack thereof and push him to grow. His mind began to race with ideas. Capture devices were simple in concept but incredibly complex in execution. The realm of creative ideas was far from lacking, and he knew that these devices were often made as needed, making them situational. If approached as a general assignment, he could explore the intricacies of design and functionality. Then it needed to be a catch-all. He followed that line of thought, considering that electricity as a stunning or limiting function wouldn't work if the villain had some form of energy absorption. A chemical containment device could be impressive, but he regretted not having studied chemistry during his crash course. He would have to make time for that, but ultimately, it couldn't be applied now. He concluded that if he were to create a containment device, it would have to be heavy-duty HNDCFFS, hydraulic-based and remote-controlled. His mind countered that it was simply something that already existed, but it could serve as a backup plan if all else failed. So, he decided not to prioritize that project. Items for heroes were situational and dependent on the hero, of course. 15 years of obsession could pay off easily, but that depended on whether he would be allowed to create a device for a hypothetical commissioner. He sighed internally, realizing he didn't remember all the details. He didn't even know where that book was. A quick search of random heroes could spark some memories. His hands hovered over the keyboard, a line blinking in the search. He shook his head, thinking about a catch-all item for heroes, something close range, a melee weapon. There were heroes with emitter quirks who might appreciate a solid melee weapon. He considered light materials that were heavy enough to strike effectively. Perhaps it could collapse for ease of storage or transport. An electric discharge feature could be useful for scenarios involving electric villains. His mind wandered, imagining it could be better than a stun baton, a fancy stun baton perhaps. He began outlining his project, needing a proper name. He pondered various options, dismissing them one by one until he finally typed out Project Warhammer. He fiddled with the built-in computer programs, muttering about the materials on hand. He noted fiberglass for grip and an aluminum steel alloy for the body. The average knife length was around 30 centimeters, while the baton length was 59. The average between both was about 45, and the collapsed length should be around 19. He considered the collapsing system, weighing the pros and cons of spring, lock, or hydraulic mechanisms. He concluded that a hydraulic system could be made to be repaired and replaced more easily than the others. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder and jumped. It was Mr. Abraham, his teacher. Mr. Abraham expressed his gladness at seeing Izuku so engaged, but suggested that perhaps he shouldn't vocalize his thought process entirely aloud. Izuku blinked, realizing for the first time that he had drawn attention. Some classmates looked annoyed, while others seemed puzzled. He coughed into his hand, adjusting his position in his seat, and apologized for being inconsiderate. He promised to get it under control. Mr. Abraham waved off the issue, apologizing for startling him. He leaned closer, asking what Izuku was working on. Izuku hesitated, then described it as a non-lethal emergency weapon of a melee variety. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 joked about how not many heroes used weapons. Izuku explained that not everyone could rely on their quirk in every scenario, and this was a backup in case someone got too close too fast. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 pointed out that it needed to be small but hefty. Izuku nodded, acknowledging that ease of carry was important, but it had to be heavy enough to be effective. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 inquired about the material, and Izuku mentioned the aluminum steel alloy. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 noted that it was hard-hitting yet lightweight. He glanced at the screen, questioning whether a fiberglass handle would hold up. Izuku admitted he would need to test it, as there was only so much one could learn from articles and research. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 straightened, expressing his anticipation for how Izuku's project would turn out. Izuku thanked him, feeling a bit unsure as the teacher began to leave. He mentioned that it was rather simple, prompting 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 to pause. The teacher advised that sometimes simplicity done well is better than complexity done poorly. He encouraged Izuku to hold himself with more confidence. As 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 walked away, Izuku felt the lingering gazes of his classmates, which made his skin prickle. The feelings behind those gazes were mostly negative, and he couldn't help but scratch at his arm. He reflected on the mocking looks and sneers he had received in the past. With Bakugo absent and no one he knew around, he felt a sense of anonymity. He thought about being someone entirely new, considering the idea of being popular but doubting he had much to say. He decided to lean into his interests but quickly dismissed that thought, opting instead to keep things simple. He resolved not to draw attention to himself, choosing instead to merge with the background. He took a deep breath, refocusing on his work. The outline for Project Warhammer was a process involving a lot of referencing a technical dictionary. To avoid attention, he kept many questions to himself, which became a headache. He realized how pretentious it all sounded and went back to edit everything. The outline was barely finished by the time the bell rang. The support class was the last PRD of the day, signaling that it was time for the students to pour out of the school. With no real project to work on, Izuku felt little reason to linger. He sensed 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵's gaze on him, likely waiting for the right moment to engage. This prompted him to exit the building a bit faster. With a pair of earphones in and his cap pulled down, Izuku separated himself from the rush of departing students, retreating into his own thoughts. As he moved from the doors to the quad, then to the gates and finally to the sidewalk, Izuku wandered toward his new home. The street was bathed in daylight. By the time he neared his apartment complex, the throng of students had thinned out, many likely forming groups to socialize. He noticed a few groups along the way, but none contained familiar faces. His gaze rarely lingered long enough to register those he passed. Preferring solitude, Izuku kept his eyes focused on the ground ahead. The music from his earbuds drowned out any loud conversations, ensuring that if anyone called for his attention, they wouldn't get it. Soon he had to veer off the sidewalk and make a quick dash across the parking lot of his complex. His red shoes thudded against the concrete staircase as he climbed the floors. He passed a few people, mostly students, which was not surprising. An adult was present, scolding a nervous teen girl, and Izuku kept his eyes low as he passed them. A couple of students had decided to make the stairway their casual seating area, forcing Izuku to jog in place momentarily until they moved aside, offering apologies. He responded with a brief nod and a smile. However, his smile faded once they were out of sight. He pushed himself up the final stretch of stairs, turning onto his floor. His jog turned into a leisurely stroll as he approached his apartment. As he reached his door, he pulled out his phone, tapped on his mother's name, and sent her a quick text to ease any worries she might have. With the message sent, he unlocked his apartment door and slipped inside, kicking the door shut behind him. As he turned to lock it, he let his backpack slide off his shoulders. He carried it into his room to change clothes before heading to the kitchen. After checking the fridge and finding it empty of drinks, he sighed and shut it. He grabbed a cup of ramen and began boiling water. He then retrieved a circular wooden table from a storage closet. With his makeshift dining area set up, he enjoyed his lunch, knowing he would have a similar meal for dinner later. As night fell, the sky darkened with a smoldering glow on the horizon. The city surrounding Shiketsu High School was quiet, with the occasional worker passing by, laughter from a group, and a drifter slipping through the alleys, all avoiding the artificial light illuminating the streets, unlike a certain teen. Dressed in a comfortable Shiketsu tracksuit, Izuku made his way to the nearby convenience store, music accompanying him. He scrolled through articles on his phone, then glanced up at the night sky, trying to spot stars and constellations. In his distraction, he bumped into a mailbox, stumbling slightly but quickly regaining his balance. He took a moment to survey his surroundings before redoubling his efforts to reach the store. Upon entering, he rubbed the back of his neck as the clerk behind the counter greeted him with a bow. Izuku returned a small acknowledgement as he wandered toward the refrigerator section. He chose a case of tea bottles and then moved to the magazine section. He impulsively reached for a weekly magazine featuring All Might on the cover but paused, shaking his head and opting for a magazine about support items instead, tucking it under his arm. He hesitated at the counter, contemplating whether to grab a popsicle from a nearby freezer. Ignoring the sound of another customer entering the store, he murmured to himself about the cold weather while staring at the treat. A low groan escaped him as he continued his internal debate. The convenience store clerk spoke up from his right, asking if he was okay. Startled, Izuku blinked at the blonde-haired teen, who appeared to be around his age. The clerk's casual grin radiated energy. He pointed out Izuku's Shiketsu track jacket, noting the school emblem, and remarked on how late it was. Izuku checked his phone, realizing it was later than he thought. He muttered to himself about how homework had taken longer than expected. The clerk, still smiling, mentioned he was about to finish his shift for the night. Curious, Izuku asked if the clerk was a student and had a job. The clerk hesitated, his smile faltering for a moment before he stammered that he had permission to work. Izuku narrowed his eyes, slowly nodding in response. As he reached for a popsicle from the freezer, he felt the clerk's gaze on him. He reassured the clerk that he wouldn't report him for working, as he didn't see a reason to do so. The clerk appeared relieved, thanking Izuku for his understanding. Izuku noted that the clerk seemed worried despite his cheerful demeanor, and the conversation shifted to the complexities of balancing work and studies. Izuku shrugged it off, deciding it wasn't his place to pry further. Izuku felt a mix of surprise and discomfort when the clerk playfully punched his shoulder, calling him cool. The clerk reminded him of a classmate, someone he thought he could get along with. Izuku winced internally at the unexpected jab but muttered a non-committal response. The clerk, undeterred, cheerfully announced he would ring up Izuku's items. Izuku frowned as he cautiously followed the blonde clerk, wondering why he wasn't heading home. The clerk waved off his question, casually stating that a few extra minutes didn't matter to him. Izuku thanked him, feeling a bit awkward. Standing across from each other, Izuku noticed the clerk's name tag and asked for his name. The clerk, Kaminari, confirmed it with a grin and a salute, introducing himself fully. Izuku returned the introduction with a respectful bow, feeling a little more at ease. As Kaminari scanned the items, he informed Izuku of the total. After digging through his pockets for the right amount, Izuku handed over the money. With the transaction complete, Kaminari waved goodbye, calling him Midori. Izuku blinked in surprise at the nickname but managed to wave back as he left the store. As he walked down the sidewalk, a thought crossed his mind about getting a job. He pondered whether the cafe nearby was hiring, considering that being a barista or baker might be enjoyable. He recalled his only visit there with his mother, noting how it didn't seem too busy. However, he worried about running into the same issues as Kaminari. With a popsicle in hand, he contemplated the idea of work, wondering if it would be worth the effort. Midoriya Izuku fought a yawn as he fiddled with his bangs, which had grown long enough to obstruct his vision. He hopped on one leg, trying to put on his shoe, nearly losing his balance but managing to steady himself against the wall. He couldn't believe he had overslept, a rare occurrence that sent him into a mild panic. Once his shoes were on, he grabbed his hat and book bag, questioning whether it was a hat or a cap but deciding it didn't matter as he rushed out the door. As he stepped outside, he was startled to see Kaminari standing in front of the swing door, mid-step toward the staircase. Kaminari, in his Shiketsu uniform, wore a look of surprise that quickly turned to recognition and then a broad smile. He exclaimed in delight, realizing they were neighbors all along. Izuku stammered in response, expressing his own surprise at the revelation. He hadn't even known he had a neighbor, and the thought left him feeling a bit flustered. Kaminari wondered how they had never run into each other before, prompting Izuku to explain that he usually woke up much earlier. Kaminari was intrigued, asking why he preferred to arrive at school early. Izuku shrugged, admitting he just liked to be there ahead of time. Kaminari then mentioned that he typically went straight to work after school, leading to a moment of contemplation as they walked down the path together. Kaminari tilted his head, curious about what Izuku did during that early time at school. Izuku simply replied that he sat at his desk, feeling a little shy about the lack of social interaction. Izuku's eyes narrowed for a brief moment before he shook his head, indicating that he wasn't really interested. Kaminari shrugged, expressing his thoughts on school, saying it always seemed to drag on. Izuku simply stared at him, and then a sudden rush of air whistled overhead. Kaminari straightened up, clearing his throat before asking if Izuku had ever considered getting piercings. When Izuku replied that he hadn't, Kaminari suggested that he might look good with something simple, like a stud or a ring. Izuku fidgeted with a lock of his hair, wondering if Kaminari was joking. The blonde nodded enthusiastically, saying that a punk look would suit him well, especially in their area. He nudged Izuku playfully, mentioning that it might attract attention from girls. Kaminari then shared a story about how he had gotten nervous when he had the chance to get his ears pierced, resulting in an accidental shock to the lady doing it. Izuku tightened his grip on his bag strap when Kaminari asked about his quirk. The blonde's demeanor shifted when he realized Izuku was quirkless, and he quickly apologized for bringing it up. They continued their conversation, with Kaminari asking about Izuku's course. When Izuku mentioned he was in support, Kaminari expressed excitement about the cool gear he could create. Kaminari's smile faltered as he asked if Izuku knew any girls, to which Izuku simply replied that he didn't have a girlfriend. Kaminari turned away, muttering to himself about how he had messed up the conversation. Izuku sighed internally before shifting the topic to the hero course, which seemed to energize Kaminari. He shared his surprise that there weren't many pro-heroes as teachers, mentioning that some guest speakers were planned. As they walked, Izuku brought up a recent expulsion, and Kaminari frowned, recalling a classmate named Mineta who had gone too far in his actions. He expressed sympathy for Mineta, despite his mistakes. Izuku acknowledged Kaminari's feelings but couldn't help but feel uncertain about Mineta, having never met him. Kaminari hesitated before asking Izuku something, but then decided against it. They finally reached the main gates of the school and exchanged goodbyes as they parted ways. Later, Izuku slid down the lunch line with a tray holding a serving of pork cutlet, his favorite meal. He reflected on how long it had been since his mother had been around, feeling a sense of loss. After paying for his meal, he found a seat at the end of a table, resting his cheek on his hand as he contemplated the time that had passed. His thoughts were interrupted when Kaminari approached him with a classmate, a purple-haired teen who looked tired. Kaminari greeted Izuku enthusiastically, introducing his friend Shinso. Shinso seemed confused about who Izuku was, prompting Kaminari to realize he might have mixed up his conversations. Izuku introduced himself, and Shinso apologized for Kaminari's chatterbox tendencies. Kaminari playfully protested, but Izuku assured them it was fine. Kaminari then gestured between the two, highlighting their different courses and suggesting that Shinso might need some ideas for his hero gear. Izuku sat up straighter, realizing he was being asked for advice. He mentioned that he would need to know Shinso's quirk, but Shinso quickly distanced himself from the conversation, saying he was fine. Kaminari, however, revealed Shinso's quirk was brainwash, which elicited a frown from Shinso. Izuku thought to himself about the confidence he sensed from his classmates, unsure of where it came from. Shinso and Kaminari exchanged murmurs before Shinso revealed that his quirk was brainwashing. When asked how it worked, a hint of dread crossed Shinso's face as he explained that it involved talking. If someone responded to him, they would be hypnotized. Izuku chuckled, finding it intriguing and useful for a hero. Shinso, surprised by the compliment, thanked him. Kaminari then inquired about his own quirk, to which Izuku replied that it caused his brain to fry. After a moment of thought, Izuku suggested a voice changer could be a solution, allowing Kaminari to exploit the loophole in his quirk. Shinso questioned the simplicity of the idea, But Izuku elaborated that it could give Kaminari an advantage by luring people into talking again. He explained that if he kept quiet and focused on fighting, it could turn the tide in their favor. He recommended requesting a voice changer design to look like a gas mask, which would be discreet and likely completed quickly by third-year students. Kaminari wondered if they could just submit the changes to their teacher, but Izuku pointed out that official processes took longer due to various regulations. He explained that items created by students would automatically have their copyrights held by Shiketsu until graduation, making third-year students eager to work on projects to build their resumes. Kaminari pondered this while eating his lunch, and Shinso smiled, appreciating the idea. Izuku humbly accepted the gratitude, and their conversation shifted to lighter topics, with Kaminari doing most of the talking. As the day came to a close, the support course's workshop buzzed with activity. Students were settling into their routines, often opting for gym jumpsuits instead of uniforms. Sparks flew, and sounds of metal clashing filled the air, accompanied by music that occasionally paused for cheers or jeers. Amidst the chaos, 𝗵𝗲 entered the workshop, observing his students as they worked diligently. He noticed Fujimori Atsushi, a shorter student with wood-like skin, who appeared to be under the influence of two others at the soldering station. One of them, 𝗬𝗓𝗏, praised Fujimori for his skills, while Fujimori modestly accepted the compliment. 𝗬𝗓𝗏, another student with greenish skin and a shell, requested Fujimori's help later, to which he happily agreed. However, as 𝗬𝗓𝗏 stumbled into the soldering station, she accidentally activated the outlet, causing a live wire to WHP around dangerously. Fujimori was caught off guard and fell, while 𝗬𝗓𝗏 rushed away, and 𝗬𝗓𝗏 screamed. Samuel quickly searched for RBB gloves and put them on before rushing to the scene. He spotted Izuku already taking charge, having caught the cord mid-air and turned off the outlet. After ensuring Fujimori was okay, Izuku checked for any injuries. Fujimori, still shaken, admitted it had been surprising. Samuel, however, pointed out the lack of safety precautions taken by the students, reminding them of the importance of being cautious when working with powered systems. Fujimori tried to defend his friends, insisting it was his fault, but Samuel emphasized that everyone needed to be more responsible in the workshop. Abraham raised a hand to pause the student, indicating they could discuss the issue at his desk. His gaze shifted from the pair to the distant solo student. He addressed Mr. Midoriya, asking him to take Mr. Fujimori to the nurse's office. Midoriya complied, removing his welding mask. Fujimori protested, insisting he was fine and that his quirk didn't require attention, but Midoriya remained firm, stating that it still needed to be checked. Fujimori hesitated, leaving Midoriya to wait. The student turned to his teacher, opening and closing his mouth in uncertainty. Samuel took a breath and spoke firmly, indicating they would discuss matters later. Fujimori deflated and followed Midoriya out of the workshop, undoubtedly heading to the nurse's office. Samuel shook his head as he walked toward the far end of the room, leading 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and 𝗬𝗓𝗏. He expressed concern about Fujimori, noting he was a good student but worried about his ability to thrive in a real work environment. Fortunately, he had 3 years to grow. Samuel reflected on 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and 𝗬𝗓𝗏, who had performed well on their exams yet had asked Fujimori to do their work. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 defended their actions, stating they only asked for Fujimori's help and didn't think it was wrong. Samuel's mind countered, recognizing their body language spoke volumes. He explained that there was a difference between asking for help and expecting someone else to do the work. He sighed, taking a seat behind his desk. He had overheard their conversation and noted that instead of asking how to improve, they had complimented Fujimori and questioned if he could do more, which was concerning. He acknowledged the temptation to let someone else do the work but emphasized that in a professional environment, it was unacceptable. They needed to do their own work and understand the fine line between seeking assistance and relying on others. Samuel reminded them that Fujimori had been injured during the incident, which could not be overlooked. He believed it was a minor injury, but it was up to the nurse to assess. He then questioned 𝗬𝗓𝗏 about whether he had cleared the station before allowing Fujimori to work, to which 𝗬𝗓𝗏 admitted he had not. Samuel turned to 𝗬𝗓𝗏, asking if she had suggested clearing the station for safety reasons, and she also admitted she had not. Samuel frowned, noting their lack of safety equipment and presuming it was another form of negligence. He emphasized that welding masks and goggles were not mere accessories, they were essential for protection. Considering their lapses in judgment, he decided that the best course of action, beyond marking their grades, would be to enroll them in a supplementary course on safety protocol. He handed them copies of the scheduled supplementary courses for all Shiketsu subjects and instructed them to attend 10 lessons, having the teacher sign off to prove their attendance. He warned them that failure to comply would result in lowered grades for all subsequent assignments. He also mentioned that this incident would be taken into account regarding their grades for this assignment and any future internship or recommendation applications. He picked up a pen and stated that this would be the end of the discussion on the matter. If they had anything to say, it would have to wait until after class. He concluded by directing them back to their assignments. Both students responded dejectedly and returned to their stations. Samuel reflected on their capabilities, hoping this would only be a minor setback. He spun the pen between his fingers, wishing for a repeat of Mr. Midoriya's case. He recalled how Midoriya had come to life when working on his project, even if he was not very sociable. Samuel remembered that Midoriya was in the testing phase of his project, experimenting with different grips for his device. He muttered to himself about checking on the 3D printer since he had sent Midoriya to work on it, hoping he hadn't forgotten safety protocols. Fujimori Atsushi scratched at the bandage around his bicep. It was just a minor burn, and he had been advised to return if anything felt off. He was unsure why Midoriya was still with him, as his classmate had decided to accompany him back to the workshop. It would have been fine if Midoriya had said anything at all. From what Atsushi knew about Midoriya, which was very little, he assumed Midoriya was simply a reserved person. However, rumors circulated about him. He seemed gloomy, avoided people, and was almost completely silent in class. For those who were talkative and curious, he became a prime target for wild stories, ranging from mundane to completely ridiculous. Some speculated that he had a dangerous voice quirk that prevented him from speaking, but when he answered a question in comprehension, those theories fell apart, disappointing a few. Atsushi concluded that Midoriya just wasn't the type to talk unless necessary, which meant his silence might be due to judgment. Atsushi began to worry, wondering if Midoriya thought poorly of him because of the incident. He scratched his cheek, reflecting on how he should have noticed the plug-in while working at the station. He felt it was at least partially his fault. His thoughts spiraled, questioning if he was entirely to blame, and if he had paid more attention, he could have avoided the entire scenario. He stumbled over his thoughts, fearing that Midoriya might be thinking about how much he was inconveniencing him. Perhaps the silence was Midoriya contemplating ways to get back at him, considering they were in the support course and he might have some creative method in mind. Just then, Midoriya's voice broke through Atsushi's racing thoughts, prompting him to focus. "Are you okay?" Atsushi blinked, returning to reality. Midoriya coughed, noting that Atsushi was muttering. With a light smile that conveyed familiarity, he pointed out the behavior. Atsushi stumbled over his words, realizing he had been talking to himself. In a panic, he bowed repeatedly, expressing his apologies. Then, without another word, he dashed down the hall, exclaiming that he needed to get back to the workshop, leaving Midoriya to ponder if that was how he had acted in the past. A few days had passed since the last chapter, and now Izuku and Kaminari were sharing a day in their lives. They lived in the same student apartment complex and had never noticed each other before, their schedules never aligning. Their characterization was well established, so there was no need for further discussion. Shinso, on the other hand, was more sociable than expected. Being part of Shiketsu's hero course, he was surrounded by energetic peers who pulled him out of his stoic demeanor. His presence in the hero course was influenced by Kami, who, despite lacking an offensive quirk, was still part of the program. This indicated that Shiketsu's entrance exam allowed for various quirks in the hero course. The narrative also touched on support items and the fictional aspects of patents and copyrights, explaining why support course students could work on hero course students' costumes and gear. 3 original characters, 𝗬𝗓𝗓, Uemura, and Fujimori, were introduced. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝗬𝗵𝗲 represented the moral of the support workshop, while Fujimori played a more meta role. Izuku's part in this was minor, he was just a student. Abraham recognized his potential, but he remained an extra in the larger narrative. As the chapter continued, Cammy had just begun her second year and had damaged her hero costume. Although it was mainly a padded jumpsuit, it was of high quality, and the rips and tears were a hassle. The heels of her boots were nearly cracked, prompting her to seek repairs after classes. She headed to the support course's workshop, her hero costume in tow. It was Saturday, and the school was nearly empty, with only a few groups scattered in the halls. The route to the workshop felt different, lacking the usual windows and glass doors that showcased the courtyard. Instead, the reinforced walls added to her unease. Upon reaching the heavy-duty doors of the support course, she noticed the light beside the entrance was green, indicating someone was inside. She pushed one of the doors, which was as heavy as she remembered. Struggling, she grunted, wishing she had asked for help. As she leaned against the door, music filtered through from inside. It was louder than expected, with a catchy beat. To get the occupant's attention, she pressed a button on the door frame, causing a buzzing sound on the other side. After a moment, the music lowered, and the door opened. A young man stood there, slightly taller than Cammy, his face obscured by a decorated welder's mask. The top half of his jumpsuit was tied around his waist, revealing a tank top underneath, and his shoes were a bright red, not adhering to the dress code. He lifted his mask and asked if he could help her, revealing a freckled face. Cammy brushed her hair back and smiled, explaining she was there to submit a request. He gestured toward a terminal at the back of the room, stepping aside to let her pass. She thanked him as she walked by, and he shrugged, indicating it was no trouble. They both moved to their respective tasks, the atmosphere filled with a blend of anticipation and creativity. She continued until she reached the end of the room, stopping at the terminal. Tapping on the screen, it beeped back at her with a red text box, leaving her puzzled. He held up his mask and asked if it was locked. She confirmed it was, grumbling about the inconvenience. He frowned slightly and apologized, rubbing the back of his neck. He suggested she could leave her costume for repairs, offering to submit the request for her. She shook her head and settled onto a stool at the end of the row of tables, recalling a previous experience where her homeroom teacher had scolded her for doing just that. She propped her elbow on the table, resting her cheek in her palm, expressing that she shouldn't burden others with her responsibilities. He questioned if that applied even when others offered help. She twirled a lock of her hair around her finger, acknowledging that her costume was indeed her responsibility. She had planned to handle it after school to attend all her classes, but now one simple lock stood in her way. Sighing, she wondered if Mr. Masami would return soon. He scratched his cheek, uncertain, and mentioned that Mr. Masami would be out for a while, not having provided any specifics. She sighed again, deciding to wait. He brought down his welding mask and suggested she take any seat she liked. She thanked him and settled onto a stool. Cammy pulled her phone from her pocket and began scrolling through the internet. Social media posts, articles, and more flashed across her screen. Captain Celebrity was climbing back up the ranks in the States, nearing the top 10. The Tokyo Sky Egg had been successfully rebuilt with new safety measures, but the grand reopening's success was uncertain. She had already read about a couple of scandals. A frown crossed her face when she saw a headline that read, "Hero Killer Still at Large." It sent a shiver down her spine. A villain targeting heroes was not unheard of, but this was different. These heroes were the ones seen on TV, doing commercials and talk shows, their smiling faces plastered everywhere. Now, those same faces were appearing in obituaries, tragically lost in alleyways and gutters. A voice interrupted her thoughts, asking if she was okay. She automatically smiled as she looked up across the tables, assuring him she was fine and wondering if something was on her face. He quickly dismissed the idea and returned to his work. Cammy tucked her mirror away, deciding she wouldn't be a drag around her 𝗕𝗁. She searched from articles about heroes to fashion and makeup. After a moment, her attention was caught by the sounds of his work. She looked up to see a baton-like device in his hand, its sections and paneling extending from the handle with mechanical whirs and hisses. The device locked into place, looking strange and almost ribbed, with silvery metal glinting in the light. His fingers tightened around the handle, and the device retracted for easier carry. He sighed, not in despair but in relief, as he removed his mask, revealing slightly long, curly hair. A soft smile appeared on his face, one that felt contagious. It was the first smile she had seen from him, and it paired well with his curly hair and freckles. However, when he activated the device again, it malfunctioned. Instead of expanding smoothly, there was a pop of gas, a snap of metal, and the tip shot off, bouncing off the distant wall and clattering to the floor. Both students nearly jumped out of their seats. His lips pressed into a thin line as he glared at his handiwork. She felt sympathy for him, thinking about how he was clearly frustrated. His gaze snapped to her, making her heart race, but the glare softened as he asked if she was okay. She waved off his concern, pushing a laugh and commenting on the noise. Regretting her words, she noticed him deflate, shaking his head at himself and muttering about another failure. She realized he was staying after school to work on the device, likely seeking pointers or help. She felt bad for him, her eyes wandering over the notes and papers surrounding his workspace. Leaning closer, she saw endless scribbles, diagrams corrected and recorrected, with creases from what looked like quick erasing. Wishing she had something to say, she tapped her lip, unsure how to help a support course student with engineering. He returned to his stool, his frown fading as he accepted his mistake. He moved the device aside and glanced over his notes again. She blinked, realizing she didn't even know his name. Smacking her forehead lightly, she thought about how she couldn't help him without knowing who he was. She coughed to catch his attention and asked if he was a first year, laughing at the possibility of being wrong. He confirmed her assumption, clearly unsure how to respond. Then a blink crossed his face as he introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku. He bowed in his seat, apologizing for the late introduction and expressing that it was nice to meet her. Cammy smiled warmly and introduced herself as 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, a second-year student. She rested her cheek in her palm and asked how he liked Shiketsu and if he was new to the area. Midoriya responded that he was doing well and confirmed that he had moved there when the school year started. Cammy excitedly mentioned the new jazz cafe that had opened a couple of weeks ago. Midoriya nodded, acknowledging that he had been there. Cammy inquired if it was good, and Midoriya shrugged, saying it had good coffee, cake, and music, but it was pretty quiet. He added that it wasn't the best place for hanging out with friends, but it was nice when someone wanted to be alone. Cammy noted this and complimented his taste in music. Midoriya explained that the music wasn't his but belonged to a friend, and he was just listening to it. He thought his friend would be happy to know she liked it too. Midoriya was puzzled by the sudden interest from his senpai, 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲, who was asking many questions and engaging in conversation. He reflected that Kaminari also liked to start conversations, but 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲 had previously been content to remain quiet. When she asked why he chose Shiketsu, he hesitated, scratching his cheek and looking away, admitting there wasn't a real reason. 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲's eyes focused on him, sensing something was off, but she didn't press further. Instead, she asked if he knew any of the first-year heroes. Midoriya slowly nodded, recalling seeing a few around during lunch. 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲 then brought up a student who had been expelled, and Midoriya confirmed it was Mineta. She asked if he knew anything about it, and he explained that there was a media embargo preventing anyone from discussing the details. He shook his head, admitting he didn't know much. 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲 pouted, expressing frustration that something interesting had happened, yet no one knew the details. Midoriya commented on how a prestigious school had to expel a PPNG-TM, imagining the gossip headlines about the new generation of heroes not living up to expectations. They both blinked when the metal door creaked open, revealing Mr. Abraham, who called out to Midoriya. Midoriya confirmed he was still there, and 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲 turned to the teacher, examining him. Mr. Abraham, dressed in a shirt and slacks, apologized for taking so long and paused when he noticed 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗵𝗲. He asked her who she was, and she introduced herself as 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲, a second year in the hero course. Mr. Abraham greeted her politely and inquired why she was there. She explained that she needed to submit a request to repair her hero costume but mentioned that someone had locked the terminal. Mr. Abraham acknowledged his mistake and promised to fix it immediately. As he and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 moved past Midoriya, he quietly cleared his workspace. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wondered why Mr. Abraham had locked it in the first place. Mr. Abraham chuckled, admitting he didn't remember, and sighed about feeling old. Midoriya organized his items, preparing to check his book bag for his uniform. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 jokingly remarked that Mr. Abraham looked like a dad, which made him laugh as he adjusted the terminal settings. Midoriya unplugged his phone from the speaker as Mr. Abraham asked 𝗧𝗵𝗲 if she knew much about field support agents. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked puzzled and asked who they were. Mr. Abraham explained that they were support course graduates who assisted heroes in saving lives, adding a romantic touch to the description. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 concluded that they built gadgets on the go, and Mr. Abraham confirmed that they provided technical support as well. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted that she didn't remember any field support agents during her internships. Mr. Abraham sighed, expressing concern that the profession was dying, as working for support companies offered more rewards without the dangers. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked how she would know about them, and Mr. Abraham mentioned that lessons would need to be arranged for all classes, hinting at a project endeavor for his students. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prepared to leave, she noticed that Midoriya had already left without saying goodbye. Mr. Abraham commented on Midoriya's quiet nature and expressed concern about his lack of socializing. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was surprised to learn that he didn't have any friends, and Mr. Abraham, realizing he had revealed too much, asked her to forget what he said. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 murmured in response, contemplating her thoughts as she gathered her things. With a final exchange of farewells, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 left, planning for the next day. Midoriya Izuku placed his lunch tray down as he settled into his seat. He lamented the absence of beef bowls that day, tapping his chopsticks together while pushing the salmon around on his plate. He thought about how Kaminari would be disappointed. As he adjusted a lock of hair that had fallen into his eyes, he contemplated getting a haircut but dismissed the idea, feeling a sense of reluctance. He then turned his attention back to his food, reflecting on how his thoughts had been increasingly troubling him. Math was still math, literature was still literature, and history remained history. The only significant change since junior high was the addition of the support course, which was gradually becoming the highlight of his day. Those classes were always the last of the day, extending the time spent in the workshop. Designing was enjoyable, building was even better, and programming had its own appeal. Everything else paled in comparison. Despite this, Izuku had never expected much to change in the first place. Yet, a nagging feeling settled in his stomach at the monotony of it all. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned to see 𝗧𝗵𝗲's bright smile approaching him, and he felt a rush of warmth flood his face, his heart racing in response to her sudden presence. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 greeted him enthusiastically, and Izuku stumbled over his words, surprised to see her. He lost his balance momentarily, but she giggled, checking to see if he was all right. He quickly regained his composure, brushing off his breathes and greeting her awkwardly, trying to ignore how nice she looked in her school uniform. She set her bento box beside his tray and asked if she could sit with him. He hesitated but quickly reassured her that it was fine. Another giggle escaped her, and he felt his heart skip a beat, unsure if it was from embarrassment or the thrill of sitting next to her. He focused on his food, taking a deep breath to calm himself. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked about his day, and he admitted it was going okay, hoping she wouldn't notice the blush on his cheeks. She playfully acknowledged that it seemed like one of those days. He tried to distract himself by looking at her lunch, which was a colorful caprese salad. She explained that she had found the recipe online and was eager to try it out. When she offered him a bite, he hesitated but ultimately accepted. After tasting it, he nodded in approval, relieved that he had enjoyed it. She expressed her relief that it turned out well, and he scratched the back of his head, realizing he had just been a test subject for her cooking. Curious about his friends, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inquired where they were. He looked around the mess hall, chuckling as he mentioned that Kaminari often found himself in trouble, particularly with a classmate named Ishido. He explained that their lack of focus sometimes got them into hot water. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 laughed, agreeing that teachers could be quite strict. Izuku noted that their math teacher was particularly tough, and she sighed, tapping his head lightly, expressing her confusion over the changes in the teaching staff. He hadn't heard of any major shifts but listened as she shared her thoughts on the media embargo affecting their school. She mentioned that her quirk was in demand for underground heroes and commercials, and he was surprised to learn that the media restrictions extended even to those opportunities. She confirmed that while some students had followings, they were often quiet, and she had a few fans from her earlier, unedited commercials that had leaked online. Izuku reflected on how challenging it was to build a following right out of high school, realizing that any media attention could be beneficial. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 contrasted their situation with that of 𝗬𝗧𝗏, noting that they had a large broadcast every year, which made Izuku think about the differences in their experiences. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 expressed her thoughts about how many professionals likely pursued students after events like the one they were discussing, reminiscing about a watch party she had with classmates the previous year. It had been a lot of fun, and her gaze shifted to Izuku, curiosity evident in her eyes as she wondered if he planned to watch this year. Izuku replied that he would be skipping it this time. Although 𝗧𝗏𝗲 didn't seem surprised, she still asked why. He explained that he had just moved to the area, was living off allowances, and didn't have a TV. He had a laptop, but it was strictly for schoolwork, and he felt it was a bit too much trouble to watch. She lamented that it was unfortunate he wouldn't be watching with friends. Izuku pointed out that they had a sports festival to focus on, to which 𝗧𝗏𝗲 responded with a sigh, noting that while they could use their quirks, it was still just normal activities without any exciting tournaments or games. She tilted her head, mentioning that they would only be showing off to family and friends, who had to sign non-disclosure agreements for anything recorded. Izuku acknowledged the thoroughness of that arrangement, and 𝗧𝗏𝗲 remarked on its unfairness. They both fell into a contemplative silence, enjoying their meals and reflecting on their earlier conversation until she shifted the topic, asking about his recent project. Izuku shared that he had developed a functioning prototype and submitted it for review. He explained that Mr. Abraham was acting as a client and would evaluate his work, but he wouldn't know how well he had done until Mr. Abraham got back to him. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 raised an eyebrow, curious about his self-assessment. Izuku hesitated, estimating he might have received a B, possibly lower. She challenged him, suggesting he was underestimating himself, and he wondered if she truly believed that, recalling how poor his first attempt had been. The conversation began to dwindle, but thinking of a certain blonde, he pushed himself to mention a specialty course they had been learning about. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 perked up, recalling that Mr. Abraham had mentioned it, and she shared that her hero history teacher had discussed it as well. Izuku expressed his surprise at not knowing much about it, and she explained that it was a niche area, likely no longer in existence. He corrected her, stating that while it was rare, small teams still operated in major cities, often on loan from support companies. She pointed out that with sidekicks, the need for such roles had diminished, and Izuku added that sponsorship deals with support companies and places like Island had also contributed to this decline. He then shared some intriguing theories he had come across during his research. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 leaned in, eager to hear more. Izuku explained that underground heroes, while similar to regular professionals, avoided media attention and focused on their work. Field support agents were more common among these types of heroes, providing on-hand repairs and tech support, which could sometimes involve bending the rules. He speculated that the decline of field support agents might have been due to a series of lawsuits that tarnished their reputation. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 gasped in disbelief at his theory. Izuku elaborated that underground heroes represented the Hero Commission just like any other hero, meaning they couldn't engage in illegal activities, even for noble causes. When some heroes got caught, it reflected poorly on their agents, making them look foolish. He emphasized that there was little evidence to support his theory, as information about underground heroes was scarce, and field support was a dying field with no one advertising themselves as such. She insisted that it could still be true, and Izuku conceded that it was a possibility. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 relaxed, expressing her wish to learn more about such topics. He blinked in surprise at her interest, and she admitted to finding it fascinating, asking where he discovered this information. He mentioned hero forums, to which she nodded, admitting her apprehension about exploring those depths. Suddenly, she had an idea and asked him to send her links to some good forums. Izuku hesitated, and she quickly remembered her own name, suggesting they exchange numbers so he could send her the links. As he walked away from the mess hall, Izuku couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he now had a girl's phone number. His mind was preoccupied with the contact list on his phone, particularly the name, Cammy, that she had chosen for herself. It felt like a milestone, a sign of progress in his social interactions. He had conversed with her casually several times, and it was a significant achievement for him. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality when Kaminari called out to him, approaching with a few friends, including Shinso and two girls. Izuku noted their uniforms but quickly reminded himself that he had been doing that with everyone he met. He decided to focus on the conversation instead, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about the interactions ahead. Though he couldn't help but notice that the pink one had horns popping out of her cap while the other neglected the accessory entirely, Izuku nodded to the approaching group. Kaminari wiggled his finger and introduced Ashido Mina and 𝗓𝗓𝗄𝐿, classmates from the hero course. Izuku slipped free of Kaminari's arm and bowed to the pair, introducing himself as Midoriya Izuku. Ashido playfully encouraged him not to be so stiff, while 𝗓𝗓 raised an eyebrow, apologizing for any trouble Kaminari might have caused. Izuku exchanged glances with the others, feeling uncertain about how to respond. Shinso asked how things were going, to which Izuku replied that it was going fine. Kaminari shifted the conversation, hoping to ask about field support agents. Izuku thought for a moment and admitted he knew a bit about them. Kaminari explained that their hero history teacher had suddenly mentioned it, hinting at a possible pop quiz. Ashido agreed, claiming their teacher often sprung pop quizzes on them. Shinso corrected her, stating it was just 2 quizzes, but Ashido insisted that the sudden mention meant another quiz was coming. 𝗓𝗓 suggested it could just be part of the curriculum, and Izuku mentioned that he had heard second years were learning about it too. Ashido gasped, arguing that if it were part of the curriculum, the second years would already know about it. Shinso questioned how Izuku had heard about it, and Izuku explained he had met a second-year student who wanted something from the workshop. Shinso inquired if Izuku was learning about field support in the support course, to which Izuku confirmed that he had started recently. Kaminari was surprised that all 3 groups were learning about it simultaneously. 𝗓𝗓 asked why that was the case, and Izuku speculated that Mr. Abraham, their teacher, seemed passionate about the subject and was unhappy that no one knew much about it. Kaminari expressed amazement at the idea of someone from I-Island working at their school, while Izuku explained that island scientists typically didn't operate outside their domain due to the sensitive nature of their knowledge. Ashido and Kaminari found the idea intriguing, with Kaminari likening it to being a spy. Izuku clarified that it wasn't quite that, but he could see why they might think so. Shinso commented on how unusual it was for someone like that to work at their school, and Izuku mused that it made a lot of sense. 𝗓𝗓 pointed out that Shiketsu High School had strict media policies, meaning any communication would be monitored. Izuku noted that the school likely had sponsorship ties with I-Island for their support items, leading 𝗓𝗓 to summarize that I-Island protected its secrets by placing someone in a secure environment. Kaminari and Ashido found the notion sneaky and a bit unsettling. Izuku returned to the topic of field support, and Kaminari suggested they should study together after school, wrapping his arm around Izuku's shoulders. He proposed that dinner would be on Shinso, who protested that he hadn't agreed to that. Ashido cheered for hot pot, while 𝗓𝗓 suggested sushi. Shinso raised an eyebrow, questioning the availability of affordable sushi nearby. Ashido insisted they deserved the best, and Kaminari suggested fast food instead. 𝗓𝗓 pointed out the irony in Kaminari's suggestion, and Kaminari lamented that he hadn't had a burger in a long time. Izuku considered his options and suggested ramen, which excited Ashido. Kaminari recalled a ramen place near his workplace, and 𝗓𝗓 agreed it was a good choice. Shinso chuckled at how affordable it would be for their group. Kaminari celebrated the decision, rallying the group to cheer for Izuku, who felt embarrassed by the attention. As they celebrated, a second-year student with purple hair approached, admonishing them for causing a disturbance. He warned them that they should have better control of themselves while representing their school. 𝗓𝗪 seemed tempted to respond but was stopped by Shinso. The group apologized and left, the energy from their earlier excitement fading. Izuku sensed that while no one was upset, the encounter had dampened their spirits, especially for 𝗓𝗪 and Shinso, who appeared slightly annoyed by the reprimand. It was just that having fun, then experiencing a sudden downturn into being scolded, would put a damper on any mood. Izuku bid farewell after confirming his plans with the group before separating and heading to his classroom. Midoriya Izuku was lagging behind in Mr. Abraham's traveling circus of engineering students. The teacher seemed giddy while his students tried to keep up, but confusion dampened their spirits. The class was far from their workshop, their usual space. If Izuku remembered correctly, some students had hissed as they were led into the hallway, while others stumbled about, their welding masks still on for some reason. Interestingly, none of those who hissed had lizard-like or cat-like quirks. Mr. Abraham's voice cut through his thoughts, announcing that some students might have heard about the joint assignment. He coughed for dramatic effect and explained that the assignment was an introduction to a specialized path of study for support corps students. He grinned widely as he described field support, a surprisingly overlooked field. Once the domain of government officials and the first sidekicks, it had evolved into extensions of support companies. He emphasized that the career would demand different skills depending on the situation, the hero, and personal abilities: reconnaissance, capture, repairs, demolition, and more. He continued by outlining the objectives. Students needed to find 2 hero corps students, one from the first year and one from the second year, to offer their services. They would create support items for themselves and their partners. Then, they would participate in a 3-on-3 combat simulation that would be broadcasted to the entire student body during the sports festival. After the midterms, students would have complete access to the workshop until the sports festival, meaning today was for planning. The next 3 to 4 days would be for studying, followed by the assignment after midterms. He encouraged them to plan properly and work diligently, assuring them that he believed in their brilliance. Mr. Abraham reached for the door and took a breath before pushing open the metal doors to the gymnasium. Inside, 2 other clusters of 20 students were organized into rows and columns, each led by another teacher. Mr. Abraham nodded to his coworker, Mr. 𝗕𝗄𝗯, and inquired about Mr. Sato, who was in a meeting. Mr. 𝗕𝗄𝗯 confirmed that everything was fine with Koichi and asked if Mr. Shishikura's class had been informed. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stepped forward, almost militant, affirming that they had. Mr. Abraham then called for everyone to meet and discuss, emphasizing that their decisions would affect their performance and team cohesion. As the groups of 20 froze momentarily, Izuku blinked when he saw his 5-year-old self rush from the crowd. The younger Izuku smiled until he rushed to the side of a similarly aged Bakugo. The smile faded when an explosion sent him skidding back across the gym floor. Izuku's eyes narrowed for a moment before his 10-year-old self stepped forward, his steps slow, smile faltering, and hands fidgeting. He wandered from group to group, hoping to find some vacant space. Looks of disapproval or disgust sent him backing away each time. Eventually, he found a group that seemed none too pleased with his presence. Sighing, he shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing to his left. A version of himself, a year younger, stood still as his classmates merged and mingled. He waited for the groups to form and finalize, hoping the teacher would notice his lack of a partner. He feared he would either sit out or be forced into a group. Suddenly, Kaminari greeted him, followed by Shinso, who waved. Ashido called out cheerfully, and 𝗓𝗪 casually acknowledged him. Utsushimi smiled and waved as well. Izuku blinked in surprise as the group of 5 stood before him, merging the hero corps students with his class. They all spoke at once, asking him to partner up since he was the only support corps student they knew. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he processed their enthusiasm. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to convince himself that he shouldn't feel disappointed. He mentioned that Senpai was the only second year, but Utsushimi quickly dismissed that idea. He rubbed the back of his neck, realizing he couldn't partner with 4 first years. Shinso crossed his arms, pondering the time they had left, while 𝗓𝗪 expressed her determination not to end up on a team with Shishikura. Ashido recalled how he had yelled at them in the hallway, gesturing playfully. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked if Seiji had been mean to them, and Izuku scratched his cheek, recalling their loudness in the hallway. Jirou rolled her eyes, comparing Shishikura's reaction to an overreaction, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 giggled, agreeing that it sounded just like him. Sorry about him. She shrugged, saying he was pretty okay when you got to know him. Shinso echoed that he was just pretty okay, which drew a chuckle from Kaminari as he clapped his hands and asked who would get Mr. Parsley. Izuku visibly winced at the suggestion, expressing his disapproval. Shinso offered celery, while Ishido chimed in with broccoli. Jirou smirked and suggested pak choi, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 waved her finger, proposing daikon. Izuku countered that daikon wasn't even that green, to which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained that the root was. When she stumbled over her words, trying to clarify about the leaves, Mr. Abraham's voice cut through the chatter, instructing everyone to report to either him or Mr. Koichi when forming teams. Shinso suggested they should speed up, and Jirou sighed, rubbing the back of her neck as she decided to move on. She smirked and gave a casual salute, stating she would be avoiding the purple-haired folk. Shinso delivered a deadpan remark about a part of his identity being unjustly ripped away, lamenting the loss. Ishido rubbed her hands together, declaring 1 down and 2 to go. Kaminari wondered if this was a competition now, to which Shinso chuckled and said he would forfeit, shrugging and adding no offense to Midoriya. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he wouldn't have to choose between them. Kaminari smiled, saying they had to settle this with Ishido. She wiped away a non-existent tear, stating the team wasn't big enough for both of them. As they played rock, paper, scissors, Ishido initially took the lead, but Kaminari evened the match. When Ishido lost, she fell to her knees in a cautious manner, and Kaminari hung his head, apologizing to his old friend. Izuku thought to himself that he was glad he didn't have to intervene, noting Ishido's boldness in her choices. She seemed to deflate, saying she would go, and Izuku waved goodbye as she faded into the crowd. Kaminari turned to the remaining pair, declaring they were a team. Izuku asked if Ishido would be okay, and Kaminari shrugged, saying it was just a GG and she would be fine later. Izuku noted that Kaminari didn't sound so sure, and Kaminari agreed, promising to check in when they returned to class. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 introduced herself, offering her hand, and Izuku realized they hadn't introduced themselves yet. He shook her hand, and Kaminari teased Izuku about knowing 𝗧𝗵𝗲-senpai. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 flatly pointed out that she could hear them, causing Kaminari to panic and look between them. Izuku suggested they go tell Mr. Abraham, clapping his hands together. Kaminari asked what the plan was, and Izuku explained he would make support items and they would pick a fight with their classmates. He trailed off, muttering to himself about the unknowns of their quirks and necessities. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 called out to him, and he apologized, realizing they had a lot to cover. He urged them to hurry so they could get there first, and Kaminari and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 exchanged confused looks before following him. In the workshop, Midoriya led 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Kaminari into the testing range. He stopped at a terminal and tapped on the screen, explaining Kaminari's quirk involved charging electricity and emitting it like an aura, though it was risky. Kaminari nodded, confirming that covered it. Midoriya muttered about the dangers of frying one's brain, causing Kaminari to deflate slightly. He then turned his attention to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, asking about her quirk. She shrugged, saying she couldn't think of anything else to add. Midoriya expressed a longing to conduct a test or two, and Kaminari gave a thumbs up, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 waved off the formality of her last name, inviting them to just call her Cammy. Kaminari stuttered in excitement, and Midoriya promised to work on calibrating things for the test. Cammy wondered if he was embarrassed, playfully thinking he might be like a cat. Kaminari approached her, asking if she had a boyfriend, to which she shrugged, saying that wasn't on her mind as she was too busy. She grumbled about the midterms and combat simulations, wishing they could just focus on their internships. Kaminari empathized and she laughed, agreeing with him. Midoriya instructed Cammy to create an illusion in a marked red section of the testing range. She jogged over, ready to comply. Taking a breath, she released a mist that began to form a column, creating an illusion of Midoriya Izuku standing before them. Albeit with cat ears and a matching tail, the illusion jumped and hissed when it made eye contact with the original, earning a laugh from Kaminari. He shifted over to Midoriya, nudging him with his elbow and commenting on how good he looked with cat ears. Midoriya, surprised, expressed his disbelief at the compliment. Cammy scratched the back of her neck and apologized, saying she would just make another one. Midoriya insisted it was fine, explaining that he was just taking a quick look. Cammy jogged over to the terminal and asked what he was getting from it. Midoriya murmured that he was confirming a theory and then asked how long she could hold the illusions. She replied that it depended on the movement, estimating an hour and a half if they were moving, and around 3 hours if they were standing still. Curious, Midoriya inquired about the auditory aspect, to which Cammy responded that it didn't play a meaningful role. He nodded, contemplating the thermal presence of the illusions, which he found barely noticeable. Kaminari commented on how lifelike they appeared, and Cammy agreed, stating that a good look was all she needed before proceeding with her plans. Midoriya then asked if she could make anyone look like anything, and she cheerfully confirmed, even mentioning she could create a male version of herself. Kaminari seemed slightly uncomfortable with the idea, but Cammy shrugged it off, explaining that they fell apart easily. Suddenly, both Hero Corps students jumped when a red shoe flew from the terminal, bouncing off the ground and sailing through the illusion. The cat-like Midoriya reacted with a startled cry before dispersing into smoke. Their eyes followed the shoe back to its source. Midoriya scratched his cheek, noting that the illusions weren't very durable. He turned to the pair, confused by the situation. Kaminari laughed, questioning why someone would throw a shoe, suggesting that Cammy could have just told him. Midoriya, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized for not wanting to interrupt. He then tapped on the terminal, saving the file before sending it away, acknowledging that they seemed absorbed enough in their conversation. Cammy reassured them that it was totally fine and found the situation amusing. Midoriya blinked in response, murmuring to himself that it was better than the alternative. He then mentioned that he had gathered all he needed on the topic of glamour and tapped on the screen, causing the room's panels to shift once more. Kaminari expressed his excitement about the room, comparing it to a sci-fi movie set. While he marveled at the surroundings, Cammy noticed the look on Midoriya's face, which made her giggle again. Midoriya shook his head, reminding himself that electrification was close range. Kaminari confirmed that it was just around his body. With another tap on the terminal, a human-like mannequin was lifted from the floor. Cammy instructed Kaminari to zap the dummy, asking for his minimum and maximum output. Kaminari eagerly agreed to demonstrate. As he counted down, lightning crackled around the room, and he called out when to stop, revealing his output of 25,000 watts. Kaminari dusted off his hands and rejoined the group, curious about the purpose of the testing. Midoriya explained that visualizing verbal information was helpful, but it didn't provide the full picture. He gestured toward Cammy, elaborating on her quirk as an emitter that created imagery through a controllable gas. He speculated that while the auditory illusion was unclear, he had other things to focus on, primarily endurance. He explained that the liquid molecules formed the illusion, but their connection was fragile, leading to the illusion shattering under pressure. He noted that more training could potentially improve this, but with her going into the field soon, it was a priority. Cammy asked what his idea was, and Midoriya suggested creating a chemical formula to strengthen the bond between the molecules. He admitted he had been studying chemistry recently but didn't expect to apply it so soon. He anticipated conducting many tests. Kaminari raised his hand, eager to know what about his quirk could be explored. Midoriya explained that Kaminari's quirk generated an electrical field and hinted that it was likely more complex than that. He elaborated on how electricity typically struggles to pass through air, but Kaminari's quirk seemed to defy that. He theorized that Kaminari might manipulate air molecules to create plasma channels for his electricity. Kaminari, though unsure of the details, found the idea exciting. Midoriya continued, explaining that scientists had used high-powered lasers to create plasma channels, and he believed studying the air around Kaminari could lead to breakthroughs. Kaminari's eyes lit up with understanding, and he expressed his enthusiasm for the idea of shooting lightning using lasers. Midoriya planned to outline the project later and suggested they leave the room, knowing others would want to use it. Kaminari excitedly proclaimed his anticipation for shooting lightning, while Midoriya mentioned that he couldn't do much for Camille's quirk, only suggesting minor adjustments. Camille reassured him that what he had provided was helpful, and she would be able to contribute more if her illusions could hold up better. Kaminari then wondered what they should do next, and Midoriya shrugged, pondering their options. Midoriya Izuku took a deep breath as he lifted himself from his bed. The wooden beam supporting his ceiling creaked slightly in response. As the aching sensation in his muscles mixed with a burning feeling, he allowed himself to hang in the air for a moment. His bare feet thudded against the floor. He wondered when he had started doing this. His hand reached back to tug at his hair tie, releasing his hair as he plopped onto his bed. He recalled reading that exercising could be beneficial. His gaze dropped as he grabbed a bottle of water from the foot of his bed. He held the cold container against his forehead, letting out a sigh as he opened it. He thought to himself that it didn't seem to be working. While he was mid-sip, a shadow passed by his window, followed by a series of knocks at his door. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the slight ache in his legs. He opened the door to find a familiar blonde standing there, looking frantic. Kaminari needed help with his hero history textbook for a cram session, as their first exam was the next day. Izuku nodded, offering to lend him his copy. Kaminari let out a breath of relief, but then his expression changed as he sniffed the air, commenting on Izuku's workout smell. A pang of embarrassment shot through Izuku, and he felt a blush creep onto his face. In a moment of panic, he slammed the door shut, realizing his mistake only a few seconds later. He quickly opened it again to see Kaminari looking sheepish. Izuku coughed, assuring him he would get the textbook in a minute. Kaminari apologized for his earlier comment, and Izuku stepped back into his apartment to retrieve the book. Kaminari then asked if Izuku could help him and their friends study, to which Izuku hesitantly agreed. After closing the door, he rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the social interaction. He wished he could redo that moment. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, he found himself at Kaminari's door. He knocked, and Kaminari opened it with excitement, thanking him for the hero history book. Kaminari invited him inside, and Izuku stepped into the apartment, noting how it was similar to his own but with more personality. Different types of shoes were lined up next to the door, and an array of hats hung from hooks above the small sofa, which had a leopard print pattern. In the center of the room was a round wooden table surrounded by familiar faces. Jiraiya greeted him with a casual wave, while Shinso nodded in acknowledgement. Ishido called out to him with a grin from her spot on the sofa. Izuku noticed some clutter around the room, including a piece of trash under the furniture and a few more hidden bits here and there. He blinked, turning to greet them, feeling slightly embarrassed about the state of the place. Jiraiya chuckled at his swift recovery from his earlier awkwardness, prompting Kaminari to ask what had happened. Shinso quickly redirected the focus back to studying, insisting they avoid distractions. Ishido, however, brought up food, and Jiraiya informed them that pizza was on the way. Kaminari proudly mentioned that he had brought Izuku to help out. Izuku raised his bag, ready to assist however he could. Ishido cheered for him, while Jiraiya and Shinso exchanged playful banter about their group's name. Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie as he settled in to study with his friends. Shinso suggested that they could come up with something better. He mentioned a name, Mindfreak, which Kaminari defended as a good hero name for him. Shinso shook his head, saying it didn't sound much like a hero but more like a magician. Jiraiya shrugged and expressed her fondness for the name Discord, while Ishido chimed in with Purple Man. Kaminari scratched his cheek, recalling there was a manga character with that name. The group's attention shifted to Izuku, who coughed and shared that his first thought was feedback, but that seemed to fit Jiraiya more. He then mentioned that Echo also suited her. Kaminari snapped his fingers, recalling Jiraiya's quirk, Earphone Jack. Jiraiya floated in confusion, prompting Ishido to explain that it was a simple connection. Jiraiya countered with Pinky, and someone exclaimed that Alien Queen had been dismissed. Shinso sighed, pointing out that it was the title of a movie villain, so it was expected not to work. Izuku added that Heia's wouldn't suit Shinso either, as it was very close to something else and not worth the risk. Jiraiya blinked in realization, wondering how they always ended up on such tangents. She clapped her hands together and reminded everyone that hero history was first on their agenda. Ishido declared her readiness, and Shinso agreed, stating they would cover the basic bullet points before delving into details. Kaminari began, noting that the first quirk appeared in Qingqing City, China. Izuku nodded, explaining that it was just the beginning, as quirks began to manifest around the world without any clear reason. Initially, they were viewed as mutations and treated like a global disease, leading to chaos as people struggled to control their new abilities. Eventually, criminals began to exploit these powers. 𝗓𝗪 continued, recalling the start of the era of vigilantes, where like-minded individuals banded together to restore order amidst the chaos. She noted that it sounded like a tagline for a movie. Izuku commented that there had been films about the era of vigilantes, but they faced criticism for being politically biased. Ishido asked how so, and Izuku explained that films supporting vigilantes raised concerns about influencing people away from the pro-hero system, while those criticizing them faced backlash for disrespecting the first generation of real heroes. Kaminari winced, suggesting they avoid that topic. Shinso then stated that the era of vigilantes began to fade with the introduction of the first hero system. He reached across the table to close a pink notebook and asked Ishido where it was established. Ishido, flustered, rummaged through her hair before guessing Tokyo. 𝗓𝗪 responded with a buzzer sound, and Ishido froze in surprise, toppling over. Shinso turned to Kaminari, who was caught off guard by 𝗓𝗪's interruption. He crossed his arms and stated that Qingqing City was where the first quirk originated and where heroes emerged. Shinso corrected him, saying that was poetic but incorrect. 𝗓𝗪 inquired if it was in the 𝗧𝗜𝗍, and Izuku confirmed it was Rhode Island, where out of 189 vigilantes, 7 were declared heroes. Ishido asked about the others, and Izuku explained they were deemed quirk-wielding villains. Shinso shook his head, clarifying that the era of vigilantes and the first generation of heroes were not synonymous. Izuku elaborated that the latter came from the former, and Kaminari leaned back, expressing disbelief at how many people were excluded. Izuku explained that officially, only 7 met the qualification standards, which made sense given the heavy criticism the pro-hero system faced when it was introduced. He mentioned various theories, including sociological ploys to control public perception of quirks and the idea that the 7 were more physically appealing, serving as poster children for heroes. He then coughed, redirecting the conversation back on track. Shinso confirmed that the first heroes emerged from Rhode Island, and the group gradually settled into their studies. As Izuku reviewed 𝗓𝗪's notes, Kaminari and Ishido went to answer the door. Izuku explained quadratic functions, emphasizing the process of reconstructing given information to solve for unknown factors. 𝗓𝗪 nodded, trying to follow along, while Shinso smirked, suggesting Izuku's explanation was lacking. Before Izuku could respond, Kaminari burst back into the room, announcing they had pizza. Ishido cheered, and a muffled voice from another room called for quiet, causing Kaminari and Ishido to freeze as if their previous excitement had vanished. The pizza boxes were spread across the table, and the group began to relax. Kaminari complained about the stress of studying, expressing that he felt overwhelmed. Shinso nearly choked at his phrasing, while Ishido sighed, lamenting the challenges of high school, including the heavy homework load, midterms, and the upcoming sports festival. 𝗓𝗪 trailed off, hinting at the bliss of summer break, and they all sighed in unison at the thought. Shinso mentioned looking forward to summer, and Ishido shared her plans to visit her family, noting that her little sister must miss her. 𝗓𝗪 joked about her dad likely being upset about her staying at Shinso's apartment. Kaminari teased about being a man, prompting 𝗓𝗪 to laugh, and Shinso chuckled before asking Izuku about his summer plans. Izuku admitted he didn't have any, likely just staying with his mom. Kaminari inquired if his dad was going on a business trip, but Izuku shrugged, saying he wasn't sure. The atmosphere shifted as Kaminari's eyes widened in realization, and the others fell silent. Izuku remained calm, assuring everyone it was fine and not a sore spot for him. He smiled and suggested they move on. Kaminari hesitated before changing the subject, and Ishido attempted to lighten the mood by reminiscing about their junior high days, which was met with awkward agreement from the group. Izuku pondered if this was what it felt like to witness a train wreck, while Kaminari expressed nostalgia for their more relaxed days. It was different back then. Shinso muttered that it had its moments. 𝗓𝗫 shook her head, recalling how those awkward times were the worst, but at least they had been fun. Ishido slowly turned her head, seeking confirmation from Midoriya. He agreed, his mind racing as he suggested they leave it at that. A silence fell over the group as their gazes dropped to their laps. Awkward fidgeting and wandering eyes marked their desperation for a change in topic. Fortunately, Midoriya Izuku broke the silence by asking if they wanted to see the fireworks display over the break. He blinked and raised his palms, quickly adding that he didn't want to assume anything, just hoping to change the subject. 𝗓𝗫 called out to him, and when he responded, she shrugged, looking around the group. She expressed that she wouldn't mind seeing the fireworks. Ishido grinned, excitedly mentioning that she had bought a yukata for last year's display, which had been cancelled due to rain. This time, she would finally get to wear it. Kaminari nodded in agreement, sharing that he had missed out last year. Suddenly he gasped, suggesting they invite Kami-senpai. Shinso posed that if they could avoid the crowd, he was all in. Kaminari summarized their plan, declaring they would meet for the fireworks display during summer break. The group responded with a casual but energetic agreement. Ishido turned to Midoriya, noting that they would probably need his number to plan it. Kaminari reminded him that he didn't have any of their numbers, smiling as he held out his hand to ask for Midoriya's phone. Midoriya hesitated for a moment before quickly pulling out his device. As it exchanged hands and returned to him, he glanced at his contact list. Under Utsushime's name, he saw Denki, 𝗓𝗫, Pinky, and Shinso. His 2 personal contacts had suddenly grown to 6, a significant milestone. Shinso leaned back, suggesting they should get back to studying. 𝗓𝗫 groaned, expressing her reluctance to dive back into their studies. Kaminari and Ishido echoed her sentiments, and Izuku pondered aloud about their break. He mentioned that his birthday was just before summer break, his thoughts drifting to his family. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he recalled his parents, particularly his mother's tears. Feeling overwhelmed, he stood up, announcing he needed to go to the bathroom. He sensed their gazes on his back as he left, needing a moment to himself. Later, Kaminari Denki brushed his teeth as the morning light streamed into his bathroom. He remembered the look on Midoriya's face from the previous day and hoped his friend was okay. After finishing his morning routine, he noticed the time and panicked, realizing he was late for exam day. As he rushed out, he heard a familiar voice call his name. It was Ishido, urging him to run. They sprinted down the staircase, and 𝗓𝗫 nearly collided with them in the stairwell. Ishido noted that Shinso wasn't there, and 𝗓𝗫 questioned why he would be since he lived on the ground floor. Denki exclaimed that he should have woken them up, to which 𝗓𝗫 replied that they weren't his children. Denki feigned tears, claiming they treated him like family. As they rushed down the sidewalk, 𝗓𝗫 shouted at Denki for his antics. Denki focused ahead, realizing the gate was shut. Ishido whined that the bell hadn't rung yet, and Midoriya explained that they probably closed it early for the exams. Denki and Ishido were surprised to see Midoriya had joined them. He mentioned that he had overslept as well. 𝗓𝗫 asked what they would do about the gate, and Midoriya charged ahead, explaining that their student IDs would allow them to get through. Ishido grinned, understanding his plan. 𝗓𝗫 covered Denki's eyes as Midoriya and Ishido leapt at the wall. They climbed up, reaching the top and extending their hands to help the others. 𝗓𝗫 pushed Denki forward, causing him to spin around in confusion before noticing her blush. He quickly turned away, narrowly avoiding her jacks aimed at him. With Midoriya and Ishido's help, they all made it over the wall and rushed inside, quickly changing their shoes at their lockers. The girls finished first and dashed off to their exam rooms. Before the boys separated, Denki placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, asking if he was okay. Midoriya's eyes were hidden beneath the brim of his cap, but he forced a smile, insisting he was fine. He urged them to hurry since they were already late. Denki hesitated, wanting to offer support, but ultimately let it go, reminding Midoriya that he was there if he needed to talk. Midoriya simply nodded before they both ran off. Denki winced as Ishido's head thudded against the lunch table. A moment of concern twisted in his stomach before a long, dramatic groan escaped her lips. A glance around the cafeteria revealed that she wasn't the only one feeling the weight of exhaustion and frustration. It seemed to affect everyone, even the brightest student in their class appeared drained. 𝗓𝗫 set her tray down with a mutter, acknowledging Ishido's state. Denki's attention shifted as he asked who she was referring to. 𝗓𝗫 yawned, nudging one of Ishido's horns with a finger. Shinso sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude for not having to deal with a practical exam. 𝗓𝗫 spun one of her jacks around her finger, commenting on the upcoming sparring matches that would serve as entertainment for their classmates. Shinso added with a tired smirk that losing on screen could lead to humiliation. Ishido groaned again, adding to the atmosphere of weariness. Denki joked about her being the life of the party, prompting 𝗓𝗫 to sarcastically question Midoriya's whereabouts. Denki shrugged, insisting he had no idea, while 𝗓𝗫 teased him about their supposed close friendship. Shinso, surprised by Denki's denial, pointed out how well he spoke of Midoriya. Denki playfully compared Shinso to Midoriya, suggesting they both shared a sense of loneliness. Ishido, barely lifting her head, chimed in, likening Shinso to 𝗓𝗫. This led to playful banter, with 𝗓𝗫 teasing Ishido about being a bully. Denki leaned in, acknowledging 𝗓𝗫's self-awareness about her loner status. Just then, one of 𝗓𝗫's jacks flew across the table, causing Denki to yelp in surprise. Meanwhile, Izuku focused intently on his work, tightening a valve to seal a pressurized cartridge connected to a launcher-like device. He meticulously prepared a grappling hook mechanism, ensuring everything was in place before stepping back to the testing range's terminal. With a wall of plexiglass shielding him, he began recording his test. As he counted down to firing, the hook shot forward, successfully piercing a brick target. After assessing the results, he noted the accuracy and speed, but discovered damage to the hook. Sighing, he acknowledged the need for design adjustments. Mr. Abraham entered the range, catching Izuku off guard. He encouraged Izuku to voice his thoughts during the creative process, emphasizing that even small ideas could lead to significant breakthroughs. As lunch neared its end, Mr. Abraham offered Izuku a sandwich, which he gratefully accepted, realizing he had been hungrier than he thought. It was Saturday, a day for everyone to enjoy their favorite meal. Izuku focused intently on the device in front of him, gesturing to it as he spoke. Mr. Abraham complimented him on his focus, noting the grappling device he had created. Izuku explained that he had thought of it as a way to help him move around, especially since they needed to design things for themselves for the joint assignment. Mr. Abraham acknowledged the practicality of the idea and noted that Izuku was making good use of the CO2 cartridges. Izuku then mentioned the possibility of using the Warhammer, to which Mr. Abraham raised an eyebrow, considering the implications of that choice. He ultimately decided to think it over, recognizing the formidable quirks of the Hero Corps students. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and Mr. Abraham took a moment to review Izuku's outlines. He found them interesting, particularly the chemical polymer for Ms. Utsushime's quirk and the guidance system for Mr. Kaminari's. However, Izuku felt uncertain about where to begin. Mr. Abraham advised him that understanding their quirks would be crucial and suggested running tests and observing them, always with their consent. Izuku nodded, taking small bites of his sandwich, but Mr. Abraham noticed something was off. When he inquired if Izuku was all right, Izuku insisted he was fine, though Mr. Abraham could see through the facade. Izuku's quiet demeanor led to concern from those around him, but he brushed it off, attributing it to being tired and hungry. After finishing his meal, Izuku left the counter with a tray of fast food, dressed in his Shiketsu uniform. He settled into a booth, feeling a mix of self-consciousness and reflection. As he ate, he pondered whether people had always noticed him but never said anything. He felt he had let himself go too far, realizing that in a choir, a quiet voice could easily be drowned out. He sighed, contemplating the need for a change in his behavior. Suddenly, a loud noise broke his thoughts as a pink face and hands pressed against the glass. Startled, Izuku jumped, causing laughter from outside. A group of classmates entered the restaurant, seemingly unbothered by the attention they drew. Ishido apologized for startling him, while Shinso checked if he was okay. Izuku slowly regained his composure, embarrassed but relieved to see his friends. As they settled in, Kaminari asked if Izuku was catching up on lunch. Izuku offered them a spot at his table, and they gladly accepted. The playful banter continued, with Jdru teasing Izuku about his earlier scream. Izuku, flustered, tried to play it cool, but the light-hearted atmosphere eased his tension. As the group discussed food, Izuku's mind wandered back to his observations about Jdru's quirk. He speculated about the nature of her abilities, intrigued by the potential connections between her biology and her powers. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, drawing his attention to a tall figure with distinctive features. It was Makoto, a classmate with a unique appearance, who recalled Izuku's past experiences with Bakugo. Another classmate, Izaya, joined in, and Izuku felt a mix of surprise and apprehension as they approached. Whatever one could imagine a spring doing, perhaps Izuku could do it too. Makoto's face contorted as he noticed Izuku's attire. His grin faltered, and something shifted in his eyes as he recognized the Shiketsu uniform. Izaya echoed his surprise at the mention of Shiketsu, while Makoto spat out a comment about Izuku's rise in status. Izuku turned in his seat, acknowledging both of them with a slight bow. He introduced himself, and Makoto followed suit. Izaya's frustration bubbled to the surface as he realized Izuku couldn't even remember them. Makoto taunted Izuku about his quirkless status, questioning how someone like him could end up at Shiketsu, implying it was a charity case. Izuku felt a wave of calm wash over him, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. He shook off Izaya's grip, his hands coming together before striking down on Izaya's arm to break free. As he found his footing, he aimed for Izaya's horns, recalling a video game strategy. With determination, he charged forward, his brow colliding with Izaya's nose. A satisfying crack echoed in his ears as Izaya stumbled back, and Izuku followed up with another strike as they both fell to the ground. In the chaos, Makoto's foot connected with Izuku's ear, causing a ringing sensation that drowned out the world around him. He felt himself spiraling across the tiled floor until arms wrapped around him, slowing his descent. As the ringing subsided, a battle cry echoed through the air. Kaminari tackled Makoto while Shinso engaged with the recovering Izaya. Glass shattered as they spilled onto the street outside, leaving Izuku to refocus as Jdru's concerned face came into view. She spoke, but her words were muffled to him. He struggled to stay awake, his body aching and eyelids heavy. The urge to close his eyes felt overwhelming, like he was drifting into sleep. Later, Denki asked about Izuku's condition as a paramedic finished bandaging his cheek. She assured them that he would be okay and instructed them to stay put. Denki leaned against the ambulance, checking in on Shinso, who was picking at his own bandage. Jdru and Ishido approached, inquiring about Izuku's state. Denki gestured toward the stretcher inside, indicating that Izuku was sleeping. As they discussed the incident, Jdru expressed her anger at the attackers, while Shinso speculated they were just jealous. Ishido questioned why being quirkless was such a big deal, and Shinso replied that some people had too much pride. Just then, a groan came from the ambulance as Izuku stirred awake. He slowly sat up, struggling to maintain his balance. Denki smirked, recounting how Izuku had defended himself against 2 attackers. Izuku's stomach churned, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Denki quickly offered him something, but it was too late. Izuku lost his lunch into a cap bearing the Shiketsu logo. Denki's face fell as he realized it was his hat, but he reassured Izuku that it was fine and even encouraged him to keep it. Izuku, still dazed, expressed his gratitude for their support. Jdru reminded him that they would always have his back, while Shinso condemned the attackers for their disrespect. Denki then mentioned that the police were contacting Izuku's mother, which caused him to feel a wave of dread wash over him. Midoriya Izuku sat on a metal-framed bed, staring at the tiled floor. His vision finally focused, and his stomach settled, leaving only an aching head and a crooked neck. He opened his hand to examine a pair of pills. The doctor offered him a glass of water, and he quietly thanked her before taking the medicine. She remarked on his luck, noting that with a quirk like his and a kick that powerful, his neck was not the best combination. She leaned against the drawer, tucking her clipboard under her arm. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit sheepish. The doctor continued, saying she wanted him to return over the next few days to ensure he was healing properly. He agreed, and she cautioned him to be more careful around the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 workshop and to find someone to walk with during his commute to school. Checking her watch, she mentioned she needed to inform the principal that he was up and about. She tucked her hand into her lab coat's pocket and said she wanted to know if anything else happened. Izuku nodded, promising to keep her informed. The doctor observed him closely, noting his unusually cooperative demeanor. He asked if she often dealt with uncooperative students, and she cleverly shifted the topic, teasing him about being a heartbreaker one day. He chuckled softly and she found him cute, which made him stutter in surprise. She encouraged him to live life with a smile, and as she left, she playfully acknowledged his cleverness. As the door slid shut, a curtain was drawn back, revealing Kaminari Denki, who teased Izuku about flirting with Dr. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏. Izuku was taken aback, insisting he hadn't flirted. Kaminari, with a playful smirk, told him he should smile more and not look so gloomy. Izuku pointed out that the heartbreaker comment was likely sarcastic, but Kaminari reminded him that the doctor had called him cute. Kaminari relaxed on his bed, saying he was doing well, though he was unsure who would come to visit him. Izuku inquired about his parents, and Kaminari shrugged, uncertain if his mom would show up. Izuku then clarified he meant his injuries, to which Kaminari replied that he had barely been hurt compared to others. He mentioned that the springboard guy had hurt himself more than he did. Izuku suggested they shouldn't keep their parents waiting, and Kaminari agreed, not wanting to be alone in the room. Izuku explained that his mom had likely heard about his injury and would be rushing to see him, which made him anxious about her worrying. He invited Kaminari to come with him, and Kaminari readily accepted. As they walked down the hall, Izuku expressed his gratitude for Kaminari saving him, acknowledging it meant a lot. Kaminari nudged him, saying that was what friends were for. Just then, Dr. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏 appeared, asking what they were doing. Izuku mentioned they were heading to the teacher's office, and she playfully warned him not to miss any appointments. Kaminari saluted, promising to ensure Izuku got there, and Dr. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏 instructed him to drag Izuku if necessary. After she walked past, Kaminari jokingly apologized for calling her ma'am, which made her smile. As they entered the office, they found Shinso, Jiryu, and Ishido waiting. Kaminari reassured them that they were fine after one last examination. Jiryu expressed relief, and Izuku noticed Ishido fidgeting nervously. He sat beside her and asked if she was okay. She forced a smile, but he could see through it. He assured her everything would be all right, and she nodded, taking a deep breath and thanking him. Suddenly, they heard a hurried voice asking about Izuku's condition. Kaminari informed them that he was okay, cleared by the paramedics and their doctor. Just then, Mr. Himawari opened the door, revealing Midoriya Izuku, who rushed in, tears streaming down her face. She called out to Izuku, who stood up to greet her. She was frantic, asking if he was all right, and he smiled, assuring her he was fine. However, when she learned he had broken a boy's nose, he winced at the realization of what had happened. She gently caressed his cheek, asking about his head. How was Izuku feeling? He was better, though still sore. Izuku let out a breath, shaking her head as she recalled how close she had come to fainting when she heard the news. Izuku lowered his head, frowning and expressing his apologies. She shook her head vehemently, meeting his eyes and reassuring him that he had defended himself. Kaminari pumped his fist, declaring that the others had been the ones to pick the fight. Ishido echoed his enthusiasm. Izuku blinked in surprise, her gaze snapping to the group of friends. She realized she hadn't introduced herself and felt her face flush as she framed her face with her hands. The group smiled in response, and Izuku lifted his hand to introduce them. He named Shinso Hitoshi, Jiryu Kyoka, Ishido Mina, and Kaminari Denki, and then introduced his mother, Midoriya Izuku. The group greeted her, and Izuku bowed deeply, thanking them for defending her son. She stepped forward, shaking their hands and expressing how nice it was to meet them all. She paused at Jiryu and Ishido, complimenting their beauty and noting Ishido's wonderful eyes. Ishido blushed at the compliment. Inko turned to her son, expressing her happiness at his new friendships. She wrapped her arms around him before stepping back, noting how he seemed to have grown. She looked him up and down, her eyes widening in surprise, but she quickly clarified that it was in a good way. Kaminari smirked, teasing that Midoriya was quite wide. Izuku asked Kaminari not to say that, but Kaminari puffed his cheeks and playfully repeated the word. Izuku lifted his foot, causing Kaminari to cower dramatically. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and a long-haired man burst in, screaming at the sight of them. He wore a velvet dress shirt with a loose white necktie and dark breaths. 𝗓𝗪 stood up, calling out to her father in surprise. He smiled warmly, thrilled that she had called him Dad. She blushed, shaking her head as she approached him, explaining that she was fine and hadn't been hurt. Her father turned to the sitting students, asking if they were her friends. 𝗓𝗪 nodded, but he noticed the number of boys present and questioned it. Kaminari pointed at Izuku, trying to downplay his presence. Izuku, feeling the weight of the teasing, expressed his confusion about the joke. Ishido cheered, calling Izuku the wide broccoli boy, and they all joined in the laughter. Izuku sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the silliness. Inko leaned closer to him, whispering about the commotion. Kaminari gasped dramatically, thrilled to be considered a friend. Izuku clapped his hands together, signaling for them to settle down. Then, another man rushed through the door, calling out for Denki. He wore a sweater and jeans, with slicked back hair that had a streak of gold. Kaminari, startled, tipped over in his chair, causing a commotion. Izuku reached out to help him up, and Kaminari's father approached, explaining that his wife had called and was delayed. Kaminari blinked in surprise, and his father helped him to his feet. He then turned to Izuku, extending his hand and introducing himself as Kaminari Tadaki. Just then, Mr. Himawari stepped into the doorway, commenting on the chaos. 𝗓𝗪's father muttered about his presence, prompting 𝗓𝗪 to apologize for her dad's behavior. Another parent entered, her curly pink hair styled with an undercut. She greeted Ishido warmly, and a final man stepped in, yawning. He looked tired but was greeted by his son, who joked about his father waking up. The atmosphere was lively as everyone exchanged greetings. Principal 𝗓𝗄𝐴 soon arrived, calling for everyone to take a seat. Once settled, she explained that they were gathered to discuss the incident involving the 5 students earlier that day. She reassured them that their children's names would remain confidential, despite the media's interest. 𝗓𝗄𝐴 continued, clarifying that the incident did not involve students from Shiketsu but rather from Isamu Academy, who had encountered Izuku during their visit. Izuku leaned back, muttering about not knowing much about that school. Principal 𝗓𝗄𝐴 mentioned that the students involved would be referred to by their code names, Springtrap and Goatman. 𝗓𝗪 coughed, trying to hide her reaction. Concerned, her mother asked if she was okay. 𝗓𝗪 straightened up, insisting she was fine. Tadaki raised a hand to ask about the use of code names, and 𝗓𝗄𝐴 explained it was to protect their privacy. She then held up a file report, indicating that the event had been investigated by the police and that she had a preliminary report to share. Statements were taken from each of the conscious students and staff members of the eatery. Backed by security footage and witness testimony, it was clear that Springtrap and Goatman instigated the fight, dragging Mr. Izuku from his seat and holding him up by his collar. Kyotoku asked why this had happened. The response was that Mr. Izuku, as a quirkless individual, had earned his way into Shiketsu High School, and that seemed to be the sole reason. Without their statements, there was no further reasoning to provide. His face contorted in disbelief at the idea that they were jealous of the kid and had picked a fight. It seemed ridiculous to him. The speaker acknowledged that it was very unbecoming of hero course students. Kyotoku added that the fact they were from the hero course made it worse. However, it was important to clarify that while they instigated the fight, Mr. Izuku was the one who threw the first punch. Before anyone could respond, she held up her hand for silence and continued. A transcript was created from the recovered footage and testimony, and it was noted that what Goatman had said was highly inappropriate, liable to be considered fighting words under law, allowing the school to defend Mr. Izuku and possibly push towards a case of self-defense. She coughed, expressing that she didn't feel right sharing those words. She held out a sheet of paper for Ms. Midoriya, who took it and read it over, preferring that it not be shared. In response to the clear insult towards his mother, Mr. Izuku had headbutt Goatman, resulting in a broken nose for Goatman. Katashi whistled, and a light gasp escaped Minako's lips. Tadaki murmured in surprise, while Kyotoku chuckled, noting that when someone insults someone you love, you have to do something about it. When Goatman fell, Springtrap struck Mr. Izuku on the side of his head. Fortunately, his injuries were minor, a mild concussion and lesser whiplash. The speaker turned to Inko, explaining that Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 assured her that his symptoms would subside over the course of 2 weeks at most, with improvement expected by the end of one. Inko gripped her son's arm, sharing a look with him. The speaker clarified that the involvement of the other students began at this point. Mr. Denki wrestled with Springtrap while Mr. Hitoshi confronted Goatman. Springtrap seemed to panic in response to Mr. Denki and attempted to leap away, but instead crashed through a window with Mr. Denki attached to him. He received multiple stitches and was now resting in the hospital, while Mr. Denki was lucky to have only sustained minor cuts. During their confrontation, Goatman had punched Mr. Hitoshi, coming very close to breaking his nose. In response, Mr. Hitoshi utilized his quirk, Brainwash, to subdue Goatman. The speaker emphasized that Mr. Hitoshi had to act, as Goatman's quirk made him considerable in strength and dexterity. The paramedics made it clear that Mr. Hitoshi was fortunate. He could have sustained injuries similar to Mr. Izuku's. Utilizing his quirk had protected those around him and himself. Ms. Mina had also used her quirk to protect Mr. Izuku from his fall. The speaker noted that Mr. Izuku, Denki, and Hitoshi were treated at the scene and were quite well and healthy, while Ms. Mina and Kyoka had not sustained any injuries. Her focus shifted back to Ms. Midoriya and Mr. Izuku, asking if they would like to press charges against the two instigators. There was a moment of silence as Izuku and Inko exchanged looks, a silent conversation passing between them. After a deep breath, Inko slowly nodded, indicating they did not wish to pursue charges. There was a chorus of surprise from both students and parents. Inko reiterated that they wanted Isamu and Shiketsu to handle the punishment. Principal 𝗂𝐭𝐴 smiled, stating that the two would be denied access to the visitation program, any applications made by them would be denied, and they would be barred from the area, both school grounds and the city around them. She added that she was certain Isamu would suspend the pair, possibly leading to expulsion. With that settled, she informed the Midoriyas, Kaminaris, and Dshiras that they could leave as she needed to speak with the others further. Kaminari, Dshiru, and their parents expressed confusion at this. Izuku questioned why they had to stay. Principal 𝗂𝐭𝐴 frowned and took a deep breath, explaining that Ms. Mina and Mr. Hitoshi had utilized their quirks without express permission from a competent adult, which was considered a criminal act. Izuku nearly stood to protest, but she interrupted him, meeting his eyes with a warm smile, assuring him that his friends were not in danger, a point simply needed to be made. She gestured towards the door, allowing them to leave. Kaminari said they would wait outside, and Dshiru agreed, while Izuku confirmed they would join them shortly. Once the door swung shut, Shinso Hitoshi took a deep breath, shifting his focus back to the principal, who let out a breath of her own. She clarified that she was not punishing them for their actions, as they had done a good thing, and in another time, she would be congratulating them. However, they could not ignore the law or subvert it when it was convenient or necessary. She looked between Hitoshi and Ishido, acknowledging that they were first offenders, students of a hero course, and her students, which were mitigating factors. Katashi asked if that meant their kids couldn't be attacked criminally. The principal confirmed that Shiketsu would bear the brunt of any critiques. He expressed hope that could be considered a guarantee, to which she replied that, while this was a first offense, another would not be treated so lightly, especially if circumstances were different. The principal explained that Shinso Hitoshi and Ishido Mina might face suspension or possible expulsion. She emphasized that this was how their policies worked, and she was liable to follow them just like every student and teacher. No matter her opinion on the matter, This would be the future. Her gaze drifted to Hitoshi and Ishido, reminding them that she did not say this to discourage them from protecting or saving lives but to ensure they could protect themselves. A hero couldn't help anyone if they couldn't help themselves, and it was important to find someone to give them permission. Any competent adult can give permission, but it is generally better to find someone with authority, a member of the police or a hero. Hitoshi thought he understood. Ishido slowly nodded in agreement. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 smiled and then asked if they had any further questions. Katashi inquired if he could press charges, but Hitoshi quickly turned to his father, concerned. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 confirmed that he could, but Katashi met his son's gaze, hesitating before deciding against it. Minako stated she had no questions. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 took a deep breath, smiled and stood. She assured them that actions would be taken to protect their children and all other students. Minako responded affirmatively, taking 𝗂𝐭𝐴's hand, while Katashi returned the gesture with a nod. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 then asked Hitoshi and Ishido to guide their parents through the school. Hitoshi agreed, and Ishido followed suit. He stepped forward and opened the door, leading the group out of the principal's office. They walked down the hall in silence, the weight of the situation heavy on Hitoshi's shoulders. A glance at Ishido revealed she was feeling the pressure too. It felt as if there was static beneath his skin, and his father's gaze felt piercing. His focus shifted when he heard a commotion and hushed voices. Just before they rounded the corner, Hitoshi spotted Midoriya giving Kaminari a playful smack on the shoulder, causing the blonde to spin dramatically. Kaminari struck a pose, hands behind his head, while 𝗓𝗪 leaned against the wall, fiddling with one of her jacks. Midoriya walked to the other side of the hall, hands in his pockets. They all paused and turned to the group, greeting them. Katashi sighed, mentioning he remembered the way out and instructed Hitoshi to text him when he got to his apartment. Minako smiled and offered to accompany Mr. Shinso out, encouraging Hitoshi to join his friends. Hitoshi thanked his mother for coming and for her understanding. As the adults walked away, Hitoshi and Ishido exchanged glances with their friends, and a small smirk crossed Hitoshi's face as he remarked that they were not very helpful. The trio flinched at his comment, and Ishido giggled, finding it amusing that they had tried to help. 𝗓𝗪 protested, claiming they were worried and that she had been forced into it. Kaminari called out that 𝗓𝗪 had been just as curious. Midoriya, with a finger to his lips, expressed his relief that everything had worked out and asked if they were feeling okay. Hitoshi admitted he felt somewhat down, while Ishido rubbed her arm, acknowledging the fear they had experienced. Kaminari enthusiastically suggested that next time they should all use their quirks, noting that they couldn't expel all of them. 𝗓𝗪 quietly pointed out that they could. Kaminari urged her to be more positive. Midoriya mentioned that Principal 𝗂𝐭𝐴 had given them a loophole, and Hitoshi echoed that any competent adult could help. Ishido wondered if 𝗂𝐭𝐴 could get in trouble for that, to which Midoriya replied that it depended on whether anyone said anything. Kaminari added that it would only matter if there was something to say. 𝗓𝗪 asked about Ishido's parents, and she shook her head, unsure of how her mother would react. Hitoshi shared that his parents had strict rules about his quirk, joking that he was lucky Ishido's mom had been present, as his father might have reacted strongly otherwise. Kaminari noted that their meeting had been a bit odd, suggesting they would typically meet individually. Midoriya pondered if 𝗂𝐭𝐴 had done it on purpose to keep their parents calm. Hitoshi speculated that she might have engineered the situation, while Midoriya clarified it could also just be coincidence. Ishido smiled, hoping that 𝗂𝐭𝐴 was looking out for them. Suddenly, a growl interrupted the conversation, drawing attention to 𝗓𝗪, whose face turned bright red as she confessed she hadn't eaten anything. Kaminari teased her about being loud, only to be playfully jabbed by her earphone jack. Hitoshi admitted he was also feeling hungry, and Ishido agreed. Midoriya suggested hot pot for dinner, which excited Ishido. Kaminari questioned Midoriya's hunger, noting he thought he had already eaten, to which Midoriya explained that he technically hadn't. 𝗓𝗪 asked who would be paying, and Hitoshi replied that they would all pay separately. Kaminari humorously lamented the lack of character development in that arrangement. A relaxed demeanor and trust in his students allowed the crowd to mingle and bond. 𝗓𝗪 and Ishido had paired off with their partners while Shinso remained with his friend. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 greeted him enthusiastically, recalling his distinctive hair. She reached out, expressing her envy over its softness and inquiring about his hair care routine. Shinso, slightly taken aback, mentioned that he used shampoo with coconut oil. Kaminari chimed in, noting that he had heard coconut oil could be beneficial for hair. The trio paused as another purple-haired student approached, hands behind his back. Shinso acknowledged Shishikura-senpai, who advised against conversing with the opposing team, emphasizing the importance of developing strategies for the upcoming tournament. He asserted that they represented their classes and that their peers and families would be watching, insisting they could not treat the event lightly. With that, he turned and headed toward the workshop. Shinso felt compelled to follow, knowing he would face consequences otherwise. Kaminari wished him luck, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her belief that Shinso would eventually lighten up. With a smile, he bid them farewell and moved ahead. Kaminari, fiddling with an abandoned screwdriver, wondered aloud about Midoriya's whereabouts. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 admitted she didn't know. Kaminari then called out to a passing student, Fujimori, who startled at the sudden attention. After a brief exchange, Fujimori mentioned that he had last seen Midoriya in the testing range. As they made their way to the door, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 swiped her student card, activating the security system. The door slid open, revealing the familiar white-tiled room, except for the unusual sight of Midoriya hanging from the ceiling. His arm was caught in metal cuffs and leather straps, and he swung back and forth, attempting to reach a toolbox above him. Unfortunately, his efforts only sent tools clattering to the floor. Midoriya expressed his frustration, relieved to see his friends. He explained that he had been stuck for 20 minutes and urgently requested their help to free him. Kaminari rushed to the scattered tools, grabbing one at random, but Midoriya warned him against approaching with a knife. Instead, he suggested wire cutters, explaining that the 𝗧𝗪𝗔 was actually helping to distribute his weight. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pointed out the strap across his chest, prompting Midoriya to clarify that it was crucial for his balance. As Kaminari continued to joke about their height difference, Midoriya managed to free himself from the restraints. He explained that he had been trying to create items for their upcoming fight, aiming for a support role to assist his friends from a distance. He discarded the device he had been working on, admitting that he needed to rethink his approach to avoid being cornered in battle. Kaminari noted that Midoriya's grappling hook was a good idea, and Midoriya reflected on the challenges he faced with his design. After cleaning up the mess of tools together, they prepared to focus on their training. Midoriya led them to his station, ready to gather data on their quirks for further experimentation. Samples of your skin. Izuku paused after pulling out his stool, realizing how that sounded. He searched across his desk, finding a set of cotton swabs and vials, and decided to swab Kaminari. Kaminari blinked as Izuku rubbed 2 swabs across his forearms, surprised by the process. The swabs were dropped into 2 vials and sealed away. Izuku shrugged, expressing a longing for more information, but acknowledged the limitations of their current setting. He needed a starting point to understand how electricity moved through Kaminari's body. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then asked about her own analysis. Izuku nodded, explaining he needed to understand her mist. He set out a small bottle for her to breathe into and requested a swab from the inside of her cheek. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 complied, and soon, 2 samples were collected and sealed away in vials. She then took a vial and breathed in a colorful cloud. Izuku snapped his fingers, excited to set up tests for the samples while his teammates grabbed their hero costumes. He noted it would take time before they could start working on specific items, so they might as well handle any modifications to their costumes. Kaminari saluted enthusiastically, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 waved goodbye as they left Midoriya Station. Once alone, Izuku's expression turned serious as he focused on the samples. He thought about the mechanical-based and observational testing he needed to conduct, hoping the samples would last through the process. He tucked them away and prepared a centrifuge and other chemicals for analysis. When 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Kaminari returned with their costumes, Izuku gestured for them to lay them out on a nearby table. He examined 𝗧𝗵𝗲's outfit, noting the simple black catsuit with white cuffs and high-heeled boots. The collar had a firm metal band at the front, and the seams added a unique touch to the black fabric. He picked up a sleeve, remarking on the material's elasticity, which was designed to resemble leather. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 interrupted his thoughts, asking about the fabric. Izuku inquired about its composition, and she mentioned something about carbon nanotubes. He assessed the protection offered by the suit and suggested lowering the heel of her boots to improve stability, proposing to create a prototype for her to test. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled proudly, admitting she had become skilled in her boots, though she had stumbled a few times. Izuku nodded, considering lightweight protection for her vital areas, shoulders, elbows, and knees. Kaminari's costume caught Izuku's attention next. He observed its formal yet casual appearance, with an elastic black top that clung to his muscles and metal discs embedded in the shoulders, chest, and wrists. Kaminari explained that the diodes were meant to help control his quirk, preventing accidental activation. Izuku noted the white waistcoat with black lightning streaks and basic white breathes with embellishments. He asked if there was anything special about the rest of the costume, to which Kaminari replied that Shiketsu had a unity policy, limiting customization. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed disbelief at their discussion about costumes, declaring Kaminari's outfit iconic. Izuku suggested they add protective features similar to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's suit and expressed interest in testing the diodes. He then asked his teammates to suit up so he could observe their movements for armor design. As they left for the locker room, Izuku turned back to his station, adjusting vials and preparing notes for new tests. An unfamiliar feminine voice from a nearby station caught his attention, discussing a villain targeting heroes. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 responded, questioning the girl's information. She lowered her voice, sharing that the villain was only going after heroes, which sent a shiver down 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲's spine. The look on her face made her laugh. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 groaned, feeling a bit irritated. She insisted that she wasn't making things up, but he questioned why she wasn't more concerned. She responded incredulously, suggesting that if someone like that was involved, then they surely had someone like 𝗕𝗏𝗍 on the case. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 pointed out that 𝗕𝗏𝗍 was teaching at 𝗬𝗧, but she doubted that would prevent him from getting involved. With the top heroes being who they were, she felt confident that it wouldn't be a problem. Izuku gritted his teeth as he pushed a vial into place with a crack. Taking a deep breath, he held back a sigh and shook his head, walking away from his station. He called out to 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲, who blinked in surprise. Izuku asked her to tell Kaminari or 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that he had gone to grab a drink. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 seemed confused, but the girl offered to relay the message. Izuku smiled, though confusion lingered in his eyes. He introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku, and she introduced herself as 𝗬𝗁𝗁 Setsuna. She grinned, commenting that he was pretty plain-looking. He pointed out her green hair and sharp teeth, shrugging as he noted they were just stating the obvious. She chuckled, appreciating the humor. As Izuku walked out the double metal doors and down the hall, he found a corner of vending machines. He shoved a few yen into one, pondering where he had heard that he was plain before. With a button pressed, he thought about how nothing could go wrong with 𝗕𝗏𝗍 on the case. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he smacked his palm against his forehead, feeling frustrated with himself. He reminded himself to stop blaming 𝗕𝗏𝗍, who was the #1 hero. Just because he had said something Izuku didn't like didn't mean he could slander his name, even in his own thoughts. He picked up a can of coffee, murmuring about being surrounded by heroes in training. If only he had a quirk, he thought, sliding down the wall to the ground. He chuckled at the thought of not being himself, but then a half-smile crossed his face as he acknowledged that he wasn't useless anymore. However, his expression fell again as he stared at the branding on the can, wishing things were different. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 called out to him, and Kaminari chimed in, teasing that they were all dressed up for him. Izuku took a deep breath and jogged down the hall with a smile, saying he was coming. Kaminari playfully complained about not getting anything, and Izuku handed him the coffee. Kaminari blinked in surprise, but Izuku insisted it was fine and that they had work to do. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked if he was okay, to which he responded with a confused smile, wondering why she asked. She giggled, noting that it was the most she had ever heard him talk, which seemed insane to her. Kaminari joked about being a role model, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned if his throat was dry. Izuku smiled, assuring her he was fine and gestured for them to follow him. He led them back into the workshop, ready to start with some flexibility tests. As they entered, Kaminari commented on Izuku's design for a mannequin, which was wrapped in a harness similar to those used in climbing and parachuting. The design included a strapless black belt with a grappling system and pressurized gas canisters on the back. Kaminari coughed, trying to clarify his earlier comment about Izuku being an S, but Izuku pointed out that repeating it didn't help. Kaminari then asked where Kami-senpai was, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 jogged up, apologizing for being late after talking to her homeroom teacher about her grades. Kaminari expressed relief at not ranking last in midterms, feeling that 15 was pretty good in his book. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 exclaimed that she received the same rank as someone else, and a light seemed to envelop them, prompting a connection between the two. They turned to their inventor, wondering about his rank. Midori, who ranked 5th, expressed his confusion about the brightness surrounding them. Senpai sighed in response. Kaminari then asked what they were testing that day. Izuku, pleased with the question, began to stand up but noticed someone was using the testing range. He sat back down, apologizing to Kaminari and indicating that they would start with Senpai instead. Senpai gestured toward a mannequin, curious about Izuku's latest project. He explained that the grappling system had collapsed due to its wrist-based design, and he was struggling to find a solution that wouldn't complicate things further. He mentioned that he had adjusted the design to be more manageable and cost-effective. Kaminari admitted he hadn't considered the maintenance aspect before. Izuku explained that it was crucial to create items that others could repair and maintain, rather than making them overly complex. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted that Izuku sounded like a business course student, to which he replied that they shared a class and that understanding business was essential for manufacturers. Izuku mentioned that the waist design of the equipment was closer to the body's natural center of gravity, making it easier to balance in the air. He had more ideas but decided to focus on Senpai for now. He distributed aprons, goggles, and respirators, preparing for their work. Kaminari playfully referenced a famous character, prompting Izuku to express his confusion. Kaminari adjusted his gear, and Izuku jokingly pulled on his goggles, causing a minor mishap. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 criticized the condition of the aprons, suggesting they should be customized or replaced. Izuku explained that they were his but that she could borrow them. Kaminari questioned why they were only using old gear, and Izuku promised to find something better. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her discomfort with the current aprons. Kaminari then pointed out that they hadn't discussed what they were testing. Izuku explained that they would be working with chemicals, specifically epoxy, foam insulation, and others, all of which were non-toxic but required protective gear. When Kaminari suggested waiting for the testing range to clear, Izuku proposed using the glove box instead. He returned with a glass chamber on a cart, which had sealed RBB gloves and a space for transferring materials. Kaminari was curious about the need for masks if they were working in the box. Izuku explained that accidents could happen, and safety was paramount. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was asked if she could create an illusion for their project, and she confidently agreed. Kaminari then raised a question about the drying time of the sprays. Izuku assured them that he had a theory about that. He turned to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and asked how much she knew about her quirk. She explained that she could create visual and auditory illusions from a mist that came from her mouth, recalling that it had been tested and was non-toxic. Kaminari echoed her question about gross stuff, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 clarified that it referred to chemicals and oils. Izuku confirmed that her quirk was entirely organic, made up of her saliva. He excitedly explained how her saliva contained water molecules that refracted light to create illusions, noting that they were unique organic cells reacting to her. Kaminari was intrigued but a bit confused, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 seemed to grasp the concept better. Izuku expressed disappointment that his explanation hadn't sparked more interest, reflecting on his choice of words. He then shared one final detail about how liquid molecules could become gas through heat, leading 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to question if her mouth evaporated her saliva. Izuku theorized that it might be the case, leaving them both in awe of the possibilities. Wouldn't that hurt? Kaminari wondered. Izuku considered the question and replied that it was similar to how Kaminari felt when absorbing electricity. Kaminari admitted that it didn't hurt him at all. Izuku explained that 𝗧𝗵𝗲's body was suited to her quirk, and her mouth could generate and manage the heat required for certain materials, which eased his concerns about the time it would take for solutions like epoxy resin to harden. He shrugged, admitting he wasn't a biologist. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 then asked if they could test it. Izuku hesitated, explaining that he wasn't sure how her tissue would react to heating a foreign material. When 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 pressed for a reason, he elaborated that her body was accustomed to reacting to substances it produced itself, making it possible that it wouldn't react properly to something foreign. He cautioned that testing in a non-medical environment could be dangerous. Kaminari interjected, reminding them that Izuku was creating something to help 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 shoot lightning. Izuku shook his head, clarifying that it was merely an item, machinery that wasn't vital to her as a person and could be removed or repaired if necessary. He emphasized that her body was far more important and should not be risked outside a medical setting. After a moment of thought, he suggested they could use a laser-designated thermometer, although they didn't have one on hand. He mentioned he could submit a requisition order. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 raised her hand, indicating she felt it was too much and that her curiosity didn't warrant such measures. Kaminari, confused, asked about the requisition order. Izuku explained that they didn't have a stockpile of every material or tool they needed, which Kaminari found unfortunate. Izuku argued that it made sense to avoid wasting money on unused items, explaining the process of making orders and returning leftovers. Kaminari remarked that the budget seemed tight, to which Izuku agreed, noting it wasn't his place to comment but it made sense. He chuckled, realizing they had drifted off topic, and suggested they start testing. With nods from his partners, the trio gathered around the glass box as Izuku pulled out his phone. He began recording, noting the testing of prototype one of a glamour support item, specifically a wood hardener, with the target being a minor illusion of a marble. He gestured to the airlock chamber of the box, and a panel slid open, releasing a colorful cloud into the center of the chamber. The cloud met a spray of resin, swirling and shifting until it formed the image of a marble. Izuku observed that there was no outward effect on the illusion. He decided to flick the object, ignoring Kaminari's suppressed laughter as he thumped the marble. The marble rolled, its shape distorting like a glitching image. He noted that while the illusion was maintained, a warping effect was occurring, questioning whether it was a result of the quirk or a weakness of the solution. The illusion floated for a moment before it popped, dissipating into a cloud and fading away. Izuku marked the variation as a failure. Kaminari sighed, realizing it would take a while to get results. Izuku agreed, and Kaminari offered to get drinks, asking if they wanted snacks. Izuku requested canned coffee and pocky, while 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 asked for green tea and melon pan. Kaminari cheerfully acknowledged their orders and headed off. Meanwhile, Mina stepped out of the testing range, shaking her hands to relieve the faint sting from the acid. It wasn't enough to cause her distress, but juggling was out of the question for now. Spotting Izuku, she noticed him sitting on a stool, sipping a canned coffee, seemingly lost in thought. A smirk formed on her face as she quietly approached him from behind. With a playful shout, she grabbed his shoulders. Izuku jumped in surprise, spilling coffee onto his apron. Mina stifled her laughter, apologizing for startling him. He adjusted his apron, greeting her with a hint of embarrassment. Mina noted that he seemed low on energy, and Izuku explained they were taking a break, having lost focus after the 10th test. Curious, Mina asked where 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 and Kaminari were. Izuku mentioned that 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 was catching up with her classmates, while Kaminari was trying to flirt with her. Mina gasped, excited about the prospect of a budding romance, but Izuku pointed out that dating was likely against the rules. Mina dismissed his concerns, insisting that true love could overcome any handbook restrictions. Izuku expressed doubt, suggesting that suspension might be a consequence. Mina then turned the conversation back to Izuku, asking if he was taking a break as well. He explained that his quirk had its limits, and Mina checked in on him, confirming she was fine despite the sting from her quirk. Curious about his quirk, Mina teased Izuku, prompting him to ask about hers. She playfully nudged him, revealing that her quirk was acid, which allowed her to create acid anywhere and manipulate its properties. Izuku found it fascinating, and Mina continued to engage him, asking if he had ever considered getting a haircut. Izuku pondered the idea, admitting he hadn't thought much about it. Mina suggested he could pull it back into a ponytail, and he agreed that it seemed simple enough. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention, signaling that their break might soon come to an end. He grumbled as he tossed a gas mask onto the dolly and hopped onto a stool himself. Midori and Mina blinked at him, noticing his mood. He acknowledged them with a simple greeting. Midori asked if everything was okay, to which he replied that his partner was difficult to deal with. Mina teased him about being grumpy, and he shot back that his partner was more like a stick in the mud. Mina laughed, encouraging him to express his feelings more openly. Shinso growled, pulling out a pamphlet and shoving it into Midori's hands, insisting he look at it. The pamphlet was titled, "Your Quirk is Dangerous. What to Do and Not to Do in Today's Society." Mina's expression twisted in disbelief, recalling that it was something handed out to children in primary school when she developed her acid quirk. Shinso was frustrated, explaining that he had confided in his mentor about his quirk, only to receive this pamphlet and a lecture about its dangers. He sighed, mentioning that his mentor was aware of a recent fight and had used specific examples that made him uneasy. He warned his friends to steer clear of his mentor, who would likely overwhelm them with information as well. Mina pointed out that Midoriya didn't have a quirk, which made Shinso's concerns seem misplaced. He explained that Midoriya had been involved in a fight while wearing a Shiketsu uniform, which had sparked rumors. Mina hadn't heard anything about it, and Shinso shrugged, suggesting that the news was focused on bigger stories, like the hero killer who was targeting heroes. Midoriya changed the subject, asking if it was alright for Shinso to be talking to them given his mentor's attitude. Shinso waved off the concern, saying his mentor was taking things too seriously. He gestured toward the distance, indicating that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was currently engaging with his mentor, likely teasing him. Kaminari shuffled into the group, looking troubled. Ishido asked what was wrong, but Kaminari brushed it off. Mina tried to comfort him, leaning in to share a rumor she had heard about 𝗬𝗲𝗏, which made Kaminari roll his eyes, dismissing her joke. Shinso chuckled at the exchange, teasing Kaminari about his romantic interests. Midoriya's expression shifted as he noticed something in the distance and suddenly pulled Shinso down just as Shishikura raised his head, looking for someone. Midoriya called out that the person Shishikura was looking for had gone to the restroom. Shishikura scowled, demanding to know when he had left, but Midoriya could only shrug in response. With a frustrated huff, Shishikura stomped off toward the metal doors. Once the doors closed, Midoriya instructed Shinso to sneak back toward the far wall and make his way back through the computers. Shinso thanked Midoriya, who reassured him that he still had to deal with his mentor. Kaminari commented on Shinso's ability to lie smoothly, joking that he was a heartbreaker. Midoriya, narrowing his eyes, threatened to kick Kaminari's shins for his teasing. Kaminari and Midoriya picked up a strange contraption, which was a heavy device resembling a gauntlet with metal, wiring, and a long rod. It looked bulky and complicated, clearly not designed for someone with a normal physique. They carried it into the range and set it onto a pre-raised platform. Denki remarked on the weight of the machine, complaining about his bruised ankle. Midoriya shot him a flat look, insisting he hadn't kicked him that hard. Denki smirked, claiming his feelings were emotionally bruised. Midoriya asked Kami-senpai to wait outside with Mr. Abraham, explaining that the experiment could be dangerous and it was better to have fewer people in the room. Kami-senpai agreed, expressing concern for their safety before leaving. Once she was gone, Denki turned to Midoriya, seeking reassurance that they would be fine. Midoriya assured him that as long as they were careful, everything would be okay. He then contacted Mr. Abraham, asking if he could start the recording for their experiment. Mr. Abraham confirmed he was ready, and Midoriya began his notes for the testing of the lightning gauntlet. He explained that the device was not yet suitable for on-user testing and that they would be determining the limitations of its components. As he prepared the equipment, he ensured that both he and Kaminari were safe behind protective barriers. He detailed the setup, including the target for their experiment, which was a sheet of silver alloy. It was placed a meter from the device. Denki felt his heart quicken and a static sensation on his skin as he prepared for the task ahead. Midori nodded, indicating the countdown for the short discharge. Denki acknowledged the signal, ready to unleash his power. As Midori counted down, Denki focused on generating his lightning, feeling the tension build. Light erupted from his skin, bouncing off the RBB and leather apron. The energy surged from his back, legs, and arms, creating a dazzling display. His hair stood on end, crackling with energy. The heat and crackle of plasma surrounded him as he reached the peak of his charge. With a final surge, the lightning shot from his arms and was absorbed into the cables. When Midori called out the end of the countdown, Denki grinned and stepped out of his chamber, eager to hear the results. However, Midori's frown dampened his enthusiasm. The capacitors had taken the discharge but failed to redistribute the energy effectively. Midori rubbed the back of his neck, contemplating the next steps as he observed the damage to his chamber. Denki sighed, feeling the weight of the setback. Midori reassured him that it was part of the process, though Denki wished they could have succeeded on the first try. Midori noted the failure in his records but remained optimistic, suggesting they could try again tomorrow. Denki encouraged his friend, reminding him not to be too hard on himself. He pointed out that at least nothing had exploded, prompting a chuckle from Midori. Their banter continued, lightening the mood as they discussed their progress and the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Izuku worked diligently on a new design for Kaminari's hero costume. He adjusted the white top he was creating, inspired by Kaminari's original outfit but with modifications. The sleeves were shortened, and protective wires shaped like lightning adorned the fabric. Izuku reflected on the nature of hero costumes, considering how most heroes didn't wear overt armor. He took a moment to pull out a long black coat, decorated with lightning bolts that extended from the shoulders down the front and back. The coat was designed with insulated material and additional wiring, ensuring it would function well with Kaminari's abilities. Jiryu and Shinso arrived just as Izuku was finishing up. They commented on the design, affirming that it suited Kaminari's style. Their light-hearted conversation brought a smile to Izuku's face, even as he wondered why they had arrived earlier than expected. As they chatted, Izuku explained the purpose of his work, to enhance Kaminari's electric burst with the new top and coat, which would serve as both containers and funnels for his power. He mentioned the Frankenstein gauntlets, eliciting curious reactions from his friends. They joked about the name, and Izuku clarified the origin of the term, noting it was a classic English story. Their laughter and camaraderie filled the room, reminding them all of the challenges they faced together and the excitement of their shared journey as heroes. They had a metal-based 3D printer, and most of the parts had been in progress since a bit before school started. Jiryu raised her brow, curious about the timeline. He rubbed the back of his neck and admitted that he had designed it the night before, struggling to recall the details. He rolled in his stool, revealing a tarp-covered mannequin, and playfully announced that he wasn't ready to unveil it yet, saving it for Senpai. Shinso asked if he was going to cover up Kaminari's items, but Izuku shook his head, explaining that he only had one tarp and the gauntlets weren't finished. He suggested that they could stand in front of it, but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that foul-mouthed Senpai wouldn't appreciate it, especially with people finally arriving. Izuku turned to Jiryu, inquiring about her feelings regarding the upcoming tournament. She expressed that as long as she wasn't matched against Shishikura or Yarashi, she would be fine. When asked about Yarashi, she described him as an energetic guy who would likely dominate the competition, but hoped that the presence of the second years would balance things out. Izuku shared his thoughts on the field support role, acknowledging that Uemura wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it. He found the concept interesting but felt the need to create more for his own safety, admitting that winning would be nice. Jiryu joked about needing to cover her ears when facing her, revealing her determination not to hold back. Izuku smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension about the field support role, realizing it might not be too different from what he was already doing, though he would be surrounded by more heroes. Kaminari interrupted, asking what Izuku was laughing about, to which Izuku casually replied it was just a joke. He greeted Senpai and Kaminari, preparing for the reveal of the mannequin. He warned Kaminari not to look at it, claiming it wasn't finished yet. Kaminari seemed captivated, and Izuku compared it to a tempting candy bar that wasn't necessary. Utsushimi found the interaction a bit strange, but Izuku moved on, announcing that they had an upgrade for Senpai. He pulled at the tarp, which got stuck momentarily before he managed to unveil the mannequin. It wore a version of Utsushimi's catsuit, enhanced with noticeable armor and sleek design. Small frosted segments adorned the suit, adding a stylish touch without overwhelming it. The cuffs had been subtly redesigned, hinting at new functionality. Izuku demonstrated the new features, showcasing LED lights that changed colors. He admitted he had gotten bored and thought 𝗧𝗵𝗲 might like the addition. She enthusiastically approved, eager to share it on social media, despite the media embargo. Izuku then explained how to use the cuffs, demonstrating the process of removing and putting them on. He reassured 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that the padding in her sleeves would make it comfortable. When Kaminari was ready, Izuku showed how to activate the cuffs, which clicked together around Kaminari's wrists, forming HNDCFFS. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was amazed, and Kaminari grinned at the unexpected twist. Izuku explained that pressing the button twice would set a timer, allowing for quicker application in a hectic situation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took a picture of the cuffs, excited about the new tool. As Kaminari mouthed a playful remark, Izuku prepared to get the key for the cuffs, ready for the next phase of their project. To unlock, the slot was in the same place as where the buttons would be, and with a turn, it was done. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her excitement, impressed by the creation. Izuku explained that he had combined the workings of an interlocking metal bracelet, an oven timer, and a slap-on watch, conceptually, not physically. He rubbed his arm, surprised by their enthusiasm. Kaminari affirmed that it was really cool, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed, yawning as they all felt the fatigue setting in. Izuku fought off another yawn and decided he needed coffee. Just then, a beep indicated that the print was finally done. Kaminari encouraged him to go grab it, confirming it was UCC. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 unzipped the catsuit from the mannequin, eager to try it on. Izuku, still battling yawns, encouraged her to do so, as he needed to know if any adjustments were necessary. Izuku wrapped a measuring tape around Kaminari's forearm, noting the information. He explained that this would serve as a minimal baseline for the fitting, and the design was meant to be adjustable. Off to the side, soldered circuit boards and wires were carefully laid throughout a gauntlet base, each version and color collected and neatly placed. He proposed that to activate the gauntlet, it could use a simple pulley-like mechanism attached to the fingers. Kaminari was intrigued, suggesting a specific hand gesture could work. Izuku quickly dismissed an inappropriate idea and encouraged a more suitable gesture related to their physics lesson. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 arrived, showcasing her new costume with flashing lights, which Izuku acknowledged. She asked for the key, revealing that Shishikura was stuck in her cuffs. Kaminari chuckled, hoping Shinso had taken pictures. Izuku passed her the key, and she jogged back, excited about her costume. Kaminari admired it, while Izuku continued measuring his friend's hand. Izuku took a power drill and tightened the final bolt into place, completing the top of the gauntlet with a shiny plate. A trapezoidal slot lay around the midpoint of the gauntlet, and after slipping the pulley armature onto his fingers, he made the activation gesture. A copper-gold rod shot out before he relaxed his hand, reversing the device. He brought the underside of the gauntlet close to the top, clicking them into place before tightening a few screws to secure the unit. He pulled on 2 tabs to separate the components, admiring his work. He realized that while it looked nice, it wasn't quite ready for shooting lightning. He examined his invention, noting the closed-off system that activated in response to connecting to sensors on the other unit. Once registered, it would activate a pair of drills, forming the gauntlet. He contemplated the name of the device, deciding it needed a better title. He continued to work, hoping that his requisition order had gone through. Turning to the mannequin, he noticed it was now undressed. Kaminari was skipping about, dramatically showcasing his new coat. Izuku sighed, acknowledging that at least it fit. Kaminari expressed his excitement about the lightning bolts on the coat and his eagerness to shoot lightning. Izuku felt a tightening in his chest but appreciated Kaminari's enthusiasm. He placed the gauntlet into position, warning that it might not work as expected. Kaminari shrugged off the concern, insisting that he should be the one to be pessimistic, questioning what was different from last time. Izuku explained that he had learned a lot from the previous test, noting how lightning escaped collection and how the gauntlet hadn't captured enough. He emphasized that Kaminari was the most important part of the process, and the coat would help funnel his electricity into the gauntlet. Izuku cautioned Kaminari not to step into the testing range with overly high expectations, wanting to manage his friend's hopes. Kaminari reassured him that failure was part of the process, but Izuku still felt the weight of expectations. He admitted to feeling stressed about the upcoming tournament and the pressure of everyone watching. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, worried about embarrassing himself and his friends. Kaminari, ever the optimist, reassured him that they would all be embarrassed together. Izuku chuckled, noting that Kaminari's joke wasn't as good as the previous days. Kaminari defended himself, claiming that quality products take time to create, while Izuku pointed out that it was a terrible business model. J.Ru chimed in, teasing Izuku about already thinking of a startup in his first year. Ashido suggested a name for it, Green Mechanics Inc., which made Izuku question where she got that idea. They tossed around playful guesses, but J.Ru interrupted, sensing that Izuku was feeling overwhelmed. Kaminari confirmed that Izuku was just nervous, and when he reached out to pat Izuku's head, Izuku ducked away, insisting he was fine. Ashido leaned in, curious about Izuku's hair, while J.Ru playfully scolded her for bothering him. Izuku cheered for J.Ru, who blushed and told him to be quiet. Suddenly, Utsushimi joined them, and Kaminari teased her about only accepting Kami-senpai. Izuku seized the opportunity to escape, ducking under a workbench and emerging victorious. Ashido commented on how that suited him, while J.Ru agreed that commitment could be intimidating. Utsushimi looked confused, prompting Izuku to ask everyone to ignore their antics. Kaminari Denki was grinning widely as he adjusted the snug white gauntlet on his forearm. He glanced over at the testing range's terminal, where Midoriya was preparing for their test. Midoriya confirmed they were only testing one gauntlet, which Denki found acceptable. Mr. Abraham's voice came through the terminal, confirming their presence. Midoriya began the recording, explaining that they were testing the redesigned Franken gauntlet, which had been modified for better control of electric dispersion. Denki was excited, ready to shoot lightning. As the countdown began, Denki took a deep breath and focused. When he activated the gauntlet, electricity surged from his skin, creating a powerful connection. He felt the energy travel through him, and for a brief moment, it felt like his forearm was a dead zone, with all the electricity funneled into the gauntlet. The sensation was exhilarating, but it quickly turned painful as the power surged. Denki let out a startled exclamation as the energy abruptly cut off. Midoriya rushed to check on him, concerned about the gauntlet's malfunction. Denki felt a sharp sting at the tip of his finger, but he reassured Midoriya that it wasn't too serious. He shared a story about getting struck by lightning as a child, which had been far worse. Midoriya, still incredulous, suggested they save that topic for later. Denki explained that his quirk provided him with some resistance to burns, and Midoriya advised him on how to treat it properly. Just then, Mr. Abraham entered the range, worried about the commotion. Denki waved him off, assuring him that he was fine. Kami-senpai, however, expressed her concern, playfully scolding him for scaring everyone. Despite the shock he had just experienced, Denki felt a sense of camaraderie with his friends, knowing they would always have each other's backs. A minor issue, at least, was suggested. They could use the sink and some aloe to ease it immediately. Mr. Abraham slowly nodded, acknowledging the situation. He turned to Denki, gesturing to his hand and inquired about his condition. Denki responded that he was fine, assuring Mr. Abraham that it didn't hurt too badly when touched. Mr. Abraham concluded that he could overlook the lack of communication but mentioned the need for better safety materials. Midori nodded in understanding. Denki noticed a slight frown on Kami-senpai's face, which Mr. Abraham also observed. He reassured them that it wouldn't be much of a lecture, just a bit of scolding. He then asked Ms. Utsushimi to tend to Denki and advised him to see the nurse if the pain returned or worsened, suggesting that it could wait until after class if he preferred. He explained that he would have a brief conversation with Mr. Midoriya, and they would soon resume their activities. Denki agreed, followed by Kami-senpai as they left the range. Kaminari Denki wasn't the smartest person in any room. He would be the first to admit it and the first to feel offended by such an admission. However, No one needed to be particularly intelligent to sense the tension in the air. It all began with a casual conversation between 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵 and 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝗲. Most of it was inaudible, but the last part caught Denki's attention. The sports festival was in just 2 days. He had never thought of silence as loud before, but today felt different. Everyone seemed to be affected by the sudden realization, creating a surprising steadiness amidst the rush. Sure, a shaky hand caused a tool to drop, and a hurried step nearly led to a stumble, but they appeared to be managing it, an organized chaos. Denki couldn't imagine how stressful it was for them. Just because the bottle was capped didn't mean it had stopped leaking. The hero course students had it relatively easier. They were already trained in their costumes, and the new additions weren't too overwhelming. The tournament was certainly stressful, but it also served as an exciting test of their skills, even with the looming embarrassment of potential failure. This pressure was even greater for the second-year students. They had to consider that the sports festival would be attended by both families and representatives from their future careers. Internships were scheduled for the week following the festival, and certain heroes who qualified for Shiketsu's internship program would be present, eager to select promising candidates. While this was certainly stressful, it felt somewhat distant. 2 days was a manageable time frame, but the support corps students had only 1 day. Their projects needed to be completed and submitted for approval a full day before the festival. Tomorrow was the last day to test all projects. Midori was also under pressure. The lightning gauntlet wasn't finished, and it was the only thing left to do. Kami-senpai's costume had been updated, as had Denki's. The glamour item was complete and even tucked into perfume-like bottles to match Kami-senpai's stylish aesthetic. Then, Mr. Abraham had pulled Midori aside. He began to discuss Midori's requisition order, revealing that, due to the volatility of the device and Midori's record, the order had been denied. Midori was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Mr. Abraham explained that a meeting among the teachers had concluded that a high-powered laser was too dangerous to be entrusted to someone inexperienced. Despite Mr. Abraham's objections, he and other teachers had been outvoted. Midori felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He needed to come up with an alternative solution. After excusing himself from Mr. Abraham, he returned to his station, which had become cluttered with papers and notes, accompanied by a few cans of coffee. He rifled through the materials, murmuring to himself, lost in thought. A dark cloud of ideas seemed to swirl around him, creating an almost intimidating atmosphere. He was relieved that Kami-senpai couldn't see him in this state. His usual cheerful demeanor felt overshadowed. He pondered where his thoughts were leading him. Realizing he was in a funk, Denki approached and tapped him on the shoulder, asking about his plans. Midori looked at the propped-up lightning gauntlet and, despite the setback with the laser, mentioned that he still had the warhammer. He leaned against his station, rocking on his stool, contemplating how to turn this situation around. Midori reflected on the situation, acknowledging that while it might not be beneficial, it would certainly be cathartic. Denki concluded that there was no real plan in place. Midori rubbed his temples, expressing his confusion about Denki's quirk, stating that all he had learned from the samples was that Denki was essentially a living battery. Denki confirmed this, but Midori pointed out that it was something they already knew. Denki scratched the back of his head, admitting that he couldn't be of much help since he had never given much thought to his own quirk. Midori rocked on his stool, pondering the nature of Denki's abilities. Denki suggested that it was more like flexing than breathing, to which Midori agreed, noting that it was natural but sometimes deliberate. Denki then had an idea, comparing himself to the warhammer, an electric device that operated like a battery. Midori's expression shifted as he steadied himself on the stool, taking a deep breath before standing. He was willing to try anything at this point. Denki encouraged him, insisting they could figure it out together, although Midori muttered his doubts. Midori retrieved a short, black metal rod segmented into sections, resembling a katana hilt but more square. Denki admired it, but Midori dismissed it as just a glorified stick. Denki questioned whether they should be in the testing range, while Midori assured him he understood the warhammer's capabilities. Denki pointed out that the name was misleading since it wasn't exactly a hammer, to which Midori shrugged, explaining that he liked the name for its simplicity. With a twist of the hilt, the rod extended dramatically, transforming from the size of a forearm to that of a leg. Denki whistled in surprise. Midori explained that the warhammer was bound by the laws of mechanics and physics, unlike Denki's quirk, which defied those rules. He lamented that they didn't have time to change their course, as creating a new outline would take too long, and they were already pressed for time. Denki, trying to maintain a positive outlook, suggested they could still find a solution, but when pressed for details, he faltered. Midori, feeling frustrated, expressed his appreciation for Denki's positivity but struggled to see a silver lining. He lamented that their last attempt had failed, and despite their efforts, they hadn't achieved any significant results. He felt the lightning gauntlet was inadequate compared to their actual goal, likening it to a car without an engine. Midori paused, realizing he had let his frustration get the better of him. He sighed and leaned against his station, apologizing and stating he needed to take a walk. Denki, still processing Midori's words, followed him as the large metal doors swung shut behind them. As he pushed open the doors, he encountered Cammy, who asked if everything was okay. Denki took a moment to think before assuring her that he was working on it. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, asking her to inform others that they would be back soon, before moving past her in search of Midori. After a short walk, Midori stood at the sink, water running over his hands as he gazed into the swirling drain. He reflected on how one fight had disrupted everything. He recalled someone he knew who frequently got into fights but still made it into you. Because of his impressive quirk. Midori smiled weakly as he remembered how that person, despite his roughness, had also stood up for others. He took a deep breath, sharing that they had both dreamed of becoming heroes like All Might. Midori chuckled at the thought of himself as a hero, acknowledging how foolish it sounded. He reminisced about following Bakugo for years, enduring his bullying, yet hoping to absorb some of his potential. Midori shook his head, laughing at the futility of that dream, recognizing it as a mere pipe dream. Midoriya struggled to accept the reality of his situation, clinging to the hope that he could prove everyone wrong. He gazed into the mirror, recalling the words of All Might, who had told him he might not be able to manage it. Surprise crossed Kaminari's face as Midoriya shared his experience. He had asked All Might directly if he believed in him, only to be met with doubt. The weight of those words pressed down on him, making him feel as hopeless as everyone had claimed. He sighed, his voice losing its energy as he reflected on the harsh truth that if the #1 hero couldn't see potential in him, then perhaps he truly was worthless. Yet, a flicker of determination emerged as he reminded himself of his nickname, Deku, a title even his teachers had used. He explained to Kaminari that holding on to a dream for so long had drawn concern from others, especially adults who felt the need to express their opinions. No one truly believed in him except for his mother, until he found a friend in Kaminari. As he dried his hands, he expressed his frustration, fatigue, and confusion, leading him to question why Kaminari chose to be his friend. Kaminari took a moment to think before sharing that Midoriya reminded him of his father, a quirkless civilian married to a pro-hero. His father had dedicated himself to raising Kaminari while his mother fought crime, but the burdens she carried weighed heavily on their family. Kaminari described how his father had wanted to support her but was kept at a distance to protect him from the darker aspects of her life. This separation had caused pain and resentment, leading to their current situation of working through their issues in counseling. Kaminari continued, explaining that people had made choices for his father, placing him in a box and expecting him to be grateful, while he felt miserable and unheard. When Kaminari first saw Midoriya, he sensed a similar struggle within him. He admitted that their friendship had been a coincidence, but he felt a connection nonetheless. Midoriya blinked in surprise, a slow smile forming as he processed Kaminari's words. He teased that Kaminari's friendship stemmed from being a daddy's boy, prompting laughter from Jairu, who had overheard them. Kaminari playfully protested, wanting to keep their moment private. Midoriya felt embarrassed knowing others had heard their conversation, but he also felt lighter after sharing his thoughts. He expressed that he had never opened up like that before, and it felt good to release the weight he had been carrying. Kaminari encouraged him, suggesting that this could mark the beginning of a more confident Midoriya. However, Midoriya remained skeptical, feeling that his abilities still fell short. He stepped out into the hallway, confronted by a group of friends who had been listening in. Fujimori chimed in, assuring Midoriya that he could be whoever he wanted to be, and that he was proof of it. As he was pulled away by Fujimori, he teased that they would discuss the daddy's boy comment later. Jiryu, still laughing, struggled to contain her amusement, while Kaminari sighed, knowing the joke would linger. Ishido approached Midoriya and wrapped him in a hug, which caught him off guard. He awkwardly returned the gesture, feeling his face flush. After she released him, he turned to Jiryu, asking if she was done laughing. Jiryu wiped a tear from her eye, apologizing for eavesdropping, to which Midoriya playfully responded, acknowledging her reputation for gathering information. Ishido praised the idea of a new hero title for Jiryu, while Kaminari joked about the alternatives. Their light-hearted banter continued, bringing a sense of camaraderie and support that Midoriya had longed for. Utsushimi asked if he was okay. He gave a soft smile and admitted he felt relieved, though he sensed there was more he needed to express. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he reflected on how he might never get the chance to share his thoughts, knowing that his friends were heading to a very different place than him. He turned, balling his hand into a fist, and resolved that if he ever had the opportunity, he would need a stronger foundation. He couldn't face them without having achieved more, he thought, looking at Kami-senpai for support. She blinked at him for a moment before smiling brightly, encouraging him. Midoriya called out to Kaminari, reminding him that they had 33 hours until the sports festival. He pointed ahead, eager to tackle the challenging gauntlet so they could focus on productive work. However, his enthusiasm faded quickly, and he deadpanned his excitement. Utsushimi joined in with a cheer, and Kaminari echoed her enthusiasm. Midoriya Izuku approached his station, placing the lightning gauntlet before his partners. He explained that all the individual components of the gauntlet were functioning optimally, from sensors to limiters. He gestured between Kaminari and the device, noting that the communication between him and the tech had been fixed, and his costume adjusted. However, he admitted he had yet to create the perfect moment for lightning to strike. He explained that while they could easily electrically charge a metal target, it was impractical in a real combat situation. Kaminari pondered if there was anything they could do. Izuku explained that the laser was meant to ionize the air, allowing an electric current to pass through, but that option was off the table. Utsushimi tilted her head, curious if there was a way to ionize without the laser. Izuku elaborated that any air around an electric current becomes ionized, but the challenge lay in the distance. He reminded them that higher voltage led to more ionization, which was extremely dangerous and could fry the brain. The laser excited the air along the desired distance, and without it, they faced limitations. Kaminari suggested if it was possible to ionize the air and then move it. Izuku rubbed his chin, considering the idea. He estimated that ionized air might last between 30 and 300 seconds, which would provide ample time for a shot. He proposed using an air cannon but acknowledged they couldn't use a high-pressurized canister. He suddenly had an idea, recalling a toy. Utsushimi echoed his curiosity about the toy, and Izuku explained the concept of an air vortex cannon, which used a barrel with a hole and elastic material to shoot air. However, he noted that at the size they needed, it might not have enough range. He suggested that if they could expand the air within the barrel, perhaps they could compensate for that. Kaminari enthusiastically urged them to try it. Izuku agreed, stating they would need to adjust and reprint the gauntlet's top shell and frame, starting with plastic before moving to a lightweight metal. Utsushimi cheered, but Izuku reminded her not to get too excited, as she would mostly be observing while he worked. Kaminari pointed out that they had been doing that for a while, and Kami-senpai waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging it wasn't anything new. Izuku then declared it was time to get to work. At noon, Izuku began constructing the air cannon using PVC piping and a plastic disc cut into a donut shape. He fitted two pipes of different diameters together, securing one inside the other with a locking mechanism. The smaller pipe was attached to the donut, while the larger pipe had a RBB material connected to a rod. assembled the entire setup onto a basic vambrace made of fabric and straps. By 1:40 p.m., he was ready to test it. Izuku turned to Kaminari, fitting the brace onto his arm and explaining how to use the air cannon. He instructed Kaminari to fully extend his arm and position the cannon at a slant so it aligned with the web space between his index finger and thumb. The cannon extended from Kaminari's elbow to the tip of his finger. He demonstrated how to pull the knob like a slingshot or bow and arrow. Kaminari hesitated, finding it challenging to pull back. Izuku encouraged him to use his upper body strength. Taking a deep breath, Kaminari pulled back and released the knob. The elastic snapped, sending an 𝗵𝗃𝗁 spiraling into the air before it tumbled to the ground. Utsushimi clapped her hands in delight, while Izuku nodded, pleased with the design. He decided they would use a composite material, metal polymer, and run an electric current through it after fixing the gauntlet. At 2 p.m., he removed the metal plating of the gauntlet and separated its internal components. He changed into a welding jacket, gloves, and mask, preparing for the modifications. He cut away parts of the device to accommodate the extending rod and reinforced the frame with new armatures. A metal plate was cut to fit the hole atop the gauntlet and welded into place, with the soldering smoothed out. By 3:56 p.m., he had recreated the air cannon prototype using lightweight metal polymer pipes. He added a frame with soldering and bolts, fitting it with electronics like batteries and capacitors. After testing the electronics, the internal components lit up, and the hydraulics hissed as they functioned properly. He examined the air cannon, flipping it upside down to ensure everything was in order. At 5 p.m., Izuku held out the modified gauntlet toward Kaminari, asking if he was ready. Kaminari yawned but shook off his grogginess, assuring Izuku he was excited. The top and underside of the gauntlet clicked into place on his arm, and adjustments were made for his fingers to fit into the trigger armatures. Kaminari extended his arm, making the right-hand rule as the cannon slid into place, fully extending for the next phase of their experiment. 𝗕𝗁 remarked that it looked pretty cool. Kaminari confirmed that it fit nicely. Izuku took a deep breath, knowing it was time for the final push. Midoriya tapped on the terminal, stating that recording was beginning. He and Utsushimi were once again locked into a plexiglass chamber. He noted that they were testing Prototype 2 of the Stein Gauntlet item, previously referred to as the Lightning Gauntlet and Franken Gauntlet in earlier notes. Utsushimi complimented the name, and Midoriya gave a thumbs up, explaining that the safety, observation, costume, targeting, and activation perimeters were the same as before, with further details available in previous notes. He yawned, mentioning that he was very tired and asked if everyone was watching. Kaminari was ready, fingers poised over the fire extinguisher button, while Mr. Abraham called out to Ms. Ishido. Shinso confirmed they were watching, and Jiraiya requested that they not blow up. Midoriya encouraged Kaminari to get ready, and with everyone prepared, he began the countdown. Kaminari drew back on the elastic knob as electricity surged from his body. The sparks were absorbed and directed into the Stein Gauntlet, which glowed and came to life, an arc of golden light dancing between his fingers. He released the knob, and a clap echoed as air shot forward, followed by a crack of electricity that struck the metal target, leaving a mark. Kaminari stared at the result, excitement building. Midoriya shouted for him to go again. Kaminari repeated the action, pulling on the knob and unleashing another bolt of lightning that struck the metal sheet. He pulled again, but nothing happened. His eyes widened, and he drew back once more, producing another crack. The pattern continued, alternating between successful discharges and moments of silence, each successful strike fueling his excitement. Kaminari's grin widened as he exclaimed his amazement. Midoriya celebrated their success, throwing his fists in the air and disabling the plexiglass chamber. Utsushimi hugged him, thrilled by the achievement, while Mr. Abraham praised their work. Kaminari called out to Kami-senpai, and Utsushimi laughed as they shared a high five. Midoriya sank to the ground in relief, feeling exhausted but accomplished. He thought about focusing on his grappling system but felt fatigue creeping in, deciding to deal with it later. Midoriya locked the white gauntlet into place on his left arm, feeling the new suit mold to him. It resembled a professional motorist's jumpsuit, colored in black and white, but with modifications for added protection and movement. He activated his grappling system, the maneuver belt, which interlocked with the suit. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 complimented his appearance, and Izuku blinked at the praise, unsure. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 chimed in, suggesting he would look better in green. Izuku laughed, noting that he wasn't planning to get into a fight, instead opting to use an illusion projector to stay out of harm's way while repairing gear if needed. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 agreed, expressing her lack of interest in fighting heroes, and they all acknowledged the training others had undergone. Izuku pondered whether he was overstepping his bounds as they walked away, when Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 called for him. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 sat at his desk, smiling as he lifted a piece of paper. He wanted to present it to Izuku, who approached with curiosity. The paper read, "A Field Support Internship." Izuku was intrigued, noting that the selection was not as broad as the usual internships but still worth considering. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 explained that not everyone was interested in this opportunity, so he decided to let students choose individually. He assured Izuku that he would receive the same educational credits as a regular internship, but instead of working with a support company, he would engage with a hero agency. Izuku contemplated the offer, feeling uncertain about his fit for such a role. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 encouraged him, recognizing his hard work and potential to succeed anywhere he tried. Izuku smiled at the compliment but was still unsure. Curious about the options available, Izuku asked for more details. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 mentioned that Shiketsu had reached out and that he had used some of his old connections. He also noted that he had attempted to involve the 𝗕𝗏𝗏 agency, but Ingenium was currently occupied with an important police operation. Izuku's interest peaked at the mention of Sir Knight Eye, and Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 confirmed the connection to 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐿, a good friend of his. Izuku found this revelation fascinating, though Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 seemed to expect a more enthusiastic reaction. As the conversation continued, Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 reminded Izuku that preparations for the off-campus site were underway, urging him to gather his belongings. Izuku acknowledged this and returned to his station, reflecting on the impressive list of heroes associated with the internship. He considered the challenges of working with top-level pros, imagining the responsibilities that would come with it. The thought of being a quirkless intern weighed on him, leading him to believe he might be better suited for a support company. Just then, the workshop's metal doors creaked open, and a girl with raven hair entered. She informed Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 that the buses were ready for departure. After she left, Izuku's classmate 𝗬𝗓𝗏 commented on her appearance, catching Izuku off guard. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 then shifted the conversation to Izuku's friendships with Ishido and Jiraiya, asking about their interests and relationships. Izuku felt overwhelmed, realizing that this was their first real conversation. He suggested that 𝗬𝗓𝗏 ask 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻, who would know more about the girls. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 explained that it was best not to discuss other girls with friends, especially if they were close. He then expressed his discomfort with 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻's quirk, which made Izuku feel guilty for not being more supportive. As the conversation continued, Izuku attempted to shift the focus back to his work. However, an unexpected jolt from his warhammer startled him, causing him to jump. Both 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 expressed concern for his well-being. Izuku reassured them that he was fine but decided to visit the nurse's office to be safe. He bravely declined 𝗬𝗓𝗏's offer to accompany him, wanting to avoid any delays for their group. Once outside, Izuku felt a pang of guilt for worrying his classmates. He resolved to apologize to Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 later. As he walked to the nurse's office, he opened the door to find Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Yaoyorozu waiting for him. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 greeted him, and Yaoyorozu recognized him as well. Izuku introduced himself, feeling a bit shy but eager to make a good impression. Yaoyorozu smiled, having heard about him from their mutual friends. That made him a bit worried. Yaoyorozu assured him that all was well. He asked her what she was up to, and she explained that she was picking up some medical supplies for the off-campus trip. Even though they wouldn't be gone for long, she didn't want to risk being unprepared. He nodded, agreeing that it made sense. She expressed her belief that it was part of her duties as class president, and he acknowledged that her classmates were likely grateful to have her in that role. Her tone warmed, and a hint of pink touched her cheeks as she expressed her hope that they appreciated her efforts. She bowed slightly before heading toward the door, reminding him that the buses would depart in about 20 minutes. He confirmed that he would be there. Dr. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 interrupted with a cough, asking what was wrong with him. Izuku explained that he had accidentally shocked himself with a taser device but realized that his suit was insulated, meaning the pain he felt was likely just a placebo effect. She looked at him flatly, clearly skeptical. He glanced away, explaining that he had been trying to escape a conversation and needed something convincing. She criticized his approach as extreme, and he shrugged, insisting she didn't know the context of the conversation. He stepped closer, wanting her medical opinion on his hand. Although his glove was insulated, he wanted to be sure everything was fine. She blinked in surprise, asking if he had really shocked himself. He clarified that it was more of a taser-like device. Her expression shifted to one of mild outrage as she instructed him to bring a chair over. He complied, thanking her as he sat down and removed his glove for her examination. She inquired about the conversation that had led to his predicament. He shifted in his seat, explaining that one of his classmates had been curious about some of the girls in the hero course. She asked if it had been inappropriate, and he noted that while it wasn't morally wrong, it might have been socially awkward. Dr. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 nodded, understanding his perspective. She applied pressure to his hand, asking if it hurt. When he replied that it didn't, she made a note on her clipboard and asked what he had told his classmate. After a moment of thought, he admitted he hadn't actually said anything. She praised him for defending their honor, raising her fist in a gesture of encouragement. Standing up with her clipboard, she informed him that she would clear him with a few conditions. He needed to report back if anything unusual happened with his hand and to avoid any more lies. Instead of risking bodily harm, he should find a better way to excuse himself from uncomfortable conversations. He agreed, and she tore off a note from her clipboard, reminding him that he had a trip to prepare for. He quickly took the note and rushed for the door, thanking her again as he left. Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 addressed the students, announcing that they would be on a 20-minute bus ride to Shiketsu's site beta, a mock city block. He laid down some ground rules, emphasizing the importance of keeping damage to a minimum. While the glass was tempered, they should avoid breaking windows, and the pavement and walls were still solid structures. He reminded them that it was a training site, not a playground. He then explained that since they wouldn't be engaging in combat training, their activities would be restricted to a single stretch of road. Crash pads and safety wires had already been delivered for their use. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 elaborated on the safety equipment they would be provided with, including headsets for communication and flare gun-like devices that would signal emergencies. He emphasized that these were not toys and should only be used as instructed. The students were instructed to separate into teams for the bus ride, with a reminder to maintain appropriate behavior. The students responded with a chorus of affirmations as they mingled and made their way to the buses outside the gymnasium. Izuku, Kaminari, and 𝗵𝗵𝗃 found seats near the front, right behind Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗄. The teacher checked in on Izuku's hand, and he explained that his glove had been insulated, which had likely caused the placebo effect. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 expressed relief that he was okay. Kaminari leaned in, curious about what had happened. Izuku shrugged, saying he had just grabbed the wrong end of a device. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 asked if he was all right, and he confirmed that he was fine, flexing his hand. He decided to change the topic, asking how their costumes felt. Kaminari shared his concerns about his coat tail wrinkling when he sat, while 𝗵𝗵𝗃 mentioned her preference for a sleek look, noting that her new costume didn't bunch up like her old one. Izuku suggested that the new padding might be the reason for the improved fit. Kaminari adjusted his gauntlet, expressing concern about its weight and the possibility of accidentally hitting someone with it. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 complimented Izuku's suit, while Kaminari playfully remarked that it was a bit bland. Izuku shrugged, noting that it wasn't designed for looks, but rather for functionality. Dress for the slide, not the ride. If this grappling system works, Izuku knew he would have to be extra careful. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 asked if he had a helmet, and Izuku blinked, staring off into space. He coughed and admitted that it was a great idea he wished he had thought of. Kaminari chuckled, teasing him about being extra careful, to which Izuku agreed. Small talk continued on the buses as they left the main building, filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. The Hero Course students were on their way to test their new equipment for the upcoming tournament, while the Support Course students prepared to demonstrate their creations under the watchful eye of Mr. Abraham. It wasn't an unusual situation, but the pressure was palpable. Today was significant. Their devices would finally be tested by actual heroes in training. As the buses approached Site Beta, the first support class gasped and gawked out the windows at the mock city block. Surrounded by a 10-meter wall, it looked like a normal city block, except for its isolation in a valley. Izuku thought to himself that it was just another day. The buses stopped momentarily before the main gates opened for their entry. Mr. Abraham stood up and addressed the students, explaining that they would have a quick demonstration on how to use the flare guns before being assigned sections of the road for practice. He instructed them to organize themselves and prepare for instruction. Mr. Himawari examined his clipboard and led Team 7 to a stretch of sidewalk in front of a 15-meter-tall building. He informed them that this would be their testing area and offered them crash mats, encouraging them to ask for more if needed. The students acknowledged his instructions, ready to test their gear and plan their demonstrations. Izuku explained his grapple system to his teammates, detailing the suit and belt he had designed. The suit was made of elastic material similar to a gymnast's leotard, and he had integrated a HRSS system to ensure comfort and safety. He described how the grapple launcher was now a set of 2 on either side of the belt, with controls on his glove and gauntlet to manage the grapples. Kaminari headed off to retrieve the crash mats while Kami-senpai turned to Izuku, asking how he felt. He blinked and replied that he was fine, wondering why she asked. She noted that he seemed different from when they first met, and he chuckled in response. Kami-senpai playfully reminded him that he had ditched her previously, and he apologized, surprised at her observation. She reflected on her own reasons for attending Shiketsu, admitting that she had initially chosen the school for its proximity to her home and the appealing uniforms. She had not planned on joining the Hero Course, having been in general studies until Mr. Himawari recommended her for the transfer. She shared her journey, explaining how a work-study at a children's center for kids of pro-heroes changed her perspective. The admiration in the children's eyes made her realize the weight of her responsibilities, prompting her to commit to her new path. Izuku listened intently, curious about her transformation. Kami-senpai emphasized that it didn't matter why they started, what mattered was their current actions. She encouraged him to stop being self-conscious and reminded him that he had his own journey to share. They both laughed at the lightheartedness of their conversation. Kami-senpai admitted to feeling guilty about eavesdropping on him and Kaminari, and Izuku joked that they were even now. She pondered how to make it up to Kaminari, considering sharing her story with him. Izuku suggested that she take him to the jazz cafe they had discussed, and she brightened at the idea, thinking of inviting her girlfriends from class as well. He was always eager to meet new people. She turned and jogged over, greeting Kaminari with enthusiasm. Izuku, without pockets, hung his thumbs on the sides of his belt and expressed his gratitude to Senpai for the kind words and to Kaminari for their friendship. Leaning against the nearby building, he wished his friend good luck. Shinso Hitoshi set his hero costume case on the nearby bench, and the clamps hissed as they slid open. Inside was his hero costume, an asymmetrical jacket, carbon fiber gloves, cargo breaths, and combat boots. There was also a utility belt, his support items, and a shoulder holster. The colors of his costume were muted violet, black, and accented with off-white. It lacked the individuality often seen in hero costumes, a consequence of Shiketsu's restrictive policies. While many found ways to add their own flair, Hitoshi's costume was purely practical. The only items that stood out were his support items. The third-year item resembled a normal gas mask but was a device capable of voice modulation called playback. Its function and design were more complex than Hitoshi had anticipated, featuring its own CPU and hard drive, and it could record and save limited audio clips. Although it lit up in violet, he felt that feature didn't quite fit his overall design. The first-year items were electrified 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sticks, straightforward in function and design. He activated them, and they extended, crackling with electricity as arcs leapt between the two. A basic display on the pommel of both showed their battery life at 100%. He considered the implications of using the taser sticks on his classmates, thinking it seemed a bit harsh. However, he recalled Midoriya's powerful weapon and decided to holster the sticks onto his back. Suddenly, Shishikura's voice echoed in the locker room, calling out to him. Hitoshi sighed and acknowledged his senior, who insisted he speak properly while wearing the costume. Hitoshi resisted the urge to argue and moved to leave, but Shishikura stepped in front of him, raising an eyebrow. Hitoshi managed to respond in a more formal tone, and Shishikura seemed satisfied, instructing him to follow as they needed to get to the buses. As they left, Hitoshi felt the stares of their classmates and wondered about Shishikura's serious demeanor, wishing for the day to be over. 𝗓𝗪𝗀𝗁𝗍 adjusted the helm of her vest, which had been enhanced by her support course teammate, Uemura. The fabric was now a blend of wires, fibers, and metals, giving her a unique look that combined rock, punk, and a touch of formality. Her sleeveless military parade jacket paired with durable breathes and a plaid slit skirt in salmon completed her outfit, along with combat boots and fingerless gloves. Her support item was a thin speaker system on her chest, integral to her combat style. Her jacks would plug in and amplify her heartbeat, allowing her to adjust frequency and volume to create powerful sound waves. However, she recalled a mishap during testing that nearly caused everyone's eardrums to burst. A voice interrupted her thoughts, asking if she had heard what was said. 𝗓𝗪 apologized and asked for a repeat. Sekigai Kashiko, a second year from Shiketsu, reiterated that their items and quirks lacked the flair for a flashy demonstration, except for hers. 𝗓𝗪 inquired about their plan, and Kashiko suggested they keep it simple at first, presenting their abilities in a professional manner without exaggeration, leading up to 𝗓𝗪's demonstration as the grand finale. Thunder clapped as she finished, bringing her hands together in a soft clap. Uemura cooed that it would definitely get their opponent's attention. Kyoka questioned if it was a bit much. Kashiko smiled, explaining that this wasn't just a demonstration for their teachers but also for their opponents, clarifying what would make them stand out during the tournament: technique, tactics, and well-aimed force. 𝗓𝗪 hesitated, admitting that this would be her first real fight and that her quirk wasn't really suited for this type of thing. She rubbed the back of her neck, hoping not to embarrass herself in front of everyone. When met with blank stares and silence, her face flushed. Kashiko giggled, finding it surprising that 𝗓𝗪 would have stage fright, as she had imagined her to be too cool for it. Leaning back in her seat, she acknowledged that jitters were reasonable, admitting to having them herself. Being in the spotlight was part of the job, even if they had a distaste for it. 𝗓𝗪 concluded that it was like performing on a stage, not that much different from a rock concert, though the mosh pit this time around would be quite chaotic. Ashido Mina reached out, twirling a lock of light brown fur with her index finger, prompting a playful request to stop. She giggled before stepping onto the sidewalk of the false street, looking down at herself. Her hero costume wasn't the splash of color she wanted. The catsuit was the closest she could get to her gymnast leotard goal, and sadly, it only came in black. However, she managed to add some color with a coat featuring elbow-length sleeves, a simple two-tone pattern in muted purple and turquoise, and a black fur collar. Her support items completed her costume: plum-colored boots and an off-white gauntlet. The boots and gauntlet could take her acid and eject it, with nozzles allowing her to slip and slide. The gauntlet, slightly bulky yet sleek, had 3 obvious orbs along the outside of her forearms to hold her acid. These orbs were made of a specially designed plastic that would burst upon impact, similar to a water balloon. Mina tucked her hands behind her back, wondering what they would do since Fuwa was out sick. Mora Nagamasa stated they would have to make do, as their quirks were well suited for demonstrations. Mina teased Mora about the shampoo, to which he responded that it was working fantastically. They agreed that demonstrating Fuwa's gadgetry would be challenging, but a basic audible presentation should suffice. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the air. Kami-senpai called out to Midoriya Izuku just before he crashed into a lamppost. An illusion of springs appeared along the post's length, causing him to bounce off and spin through the air. He skidded to a stop, his forearm grazing the pavement, and his butt smacked against the ground. Kaminari winced as he jogged over to his friend, asking how he was doing. Izuku responded with a strained acknowledgement of the pain. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 offered her concern, and Izuku assured them he would be fine as he rolled his shoulder and got back on his feet. He sighed, feeling that the building wasn't tall enough for what he wanted to do. Kaminari agreed, noting that obstacles like the ground and lamppost were significant challenges. Izuku expressed his longing for at least one good swing but realized he couldn't achieve it from this building. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 suggested swinging from building to building for more distance, while Izuku worried about the height. Kaminari encouraged him to wait until he reached his peak, and Izuku pondered how to shorten the time it would take to get there. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 suggested reeling in his line as he swung, which Izuku thought could work. They all agreed to keep trying until they broke their limits, though 𝗵𝗵𝗃 winced at the thought of pushing too hard. Izuku considered the building's structure, thinking it resembled a runway if they removed the awning above the door. Kaminari rubbed his chin, seeing the potential in Izuku's idea. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 expressed concern about getting hurt, but Kaminari reassured her that if Izuku nailed it, he wouldn't get hurt. Izuku confirmed they had a toolkit for any last-minute adjustments, and Kaminari offered his help, joking about his own back pain. Shinso Hitoshi twirled his sticks, contemplating the situation as he stood across from Fujimori, who held a collapsible shield. Hitoshi questioned if Fujimori was truly okay with this, while Shishikura chimed in, stating it was the easiest way to demonstrate Fujimori's inventions. Hitoshi still felt uneasy about swinging at Fujimori, but Shishikura tested his impulse control, prompting Hitoshi to defend himself. He gritted his teeth and sighed, deciding to let it go. Fujimori reassured Shinso that he would be fine. Shishikura pointed out that it took a lot of effort for Fujimori to say that. Hitoshi shook his head, explaining that when a foundation is continuously chipped away at, it becomes weak. Shishikura stomped his foot, insisting that one must always be in control, especially with their quirk. Hitoshi retorted that he had known about his quirk his whole life, while Shishikura had only known him for about a week. He felt frustrated that Shishikura kept goading and testing him as if he had just gotten his quirk. Shishikura countered that Hitoshi had lost control of it just a week ago. Hitoshi argued that he had used it to defend his friend during an attack, which was what heroes were supposed to do. Fujimori timidly interjected, but Shishikura continued to press the issue, claiming that Hitoshi had used his quirk without permission. Hitoshi pointed out that in emergencies, there isn't time to get permission, as people are usually too distracted by the crisis. Shishikura shook his head, insisting that the situation should never have happened if his friend hadn't started a fight, mentioning a broken nose. Hitoshi defended his friend, stating he had been threatened and bullied, and had only defended himself. He questioned how Shishikura could know what happened when he wasn't there, suggesting he might have eavesdropped on a teacher's meeting. Shishikura stumbled over his words, claiming to be a confidant for certain teachers, but Hitoshi dismissed him as a poor liar. Fujimori pleaded for Hitoshi to stop, but he continued, expressing disbelief that not even all the teachers knew the full story. He wondered if the principal was showing favoritism. Hitoshi then realized that Midoriya's requisition order had been rejected, suspecting Shishikura had misinformed a teacher about the incident. Shishikura defended his actions, stating the teacher deserved to know, but Hitoshi accused him of not providing the full context. Their argument escalated until Mr. Himawari intervened, stepping between them and commanding Hitoshi to take a walk. Hitoshi glared at Shishikura before complying. Mr. Abraham asked Fujimori to assist him in observing the teams, and she agreed. Shishikura huffed in response, but Mr. Himawari turned to him, expressing his disapproval of the conversation he overheard and suggesting they speak with Mr. Hario. Izuku watched as Shinso left his team and stood by 𝗵𝗵𝗃. He returned to his work, struggling to loosen a screw as his heart raced and his hands shook. He felt an urge to break something, but questioned the purpose of such an action. In a moment of frustration, he gripped the awning and tore off a decoration before tossing it aside. He hopped off Kaminari's shoulders and tossed his screwdriver into the toolbox. Izuku noticed the stares directed at Shinso and realized they were also looking at him. He pulled sections of his hair behind his head and asked 𝗵𝗵𝗃 if she had a tie. She confirmed she did. Shinso apologized for mentioning Izuku's name, but Izuku reassured him that they would have found out eventually. He adjusted his hair, trying to manage the wild curls that remained. Shinso reflected on the situation, feeling a sense of satisfaction for getting one over on Shishikura. Kaminari stretched and commented on the situation, while Kami-senpai expressed her surprise at Shishikura's actions, noting it was sad. Shinso agreed, observing that the others seemed to have nothing important to do. Izuku shrugged, suggesting that news had been slow lately. Kaminari mentioned the hero killer, and Kami-senpai shivered at the thought of the villain gaining notoriety. Izuku commented that naming villains gave them too much power. The conversation shifted as Jiryu and Ishido approached, checking on Shinso. Izuku noticed Kami-senpai's discomfort and exchanged glances with Kaminari, who seemed confused. Izuku gestured for Kaminari to say something, and after some thought, Kaminari jogged over to Kami-senpai, asking for her opinion on their demonstration. Jiryu asked Izuku if he was okay, and he assured her he was fine, though he felt a mix of agitation and anger about the earlier events. After a moment of reflection, he let out a breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He concluded that he was indeed fine. Izuku felt the need to keep moving forward and gestured to Shinso, expressing relief that he was okay. Jiryu inquired about the awning, curious about what Izuku planned to do with it. Izuku scratched his cheek, admitting he might have damaged it and wouldn't be able to put it back up. He then turned to the building, raising his voice to suggest they complete the trail and asked Ishido for help. Curious, Shinso wondered how they would proceed. Izuku explained that they would use the front of the building as a runway. By climbing 20 meters, he believed the speed would add at least 5 meters to the jump. His goal was to swing into the alleyway on the right side of the building, go around the back, swing through the left alleyway, and land safely. Senpai's expression showed surprise as he realized this had been Izuku's plan all along. Kaminari nodded, admitting it hadn't looked like that. Izuku sighed in response to the compliment. Jiryu smirked and asked if he wanted to get rid of the lamppost, but Izuku declined, stating it would be too much trouble to put it back up. Jiryu frowned, agreeing that it was best to leave it alone. Shinso crossed his arms, amused by their concerns. Ishido excitedly called for Senpai to quickly go around the building, mentioning she needed to get back to her senpai. Jiryu revealed she had the same intention. Shinso reassured his friends that he wasn't going anywhere. As Jiryu jogged away, she called for pictures, but Shinso simply said no, and she playfully booed as she left the group. Meanwhile, Samuel Abraham asked Fujimori to check on Midoriya's group while Mr. Himawari, also known as Koichi, approached. He asked about the conversation with Mr. Shishikura, to which Fujimori replied that Shishikura would be waiting on the bus, and he would check on him to prevent heatstroke. He expressed concern that this wouldn't interfere with grading. Koichi assured him he could grade Shishikura's item during the tournament and frowned, wondering if the conversation had gone poorly. Fujimori confirmed it hadn't gone well, explaining that Shishikura was justifying his actions and even suggested favoritism from the principal. Samuel found this absurd, and Koichi agreed, recalling how he had to jump through hoops to secure his job despite having saved the principal's best friend in the past. He mentioned that Shishikura seemed to carry a chip on his shoulder, worrying that he might dismiss any punishment as unjustified, which could hinder his growth as a hero. As they spoke, Koichi noticed something alarming. They both turned to see one of the students soaring up the front of the building, screaming as he reached his peak before beginning to fall. They rushed over as metal met stone, and the student careened into a nearby alleyway, joyfully shouting. Shinso's eyes widened as he chased after Midoriya, who was moving incredibly fast. Utsushimi called out a warning about the lack of a helmet, while Fujimori urged caution. Kaminari shouted for Midoriya to be careful, and Samuel and Koichi both yelled his name in concern. Midoriya swung back into view, exhilarated, but then crashed through a second-story window. Shinso exclaimed in dismay, while Utsushimi and Fujimori reacted with alarm. Koichi scolded Kaminari for encouraging such reckless behavior, and Samuel expressed his frustration, pointing out how dangerous it had been. Midoriya, appearing in the broken window, laughed about needing a helmet and declared the experience awesome. Kaminari enthusiastically praised his flight, but Koichi reprimanded him for encouraging Midoriya's antics. Samuel, though worried, couldn't hide a glimmer of pride as he acknowledged the impressive feat of engineering. He insisted that such recklessness should not be repeated, and Midoriya nodded in agreement. Samuel then suggested starting with a helmet, and Midoriya concurred. As they stood in silence, Midoriya raised an eyebrow, prompting Samuel to clear his throat and suggest that safety gear was essential. Midoriya listened intently as Samuel shared adjustments and ideas for improvement, while Koichi waited patiently. He knew he would have to address Midoriya's recklessness later, but for now, he focused on his students and their involvement in the situation. Koichi turned and grabbed Kaminari by the collar as he tried to slip away, prompting an eep from him. Koichi sighed and decided it was time for a serious conversation with both Kaminari and Midoriya. Later, as they walked up the steps of their student dorm in their school uniforms, Kaminari expressed disbelief at being scolded for Midoriya's actions. Midoriya reassured him that he had also faced consequences. Kaminari found it odd to hear Midoriya curse, while Midoriya insisted he had done so before. Kaminari shrugged it off, admitting he probably hadn't been paying attention. Midoriya chuckled, suggesting that it didn't count now. As they reached the final landing, Denki asked how Midoriya was feeling, to which he replied that he was aching and rolled his shoulder. Izuku didn't expect such a strain on him. As he walked alongside Denki, he reflected on the recent events. Denki pointed out that crashing through a window might have contributed to his current state. As they approached their dorm doors, Denki asked if Shishikura was bothering him. Izuku replied that all was well, hoping for a smooth outcome. Denki shrugged, expressing concern that Fujimori and Shinso might not perform well in the tournament. Midoriya blinked, trying to recall the name of the second-year teacher. Denki suggested making one up, but Midoriya worried that knowing the name would lead to complications later. He assured Denki that the teachers would be fair, to which Denki expressed hope. Midoriya noticed Denki struggling with his bag and inquired if it was heavy. Denki hesitated, urging Midoriya not to look. Midoriya's expression shifted as he discovered a familiar gauntlet in Denki's bag. He quickly closed the zipper, scolding Denki for taking it. Denki explained he needed target practice for the upcoming tournament, prompting Midoriya to whisper about the need for discretion. Denki mentioned a plan involving RBB tarps from the store, and Midoriya reluctantly agreed to help, suggesting they move some of Denki's belongings to dampen the sound. Denki thanked Midoriya for his support, and Midoriya smiled, acknowledging he owed Denki a few favors. As Midoriya strolled down the steps of the student dorms, he adjusted his Shiketsu cap, feeling it fit well now that most of his hair was tied back. A quick glance at his phone reminded him he had woken up too early. He contemplated catching Shinso or waiting for Kaminari to wake up, but decided to get some coffee instead. While walking, he noticed a police car parked at the mouth of an alleyway. Two officers were discussing something before one moved down the sidewalk and the other into the alley. An officer approached him, inquiring about his Shiketsu uniform. Midoriya explained he was heading to grab breakfast before school. The officer advised him to stay safe and head straight to school afterward. Midoriya found the interaction odd but continued on his way, realizing he had missed the crosswalk light. Inside a cafe, he lifted a porcelain cup to his lips, watching students in uniform head towards the school. After finishing his drink, he prepared to leave but accidentally bumped into someone. The girl, with long dark hair and striking features, reassured him it was fine. Midoriya recognized her as Enigma from Team Ida 10. They exchanged pleasantries, and Midoriya asked for her autograph, which she graciously provided. As he tucked the signed notebook away, he spotted a familiar figure with purple hair and greeted the pro hero, expressing gratitude for her hard work. She returned the sentiment before he exited the cafe. Just outside, he ran into Shinso, who greeted him. They walked together, discussing their feelings about the upcoming sports festival. Shinso expressed his lack of enthusiasm, but Midoriya tried to remain optimistic, hoping the day would bring some fun activities before the tournament. Shinso listed various events, including a three-legged race, tug-of-war, relay, cavalry battle, scavenger hunt, and a pillar-toppling challenge. That's all Izuku could think of. He remembered going through practice for these activities in middle school. Shinso explained that there weren't any class teams for hero schools. It was all about individual prowess. Hero course students could use their quirks, while support and general education students could opt out entirely. He sighed, feeling that it kind of took the fun out of it all. They were supposed to show off their abilities, but Shinso felt that using his quirk might be considered cheating. However, he noted that not using it wouldn't forfeit him from any internships, it would just mean he wouldn't receive any invitations. He leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, and decided he would just have some good old fun. Izuku considered if he had a favorite activity, but he realized he didn't really have one. Shinso narrowed his eyes, questioning if anyone had stopped Izuku from participating. Izuku recoiled at the thought, shaking his head and explaining that it just wasn't his scene. Shinso laughed, assuring him that it would be his scene this time around, as he doubted Ishido and Kaminari would let him sit out. Izuku sighed, looking off to the side and chuckling, acknowledging that it did sound fun. Suddenly, Ishido rushed over to him, raising her hands in excitement. They stood among their fellow first years in the gymnasium, mingling as they waited for the guests to be seated in the athletic field's bleachers. Most students wore the Shiketsu tracksuit, while Hero Course students held their cases. Ishido had seemingly abandoned hers at some point. She clapped her hands together with Izuku, urging him not to be such a downer. Izuku narrowed his eyes, questioning if she even knew what that meant, but she just pouted in response. 𝗓𝗪 approached, shaking her head and pushing a second case into Ishido's hands, insisting she carry her own. Kaminari yawned as he followed 𝗓𝗪, commenting on how everyone was present. Shinso crossed his arms, noting that Kaminari had nearly been late for class. Kaminari explained he had a late night, while Ishido lamented that the second years weren't with them. Shinso shrugged, explaining that their sports festival started halfway through theirs, coinciding with the tournament. Kaminari wondered when they would fit lunch in, craving takoyaki and hoping there would be a stall. Ishido excitedly mentioned the numerous stalls being set up. Mr. Himawari shouted for the first hero, support, and general class to line up. Once the students organized themselves, he reminded them to look serious and pay attention to Principal Ikoma's speech, but most importantly, to have fun. The gymnasium's large doors slid open, signaling the start of the event. Shiketsu's sports festival was a different affair compared to 𝗬𝗏's televised event, taking place a week earlier. While both served as a stage for hero students to gain recognition for their internships, Shiketsu's event was not for public viewing. Families were invited to record but not to upload, and a select group of heroes attended, including the top 10 from the hero board. The remaining heroes came from various locations and levels of experience. Due to the smaller pool of attendees, the festival was held in the school's gigantic field, with bleachers set up on the outer edge. In the distance, smoke and steam rose from the recently constructed stalls. The event was self-contained, but it would change with the introduction of a tournament. Halfway through the usual activities, there would be an intermission where the first hero and support class would join the second hero class for a competition at an off-campus site. Izuku noted that this was essentially everything Principal Ikeoma had discussed. Kaminari, feeling out of it, thanked Izuku for the recap, calling it an exposition dump. Izuku pointed out that it was an exposition dump regardless, whether from him or Principal Ikeoma. Kaminari reassured him that he had been paying attention when Izuku spoke, which was what mattered. Mr. Himawari walked down the line of classes, addressing Izuku and Kaminari, causing Kaminari to flinch. Izuku quickly apologized. Principal Ikeoma raised her hand, encouraging the students to rise and declaring that this was their first step. She made a fist, urging them to fight well and have fun. She gestured for Mr. Himawari to take the microphone. He presented the scoreboard, a black, glassy monolith that rose from a sliding door, displaying the names of all 60 students. He announced that the first event would be timed. Mr. Himawari chuckled as the ground rumbled, revealing the Tower of Babylon, a structure the hero class recognized from their first physical exam. The support and general class gasped as the ground parted, revealing the towering challenge. Standing at 12 meters tall, it featured different sets of challenges every 2 meters. The first level was surrounded by a moat filled with a pink liquid, leading to a rock wall. The second level had climbing pegs hidden among jutting pistons. The third level contained rotating poles that changed speeds randomly. The fourth level featured swinging cylinders guarding a single ladder. The fifth launched various objects, bouncing to lower levels, while the sixth was a rickety platform that threatened to throw anyone off. Between each level was a landing platform for a breather, and atop it all stood a singular pillar amidst the chaos of the sixth level. Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 concluded, indicating the green holographic line that appeared on the ground. It would sync with the pendants of their tracksuits and begin their timers, with their placements adjusted into a numerical score. Then added into the final score for the latter half of the festival. Any students who wished to opt out could do so, but they had to participate in at least 3 events that day. A few support and general class students took the opportunity to exit the fray immediately. Protective wear had also been provided, and they were instructed to collect it if needed. Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 raised his hand, signaling the start of the event. 𝗓𝗑𝐻 encouraged Midoriya as their group rushed to the crate of protective wear near the stage. Shinso nodded, reminding him that they would want those pads. Midoriya turned to see 𝗕𝗁𝗁 Setsuna and a large, blocky student rushing for the tower. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝐻's body split into separate pieces, floating upward, while the other student propelled himself into the air with a gust of wind. Midoriya noticed another student hopping from platform to platform, each seemingly made of thin air. A girl with silver hair floated steadily into the air, surrounded by a purple hue. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 clasped her hands together, and her vine-like hair sprouted a pillar beneath her, lifting her toward the top of the tower. Midoriya thought it was really unfair. Shinso tugged at Midoriya's arm, telling him they would get used to it. As they reached the crate, Midoriya noticed several more students from the general and support class dejectedly wandering over to the bleachers. Once they were strapped up, the group rushed to the base of the tower. A big, hairy student had already started to duck under the rotating poles of the third level. Another student fired what seemed to be lines of tape from his elbows, swinging upward. Midoriya gasped when one of the square objects flew at him. The surface of the object cracked, and thin, insect-like wings buzzed from its back, transforming into a spiky drone. Midoriya exclaimed in surprise, while Jdekuwhatif sidestepped one of the drones, stabbing her jacks into it. It sparked and fell before Midoriya's feet. The group came to a stop at the edge of the moat. Shinso warned Midoriya that the moat was filled with thick sludge. While they could wade through it, it would hinder their climb afterward. He took a few steps back before rushing forward, leaping across the surface of the moat and clawing at the tower's climbing surface. He grunted and groaned as he began to climb. 𝗓𝗑𝐻 took a couple of steps back herself, encouraging Midoriya to follow her lead. She leapt across the moat, her foot dipping into the sludge before she latched onto the wall. Midoriya took a few deep breaths before stepping away from the moat. He looked to the bleachers and noticed that his entire class had opted out of the treacherous climb. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His eyes fell on the portly student who struggled in the sludge. The student popped back out of the moat, shaking off the gunk from his hair and expressing his disgust. Midoriya's gaze shifted upward to his friends, who were cheering him on. Kaminari grinned and waved, while 𝗓𝗑𝐻 smiled encouragingly, and Shinso joked that the sludge wasn't that bad, just annoying. Jdekuwhatif called out, teasing him for still being down there. Midoriya kicked the dirt in frustration, feeling the weight of expectations on him. He gritted his teeth, sprinting forward and kicking up dirt as he approached the moat's edge. He leaped toward the wall, only to have his face smack against the padded surface. He grasped a climbing peg just in time to avoid falling into the sludge. He clattered against the wall, reaching up to his nose, feeling the impact. Kaminari laughed, asking if he was okay. Midoriya shook his head, slowly finding his footing. He lamented that he should have just watched from the bleachers. 𝗓𝗑𝐻 looked down at him, questioning where the fun in that would be. Suddenly, a metallic buzzing rushed toward her, causing her to react quickly and throw a glob of acid at the drone. The thin metal panels crumbled, and the machine plummeted downward. Midoriya's eyes widened as he threw himself to the side, narrowly dodging the glob. Yaoyorozu, who was struggling in the sludge below, called out to 𝗓𝗑𝐻, urging her to be more careful. Yaoyorozu's palm glowed as she created a gun from thin air, firing it upward and zipping up afterward. Midoriya's excitement grew as he realized what she had made. He called out to her, asking how she did that, and with renewed vigor, he ascended. Shinso, Kaminari, Ashido, and 𝗓𝗪 gawked as Midoriya blazed past them. He reached the rock-like surface of the first level and quickly climbed up the pegs of the second level. As he neared the third level, a sphere fell toward him, transforming into a screeching drone. Just then, it was smacked aside and crashed against a jutting piston. Midoriya called out to Yaoyorozu in gratitude. Shinso blinked in surprise, while Kaminari shook his head in disbelief at Midoriya's agility. Suddenly, a cube drone latched onto Kaminari's face, causing him to panic and throw himself into the sludge. Midoriya looked down, calling out to his friend, but his attention was quickly diverted by the shifting piston. A sharp pain pulsed through him, and he felt his legs go numb. Ashido quickly took his arm, helping him climb onto the next landing. She pulled him upward, allowing him to curl into a ball as she checked on him. Midoriya groaned, expressing his discomfort. Ashido awkwardly patted his shoulder, trying to reassure him. Kaminari, still recovering from his fall, asked what had happened to Midoriya. Ashido fought back a giggle, explaining that Midoriya had taken a hit and would need a moment. Kaminari and Shinso winced at the thought, while Shinso climbed upward, trying to lighten the mood by joking about Midoriya's predicament. He was in the hero course, Kaminari noted. Shinso reminded everyone that it was to get girls. 𝗓𝗪 paused her climb, moving her foot from a shooting piston, feeling a bit disgusted. Ashido shouted from above that it sounded rather scummy out of context. 𝗓𝗪 added that if there was context for something like that, it would be different. Ashido looked at the curled ball of an inventor and asked if he was doing okay. Midoriya wheezed and reached out, telling Ashido to go on without him. She gasped at the light push and shook her head, insisting she couldn't leave him like this. He assured her that he would be with his friends soon, but Ashido cried out that it couldn't end like this. Suddenly, a wild buzz filled the air as she threw her arm upward, her acid taking on a thick viscosity and wrapping the drone in a blue glob, whipping it against the rotating pole. The drone crashed above them as she took hold of his shoulders, metal bits and sparks raining down. 𝗓𝗪 climbed onto the landing, asking what the commotion was about. Ashido tearfully exclaimed that Midori was dead. 𝗓𝗪's eyes widened, taking a step forward, only to blink in surprise when she saw him breathing and shaking his head. Concern quickly faded as Ashido shook her head, reminding 𝗓𝗪 that he was their friend and they couldn't abandon him. 𝗓𝗪, however, was not interested in getting involved. Shinso followed up, asking Midoriya if his legs were working. Midoriya replied that they were just barely functional as he se in a deep breath and pushed himself to his feet. Kaminari tossed a dead drone over his shoulder while climbing up, expressing his frustration with the drones. He nearly lost his grip when a drone husk crashed near his hand, prompting him to shout about the people below. Ashido looked up, calling for 𝗓𝗪. Midoriya danced around for a moment, holding out his arms, and when 𝗓𝗪 fell into his grasp with a cry, he felt the sudden weight threaten to pull him down. His legs turned to jelly as another jolt ran through them, causing him to stumble. In a panic, he felt his gravity pulling him backward, and he instinctively threw 𝗓𝗪 from his arms. 𝗓𝗪 bounced onto the landing and turned to him, calling out his name. Midoriya felt his heart race as he realized he was about to fall. He hoped the moat would break his fall, but the thought of landing in sludge made him hesitate. As he began to fall, he felt a sudden 𝗕𝗪𝐾 as his descent was halted, nearly hitting a sliding piston. He looked down to see pink hands holding him in place. Kaminari quickly joined Ashido, assuring Midoriya that they had him. Shinso and 𝗓𝗪 shouted for him to lift his other legs so they could pull him. Kaminari cried out in frustration about their lack of mobility quirks. A voice called from below, a girl with a black bob, assuring them they would be there soon. As Midoriya looked down at the pair, he heard the sound of a firing piston. The frame of his vision closed in with a black cloud, and a shot of air into his lungs made him cough. Being upside down became even more disorienting as he swung his arms to regain balance. Suddenly, a flying object struck him, causing him to dodge another piston. His friend's grip slipped as he spun through the air, and he crashed onto a spire of vines. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻 shouted a compliment for the catch as she reassembled parts of herself. Shiozaki, lifted by her vine-like hair, asked if he was okay. Midoriya, feeling dazed, assured them he was fine. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻 cautioned him that he had taken a bad hit and suggested he shouldn't climb anything for a while. Shiozaki agreed, stating they would take him to the nurse's tent since they had finished their runs. Kaminari breathed a sigh of relief, thanking them. Ishido waved that they would check on him after their run, and Shinso urged them to take care of him. Jiryu remained silent for a moment before shouting her thanks to Midoriya as he was lowered. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻 slowly reassembled as they neared the ground, complimenting him on his run. Midoriya groaned in response, grateful yet exhausted. Meanwhile, the shield hero, Crust, murmured that it had been quite the scare as he retook his seat among fellow top pros, including Best Jeanist, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄, Wash, Gang Orca, and Burnin. Each was paying varying amounts of attention to the recent incident. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 asked if the moat would have broken Midoriya's fall. Principal 𝗓𝗏𝗄 nodded, explaining that the drones had an emergency function to catch falling students. 𝗵𝗃 rocked the bench with her foot, much to the annoyance of those around her, and inquired if Midoriya was a support course student. 𝗓𝗏𝗄 confirmed this, smiling as she observed him meeting Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, who appeared exasperated yet concerned about the young man's condition. Burnin crossed her arms, noting that the hero course kids were the only ones tackling the challenge. Gang Orca suggested they might be very foolish. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 remarked that at least Midoriya had been moving in a group. 𝗵𝗃 speculated whether he had formed a team to make things easier. Jeanist observed that Midoriya climbed quite proficiently on his own. Crust acknowledged that he had indeed fallen, but 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 defended that they had quickly rescued him. Burnin shrugged, suggesting that his friends hadn't stood out as much, while the Vine Girl and the girl with acid had done a better job. Jeanist agreed, appreciating the teamwork displayed. In spite of the competition, they didn't let it affect their friendship. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 noted that standing out was important, emphasizing that they wouldn't get internships as a group. Jeanist countered that at least they could still be a group. 𝗵𝗃 dismissed the idea, stating that if someone couldn't succeed on their own, they wouldn't make it far. Jeanist spoke about friendship being a strong thread with its own values and strengths, warning that if that thread were to loosen or break, it could lead to irreparable damage. Some heroes were close to causing that tear, while others had already done so. 𝗵𝗃 sighed, dismissing Jeanist's sentiment. Gang Orca rubbed his chin in agreement, stating that teamwork and the relationships that come with it had great benefits, not just within one's agency but also between agencies. Burnin shrugged, expressing her reluctance to work with anyone who was too preachy. Jeanist acknowledged that he may have gone off on a tangent but insisted that his point was still valid, especially considering the operation happening at that moment. Gang Orca pointed out that Ingenium was a prime example of their point. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 agreed, noting that there was a reason his agency was relied upon at that time rather than their own. Burnin laughed, excited about the current lineup, and nudged the laundry machine next to her, playfully engaging with Washington. Midoriya Izuku lay on the bed on wheels, silent and staring at the medical tent ceiling. The pain had mostly subsided, though he felt unable to move his neck without discomfort. The wave of nausea had calmed down, but it lingered, threatening to overwhelm him at any sudden movement. Despite this, he felt somewhat better, a small improvement from before. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 firmly declared that he would not be participating in the next event. Midoriya looked at her with a sad expression. She told him not to look at her like that, and he seemed even sadder. The doctor offered a challenge. If he could follow her light, she would allow him to participate in the next event. She took out her flashlight and aimed it at the side of his head. He made several attempts to follow the light, but she stopped him when she realized he was trying to move his head. She insisted that he needed to stay still and rest. Reluctantly, Midoriya returned his gaze to the fabric ceiling. He was in pain, and his attempts to impress the doctor had not helped. However, he found some amusement in teasing her, which served as a good distraction from his thoughts. As those thoughts began to creep in, he decided to take a nap. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 nodded, acknowledging that resting was acceptable, and assured him that his friends would likely visit after the principal announced the placements. As he closed his eyes, dark thoughts invaded his mind. He worried that his friends were concerned about him and that it might affect their performance. He questioned whether they had achieved good times or struggled because of him. The echoes of doubt and anxiety filled his mind, reminding him of his insecurities. He thought about his decision to climb the tower when everyone else had retreated, feeling like a burden to his friends. The pressure of the top 10 watching weighed heavily on him, and he feared ruining their futures. If he couldn't escape his worries through company, he would have to settle for sleep, just as he had done on many restless nights. Kaminari Denki felt a sense of disappointment with his performance, though he had not expected much. Lacking a mobility quirk, he relied on his athleticism, resulting in an average time. Average was a difficult term to use, especially compared to those who reached the top in mere seconds. Yaoarashi soared up with his air quirk, while 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻's unique abilities somehow allowed her to fly. Shizuki created a tree, Kaibara made platforms with his breath, and 𝗬𝗪 transformed the tower into a Halloween spectacle. Those were just the top 5. Yanagi's poltergeist and Yaoyorozu's creation quirks brought them close but not quite there. Denki was lucky number 13. He managed to get ahead of Jdru but fell behind Ishido and Shinso. A good question might be how Denki surpassed Jdru when she had been ahead of him. If he had to guess, she was distracted. This assumption was based not only on their scores but also on her demeanor. Her arms were crossed, and she was absent-mindedly twirling one of her jacks around her finger. Her eyes were not focused on her own score, they were fixed on a score painted in red, unfinished. Her gaze occasionally flickered toward the distant medical tent. Denki understood her concern. It was unsettling to see Midoriya tumble off the edge. He would never voice it, but it felt different when it was Midoriya. They had witnessed 𝗬𝗪 fall through the air, but Midoriya didn't have a quirk. He lacked any special ability that could save him at the last moment. Denki knew he didn't have a quirk either, but Midoriya was quirkless. He was normal. It was simply frightening when it was him. Denki hoped that everyone else felt the same way. Denki sighed, feeling uneasy as he stared at the tent. Principal 𝗂𝐭𝐴 announced a small break for all students to regain their bearings. She smiled and added that it was a break for any students who had participated, while those who did not could enjoy a scavenger hunt. She also mentioned that those who climbed the tower could choose to participate in the next event. Denki overheard 𝗂𝐭𝐴 express relief, and Uemura laughed in agreement. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 remarked that he did not want to end up like Midoriya. Principal 𝗂𝐭𝐴 encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves, stating that the next event would be announced shortly. Mr. Himawari then stepped up to the microphone, informing students that they could take their well-earned break. He explained that scores would be kept similarly to the tower's times and instructed them to collect their tickets past the green line to ensure their prizes counted. Denki blinked when Ishido nudged his shoulder and suggested they check on how Midoriya was doing, with Shinso following along. Denki agreed, but when they turned to Jdru, she seemed distracted. She looked between them and the tent, then turned away, claiming she needed to use the restroom. As Jdru melted into the crowd, Ishido smiled at the boys and offered to talk to her while they went ahead. Once Ishido disappeared, Shinso muttered that Jdru probably blamed herself. Denki insisted it wasn't her fault that Midoriya fell. Shinso shook his head as they walked toward the medical tent, stating that it was just bad luck. Denki pondered this, feeling a weight in his chest. Shinso stopped at the edge of the academy field and asked what was bothering Denki. Denki hesitated, admitting he wasn't sure if they should have let Midoriya climb the tower. Shinso clarified that Midoriya had chosen to climb on his own. They had hoped he would join them, but they hadn't pressured him. He had his own autonomy. Shinso reassured Denki that if Midoriya felt anything, he would communicate it to them. Denki felt conflicted, recognizing that if it had been someone else like 𝗬𝗪 or even Yaoyorozu, he wouldn't be feeling this way. Shinso had a quirk, but it also came with its own isolation. Denki acknowledged that Shinso was right. As they approached the tent, Shinso greeted Dr. 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂𝗧. She turned from her makeshift cabinet, giving them a flat look. Denki asked what she meant by that, and she simply replied with a nonchalant comment. Shinso found humor in it, while Denki protested. Midoriya stirred from what seemed to be a light sleep. Denki mentioned that Dr. 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂𝗧 was teasing him about his medical condition. Shinso chimed in, noting that it could be considered a medical condition. Midoriya asked for clarification, and Shinso explained Denki's occasional state when his quirk overloaded him. Denki raised his finger to speak but was interrupted by Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, who mockingly imitated him. They all shared a laugh, and Midoriya blinked in confusion. Denki took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. He shifted the focus back to Midoriya, expressing concern for his well-being. Midoriya assured them he was fine, but Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 corrected him, mentioning a potential concussion. Midoriya insisted he would be back to normal soon, claiming he was a picture of health. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 rolled her eyes, noting that they might not even allow him to participate in the tournament. She pointed decisively, stating that she would let the sit-up slide, but if he tried to get on his feet, she would get the straps. Shinso chimed in, confirming her words. Denki looked between the doctor and his friend, sensing a joke but deciding not to touch it. He turned to see Midoriya giving him a flat look and insisted he wouldn't say anything further. Midoriya nodded, agreeing that was for the best. A familiar voice interrupted them, and Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 turned to see Ms. Yaoyorozu. She asked if everything was okay. Yaoyorozu replied that she believed so and explained that she had been speaking to Ishido earlier, who had requested her presence to support my girl. She looked adorably confused as she turned to Midoriya, questioning if that referred to him. Midoriya hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Yaoyorozu tapped her chin, realizing that after his injury he might feel a lack of confidence. She clenched her fists and encouraged him to do his best. Denki thought to himself that it was cute. Midoriya blinked, thanking her awkwardly. Suddenly, Ishido burst through the partition, grabbing Yaoyorozu and pulling her away, insisting she should not support Midoriya. She gave a thumbs up to him, praising his performance and encouraging him. Yaoyorozu was pulled away through the partition, leaving Midoriya looking at Denki, who shrugged in response. 𝗓𝗪 was then shoved through the partition, spinning to face Ishido, who had just interrupted. Ishido urged 𝗓𝗪 to go talk to Midoriya, poking through the partition before disappearing again. 𝗓𝗪, feeling overwhelmed, pinched the bridge of her nose and grumbled that it was too much. She pushed her hands into her pockets and greeted Midoriya, asking how he was holding up. Midoriya glanced at the doctor before scratching his cheek and replied that he was doing okay. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 turned, challenging him, but her expression shifted to one of flat accusation as she realized he had done that on purpose. Midoriya questioned what she meant, and she sighed, assuring them that he would be fine and that the injury shouldn't last long. 𝗓𝗪 expressed relief at this news. Midoriya then asked 𝗓𝗪 if she was okay, to which she blinked in surprise and assured him she was fine. She laughed off the concern, attributing her fall to him and thanking him for the good catch. Denki, in his usual manner, pointed out that she had indeed fallen, prompting a sigh from Shinso. Denki coughed, trying to backtrack but realizing it was too late. Midoriya changed the subject, asking about their times. Shinso explained that they had done well, but without mobility quirks, they hadn't reached the top numbers. Denki seized the opportunity to tease 𝗓𝗪 about falling behind, which prompted her to protest. Midoriya acknowledged the situation, and Denki boasted about being faster than 𝗓𝗪, which earned him a playful jab from her. The atmosphere lightened, but the realization of the earlier awkwardness hung in the air. Just then, Ishido burst into the tent, announcing that Principal 𝗓𝗏𝗄 was about to announce the next event. She grabbed Denki and 𝗓𝗪, giving a pointed look at Shinso before dragging them all out of the tent. Once they were a distance away, Ishido echoed 𝗓𝗪's earlier words about being distracted, prompting 𝗓𝗪 to defend herself. Ishido turned to Denki, questioning why he had brought up the topic in the first place. Denki, lacking confidence, admitted he had been teasing 𝗓𝗪, and Ishido sighed, saying they would fix it later. As they made their way toward the academy field, Denki asked if they had already finished the scavenger hunt. Ishido shrugged, explaining that it hadn't involved many tasks. Shinso suggested it was more of an intermission, meant to be a break rather than a real activity. Yaoyorozu added that it also gave other students a chance to earn activity credits. 𝗓𝗪 agreed, noting that it made sense but doubted it. Had been that much fun. Mr. Himawari stepped up to the microphone, addressing the students and expressing hope that they had enjoyed their test of wits and running. He grinned as he announced the next event, which would test them in strategy, quirk usage, and teamwork, a classic cavalry battle. The scoreboard updated to display the times from the tower run, and he explained that teams of 5 would compete for headbands and points, with a chance to make up for lost ground. Participants were added to the scoreboard, and Mr. 𝗵𝗲 explained the point system, noting that those who had participated in the scavenger hunt would receive bonus points. Denki scanned the scoreboard for his name, noting his points and those of his friends. He remarked that it seemed unfair to some students, but Yaoyorozu pointed out the logic behind it. They discussed the implications of the upcoming activity, and Mr. 𝗵𝗲 concluded by stating that hero and support course students could utilize items in the next event. Ishido's excitement was palpable as she realized how much that could change the game. Denki's heart raced at the thought of using the Stein Gauntlet, and Ishido proposed forming a team, outlining their strengths and strategies for the upcoming challenge. Kaminari had the ability to shock people, while Yaoyorozu could provide protection against him. Denki expressed his uncertainty about the wording of their plan. Shinso calculated their combined base points, estimating them to be around 2,400. Jiryu acknowledged that they could keep pace with mid-tier teams, but if the top 5 teams united, they would struggle to rise above them. Denki agreed, noting that playing it safe wouldn't garner any attention. Yaoyorozu suggested that to attract the attention of the pros, they might need to take a more aggressive approach if they formed a team. Shinso turned to Denki, inquiring about the status of the Stein Gauntlet. Denki confirmed that he had practiced with it. Ishido was excited about the upcoming activities, while Jiryu hesitated, recalling their previous experiences in the tower. Yaoyorozu reminded them that as long as they performed better than before, it wouldn't matter what had happened previously. Jiryu remained skeptical about receiving a group internship. Ishido, with determination, insisted that they would work well together. Mr. 𝗵𝗲 called out from the stage, reminding everyone that the activity would begin soon and that no one had asked for permission yet. He urged them not to waste the opportunity. Denki nodded, realizing they needed to hurry. Ishido suggested they submit their team formation, and Yaoyorozu agreed, indicating they would gather their items. With enthusiasm, Ishido declared they should go, and Denki grinned, excited about the potential of the Stein Gauntlet. In a moment of panic, Kaminari shouted in frustration. He had rummaged through his costume case, searching for the essential piece he needed to complete his outfit but found nothing. After multiple attempts to locate the missing item, he felt a sense of dread creeping in. Not wanting to think about the worst-case scenario, he hurried to the medical tent, hoping to find Midoriya Izuku. Upon arrival, he discovered Izuku was alone, as the doctor had stepped out briefly. Kaminari asked about the Stein Gauntlet, which had gone missing from campus. The previous day, Izuku had entrusted it to Kaminari, but now it seemed to have vanished. Kaminari expressed his worry about the upcoming cavalry battle and the tournament, fearing the consequences of losing the gauntlet. He paced anxiously, overwhelmed by the thought of getting into trouble. Izuku's mind raced with frustration, knowing the situation would not only affect Kaminari but also his team. He wished Kaminari had been more responsible. As Kaminari suggested ditching the activity to retrieve the gauntlet, Izuku firmly opposed the idea, emphasizing the importance of not letting his teammate down again. Kaminari then asked what they could do, and Izuku proposed that he could retrieve the gauntlet himself. He believed he could access the maneuver belt, which was permitted for the support course. Although Kaminari expressed concern about being too obvious, Izuku reassured him that he would stick to the alleyways for practice. Kaminari hesitated but ultimately agreed, recognizing Izuku's determination to support him. As Mr. 𝗵𝗲 announced that the battle would commence soon, Kaminari expressed his gratitude and rushed off, leaving Izuku to prepare. Meanwhile, Dr. 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂𝗏 made her way to the bleachers, joining the staff and pro-heroes who were gathered with serious expressions. Principal 𝗕𝗏𝗄 informed them of a potential villain entering the city, and Team 𝗕𝗏 was already in pursuit. The heroes were strategizing to minimize panic among the guests while preparing defenses. They discussed the deployment of sparring bots to patrol the academy field, and Mr. Genist was assigned to the front gate as a deterrent. Gang Orca would also serve as a primary deterrent, while the rest of the staff would inform the second-year students. Dr. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 was tasked with preparing the medical tent, ensuring that if any injuries occurred, Shiketsu would be ready to assist. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 gave a simple salute, acknowledging the situation. The hero was filled with enthusiasm as he moved forward. Midoriya Izuku launched both of his grapples, gripping the edge of the wall. He zipped forward, retracting his hooks in midair before vaulting over the ridge. As he did so, a shot of pain echoed through his neck, accompanied by a wave of nausea. He landed amidst the bushes, the crunching of branches beneath him. Izuku wheezed as he rolled onto his hands and knees, feeling the weight of his exhaustion. He realized he was in worse shape than he had thought. He muttered to himself about the promises he had made, feeling a mix of frustration and determination as he forced himself onto his feet. He glanced down at his motorcycle onesie and quickly turned the corner, slipping into an alleyway. He knew he had to stay out of sight. Kaminari was right, he would attract a lot of attention otherwise. Launching a grapple ahead, he zipped away, hoping that by sticking to the alleyways, he could avoid any unwanted encounters. So, Stein Gauntlet's out of the picture, huh? Shinso remarked, assessing the situation. Kaminari Denki rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the heat of anxiety rising within him. He felt as if he were on the verge of a panic attack, especially with Midoriya off doing something that could lead to trouble. It was too late for him to regret going along with it, but he was committed now. He tried to reassure himself that it was a good idea, but the thought of Midoriya getting caught or saying something foolish in front of a teacher weighed heavily on his mind. Yaoyorozu interrupted his thoughts, asking if he was listening. He waved her off, initially denying his distraction, but then admitted he was stressing out. He forced a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood, and declared that they had everything under control. Ashido encouraged him, while Jiraiya scolded him for not paying attention. Shinso nodded in agreement, urging him to focus. Yaoyorozu explained their strategy, detailing how their team was efficient in handling conflicts. She outlined how Kaminari and Ashido's quirks would be useful against groups of enemies, while Jiraiya's items could enhance their offensive capabilities. They discussed how to utilize Ashido's quirk as a trap, to keep enemy teams at bay, with Jiraiya and Kaminari leading the charge. Denki nodded, feeling a surge of confidence as he shared the effectiveness of his quirk. They all contributed ideas, brainstorming how to maximize their strengths while minimizing risks. Yaoyorozu suggested creating a protective blanket lined with insulating material to help Kaminari avoid friendly fire. The group began to realize the potential of their combined abilities, and excitement filled the air as they envisioned their strategy in action. As the conversation continued, Denki's mind drifted back to Midoriya. He couldn't shake the worry that his friend could get caught, especially with so many eyes on them. The presence of police officers nearby made him anxious, and he expressed his concern to the group. They reassured him that staying visible was essential for their success, and that going underground was only an option once they had established themselves. Izuku peeked out from his hiding spot, noting the policemen rushing down the sidewalk and the distant lights blaring. He knew he had to be careful as he navigated through the shadows, determined to stay one step ahead. The streets were eerily quiet, with only the distant wail of sirens breaking the silence. Izuku rushed across the pavement toward the student dorms, his heart racing. He grabbed the metal gate, but it was locked tight. Frustrated, he took a few steps back and decided to climb over. After a quick scramble up the stairs, he moved a potted plant and found a key. He slipped into Kaminari's dorm room and spotted the gauntlet on a table. He needed to act quickly, so he brought the pieces together, and the motors whirred to life, enclosing around his forearm. Nodding to himself, he made his exit. Just then he caught sight of someone before ducking behind the railing. Peeking over, he noticed a woman flying with turbine wings, holding a film camera. He wondered about her quirk and recalled her name, Enigma. Team Ida 10 was here, and he was curious about what they were doing. A part of him wished he had a notebook to document the quirks in action. Something significant was happening, and he had been avoiding it for too long. Enigma's quirk allowed her to grow into a giant, but she was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps Ingenium was around too. Suddenly, the gauntlet clanged against the railing, and Izuku realized he was exposed. He crouched down, trying to remain hidden. He felt a familiar presence, taunting him for still being surrounded by heroes and hoping for a spark of inspiration. He slammed his forehead against the railing in frustration, the pain jolting through him. He knew he needed to move. The cavalry battle wouldn't last forever. The dizziness returned, making him wobble on his feet. He pushed himself into a light jog, then broke into a sprint down the hall. Izuku leapt off the railing and fired his hooks, zipping into an alleyway. He reeled in the lines, narrowly avoiding a hard fall onto the concrete. As he skidded across the ground, he felt the pull of gravity and the rush of flight. The headache persisted, and his vision blurred. Switching from swinging to running, he pumped his legs as fast as they could carry him, aware that the cavalry battle could end at any moment. A flash of light caught his attention, causing him to stumble. Turning toward the source, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. Shaking his head, he stood up, breathless and feeling a surge of adrenaline. He thought he was just imagining things. Then a voice shouted, urging him to run. Izuku froze, his heart racing as he turned to look down the alley. A hero in white armor lay on the damp ground, his armor scuffed and cracked, blood staining his undersuit. The hero's features were twisted in pain and fear, and Izuku could see a cut along his hairline. The hero was trying to speak, but no sound came out. Izuku's gaze fell on a shoddy katana nearby, its blade not meant for cutting but used nonetheless. The villain loomed, his body a twisted reflection of humanity, eyes obscured by a white bandana. The hero, 𝗵𝗫𝗄𝗵, shouted through gritted teeth for Izuku to run, urging him to escape. The villain's eyes locked onto Izuku, and every instinct screamed for him to flee. But he felt paralyzed, unable to move. The villain's glare shifted from anger to disdain as the katana rose ominously. 𝗵𝗫𝗄𝗵 turned his focus to the villain, his defiance shifting into a desperate struggle. Finally, Izuku's knee bent, and his leg moved on its own, propelled by instinct. Denki was among the other students as they left the field, some groaning and limping. He felt every muscle in his body ache, nearly reducing his walk to a shuffle. The haze in his mind was thick, but he had narrowly avoided a meltdown. They had come in second place, and Ishido lamented how close they were to victory. Jiraiya reassured them that they had done well, and Yaoyorozu agreed, expressing pride in their performance. Shinso checked on Denki, who managed a weak affirmation. Suddenly, Mr. Abraham called for the students to gather, announcing that Principal 𝗓𝗄𝗼 would make an important announcement. He warned them that the tournament had been cancelled due to a police operation in the city to catch a dangerous criminal. Denki's heart sank as he realized the implications. He stumbled forward, asking who was in the city. Abraham shook his head, unable to provide the information requested. Shinso called out to Kaminari, who scrambled for his phone, pulling it from a RBB bag. Panic surged through him as he rushed through the crowd toward the main building, muttering to himself in distress. Ishido and Yaoyorozu noticed his frantic state and called out to him, concerned. Denki rounded the corner, tapping through his contacts with urgency. He nearly stumbled when he heard a distant jingle, recognizing it as Midoriya's phone. Spotting the propped open door to the men's locker room, he rushed inside, calling out for Midoriya, but found the room empty. The jingle continued, emanating from a pocket. Shinso entered the locker room, questioning Denki about Midoriya. Denki, overwhelmed, clasped his head in despair, stumbling back and expressing his frustration. Ignoring Shinso's question, he bolted out the door, calling for Mr. Abraham, feeling the weight of his mistake. Mr. Abraham was taken aback by Denki's grip, admonishing him for his language. Denki shouted that Midoriya was in the city, having left his phone behind. Mr. Abraham began to respond, but his attention was drawn to a distant whistle. They both turned to see a soaring red flare, bursting into a cloud of red smoke that filled the air. Denki's knees weakened as an invisible weight pressed down on him, drowning out the voices around him. When a hand clasped his shoulder, he fell to his knees, not caring about the pain. Shinso called out to him, but Denki could only hang his head in defeat. He sensed the concerned gazes of Ishido, Jiraiya, and Yaoyorozu before they all turned to the ominous red cloud. Denki feared that it might be Midoriya. The turbo hero, 𝗵𝗫𝗄𝗵, felt the weight of his careless mistake. He had taken a shortcut, believing the hero killer was further away. Tensei, naive in his assumptions, had not anticipated that the villain would strike. The hero killer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, was not deterred by their numbers, found in an abandoned warehouse surrounded by officers and sidekicks. When an officer reached for him, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sprang into action, a blur of blades and chaos. Tensei engaged 𝗧𝗵𝗲, his armor clashing against the villain's weapons. Attempted to restrain him, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leaped away, escaping into the streets. Tensei assessed the aftermath, noting the injuries sustained by his team but relieved they were not fatal. He abandoned his worries and pursued the fleeing villain. As Team 𝗳𝗏 chased 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the reports of his location became increasingly scarce. Tensei prepared to intercept, but was caught off guard by 𝗧𝗵𝗲's speed. The villain's quirk remained a mystery, allowing him to paralyze heroes before striking. Tensei needed to avoid being cut, but despite his armor, he found himself in a dire situation. In an alleyway, Tensei lay injured, a blade hovering above him. A frightened child stood nearby. Tensei shouted for the villain to leave the child alone, knowing he could do little else. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 dismissed him, raising his katana. Tensei refused to close his eyes, determined to face his fate with courage. He expressed his regrets, but before he could finish, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The child charged at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, slipping under his arm and tackling him. The villain stumbled, and the child seized the opportunity, throwing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to the ground. Izuku stumbled back, assessing the situation. He recognized the hero killer and dove for the villain's vest, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 grabbed his arm, preparing to strike. Izuku managed to deflect the blow with his arm, feeling the pressure of the weapon against his gauntlet. Seizing the moment, he yanked his arm free, noticing a dagger loose in 𝗧𝗵𝗲's vest. With a swift motion, he pulled it free and stabbed it into the villain's forearm, causing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to growl in pain and loosen his grip. Izuku took advantage of the moment to escape. With the katana's aim disjointed, he threw himself from the killer's space, delivering a kick to the man's chest for momentum. His back met the damp concrete. The hero shouted, questioning what was happening. Izuku looked at him, urging him to get up. The hero countered, explaining he was paralyzed due to the villain's quirk and insisted Izuku needed to escape. Izuku froze when he heard the clang of falling knives. He turned to see the growling villain rise once more. The hero killer lunged forward, whipping his katana back. A grapple flew backward, chipping into a distant brick. Izuku gripped the helm of the pro's chestplate as his belt yanked them to the side. The reel was at maximum, yet it struggled to lift both of them. The hero cried out as his shoulder slammed into the ground, dragging across the surface. Izuku attempted to lift the man higher, reaching for the back of his arm, but found himself rolling beneath the pro. His back hit the concrete as they twisted again, slamming into the wall. At impact, Izuku's hand was caught between metal and brick, and he felt the sting of pain. A jolt of electricity surged up his arm, igniting his mind. He gritted his teeth, balling his hand into a fist, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. He pushed himself to his feet, positioning himself between the hero and the villain. The hero pleaded for him to leave, stating it wasn't a place for him. Izuku growled, insisting his place was right there, blood seeping from his clenched fingers. He refused to go anywhere. The hero sighed, suggesting he use his quirk. Izuku responded that he didn't have one, which shocked the hero. Izuku's eyes widened when he heard the villain's chuckle fill the air. The hero killer's laughter echoed, and he remarked on how amazing Izuku was, implying there was something special about him. Izuku broke the villain's gaze as he noticed the katana shift. The hero killer abandoned the edge of the blade, favoring its back. Izuku felt pain pulse up his arm, questioning what had changed. He shook his head, trying to think of what he could do. He remembered the villain's speed and paralyzing quirk, realizing he needed to act quickly. Izuku's hand moved to the back of his belt, finding the familiar grip. He felt the villain's gaze intensify, every instinct screaming at him as he pulled out a gun and held it at his side. His bloodied hand shook as he loaded a single shot into the barrel. The gun clicked shut before he aimed it at the villain. The hero killer remained unfazed, lifting his blade and waiting for the shot without a hint of fear. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry. His breath quickened as he prepared to pull the trigger. He took a deep breath, focusing before his arms snapped upward, the trigger clicking. The flare shot into the air, trailing red smoke and exploding with a high-pitched cry. The hero killer's eyes widened as he watched the flare. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle, commenting on the villain's quirk and how effective it was. He balled his bloodied fist tighter, feeling his heart p&d. He raised the Stein gauntlet to his face, lifting the armatures and questioning why the villain didn't use his power more effectively. He noted the isolation and speed of the villain's attacks, realizing there was a time limit to his abilities. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head, feeling a sense of freedom in his situation. He stepped forward, lifting the gauntlet, determined to waste the villain's time. The hero killer continued to smile, even laughing again, proclaiming that Izuku didn't understand the situation. Tensei's eyes twitched as he gritted his teeth, realizing the kid was quirkless. He struggled to move, feeling the overwhelming numbness in his body. He couldn't leave things like this, knowing he had to do something. The clash between the child and the villain continued, with Izuku redirecting the villain's attacks. The katana scraped against the metal barrel, creating sparks. Tensei felt a surge of determination, glaring at his own hand, urging it to move. Usajiyama Rumi, the rabbit hero. Mirko leapt from rooftop to rooftop, her long ears twitching to catch any sounds. The report of a Shiketsu student being out with the hero killer was alarming, especially since Ingenium was radio silent. She and 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗏 were the fastest heroes on the scene, searching for the missing parties. She headed west while he went east. Mirko leapt off an AC unit, skipping off a street lamp before skidding to a stop on a rooftop. Among the bouncing pebbles, she heard the scraping of metal against metal. Her head snapped as metal crashed into brick. She stomped on the ground, propelling herself into the air, grinning as she realized she was getting closer to the hero killer. Izuku held up the Stein gauntlet as the katana came down. The hollow barrel bent with each blow. With its form weakened, the katana forced its way through, digging into his shoulder as Izuku threw his broken fist into its path, resisting its momentum. Metal scraped against bone, sending a sharp sting through Izuku's ribcage. His eyes widened as the hero killer loomed closer, a long tongue sliding up the side of his katana. He attempted to pull back but was halted as the blade caught on something within him. Ingenium shouted Stein's name, flipping over Izuku and swinging his heel toward the villain's head. The exhausts in his arms released a trail of smoke as he moved. Stein narrowly dodged the kick, and in that moment, Izuku strained to pull the katana free, the blade digging deeper as he wrested it from Stein's grip. Ingenium stumbled into the space Izuku had just vacated. He drew back his arms, and his exhausts roared to life. His fist struck Stein's chest, sending the villain reeling backward with a loud impact. Pain coursed through Izuku's body, weakening his legs and twisting his arms. Blood seeped from his hands and shoulder, staining his suit as it dripped down his torso. He slid against the brick wall, groaning and fighting back tears. With a grimace, he released his injured hand from the blade, letting it fall. A searing pain pulsed through him, overwhelming his senses. Stein growled as he pushed himself onto his hands and knees. A clang of metal echoed through the alleyway before a voice announced the arrival of the rabbit hero, who stood above them on a now-dented fire escape. Mirko leaped from the escape, aiming her foot at the villain. Stein's arm shot back, retrieving his abandoned vest. He hurled daggers and knives at her as she descended. Mirko twisted and turned in midair, narrowly avoiding the projectiles, and adjusted herself as she landed. Stein rolled past her, rushing toward Izuku. His hand grasped the katana's hilt, yanking it with force. Pain shot through Izuku, numbing him as the blade began to slip free. Yet, with his good hand, he pulled it back, cutting his palm in the process. They both caught sight of Mirko preparing to move. Stein gritted his teeth and threw a fist at Izuku's head, the impact ringing in his ears. Izuku wobbled as Stein seized the katana, raising it before yanking it free. The blade glided along Izuku's collarbone, slicing through flesh with ease before finding its way to his stomach and exiting through his side. The pain was instantaneous and overwhelming, like a dam bursting and flooding everything in its path. White spots flashed before his eyes, and his vision blurred as each passing second drained his strength. It felt warm and wet, seeping under his skin. He struggled to breathe, his breaths quickening and weakening. A chill spread through him, and his eyelids grew heavy. Midoriya Izuku collapsed, unconscious and fading. Stain stood over him for a moment, staring down at the boy before turning to 𝗵𝗃, who was focused elsewhere. He hesitated, then fled. 𝗵𝗃 shook herself from her thoughts, preparing to chase after the hero killer, but 𝗔𝗵𝗻's voice called out, begging her to save the boy, whose name he did not know. She paused, glancing between 𝗔𝗵𝗻 and the fallen boy, then looked to where Stain had been before cursing under her breath. She radioed the other heroes before scooping the boy into her arms, staining her costume with 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗏 was approaching. He would protect 𝗔𝗵𝗻. 𝗵𝗃 sprinted, leaving a trail of 𝗵𝘃𝗍 in her wake. At the hospital, 𝗵𝗃 would meet her. 𝗵𝗃's expression twisted in recognition of the boy, and she felt nausea rise within her. Ignoring 𝗵𝗃, she rushed him inside and handed him off to the staff. She stood in the lobby as they wheeled him away, her hands trembling and knees weak. She stumbled back against a wall, consumed by thoughts of the boy who lay still, his heart growing quieter and his breath fainter. The staff's panic and worry echoed in her mind. He was dying, she wasn't fast enough. But then she remembered there was one person who might save him. She could be the only one. Ignoring 𝗵𝗃, the police, and the 𝗵𝘃𝗍 that soaked her, 𝗵𝗃 resolved to move quickly. That sole person was at 𝗧𝗜𝗃, and time was running out. Compulsion 𝗧𝗏. The death of Midoriya Izuku. 𝗓𝗏 Midoriya was engulfed in panic as she drove home from work, her thoughts consumed by her son's upcoming tournament. Although she disliked the idea of him getting hurt, she believed he would be safe at a hero school. Suddenly, her phone rang, and the voice on the other end delivered devastating news. Izuku had been involved in an incident and was in critical condition. The words echoed in her mind, and she fought the urge to speed down the highway to reach him. What had happened to her son? The silence from the caller only heightened her anxiety. As she arrived at the hospital, 𝗏𝗏 struggled to maintain her composure. She brushed past an officer and stumbled into the lobby, where she saw several heroes nursing injuries. A woman with fiery green hair paced anxiously before the exit, her expression shifting from worry to something more complex. 𝗏𝗏's tears began to fall as she felt the weight of despair settle heavily upon her. A sudden noise startled her, and she turned to see a towering woman with bunny ears carrying an elderly lady. The old woman hurried inside, urgently requesting to sanitize herself before informing the director of her arrival. An officer called after 𝗏𝗏, but she was too focused on finding her son. Desperation filled her voice as she asked where Izuku was. The officer hesitated, and 𝗏𝗏 grabbed his arm, pleading to be taken to her son. A nurse stepped forward, explaining that Izuku required surgery and was being prepped. 𝗏𝗏's heart sank as she learned the gravity of the situation. She demanded answers, her emotions spilling over as she cried for reassurance about her son's well-being. Her legs weakened under the weight of her fear, and she collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Two nurses helped her to her feet, guiding her away from the lobby and into a quieter space. For the first time in a long while, 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗲 felt a sense of weakness. Guilt gnawed at her as she recalled the events that led to Izuku's condition. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had failed him. Stain had escaped because she hadn't acted quickly enough, and now Izuku was fighting for his life. She buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by the weight of her perceived failures. Meanwhile, Tensei struggled with his own feelings of inadequacy. As he searched for someone to discuss Izuku's condition, he was met only with the cries of a mother. He felt sick at the thought of not being able to save the boy. How could he face 𝗏𝗏, knowing he had let her son down? He slid down against a wall, feeling the crushing weight of shame. In the operating room, Midoriya Izuku lay on the table, his body covered with blue tarp except for his bloody torso and left arm. Nurses worked diligently, monitoring his declining condition as a ventilator assisted his breathing. Recovery girl and two surgeons entered the room, ready to begin the critical surgery. As the procedure commenced, the atmosphere was tense with urgency. Recovery girl focused on Izuku, determined to do everything in her power to help him recover. In a nearby classroom, Kaminari Denki sat quietly, the students around him buzzing with concern for their classmates. The police had arrived, and families were being directed to the cafeteria. Mr. Himawari paced outside, anxiously awaiting news. Kaminari stared at the ground, his mind racing with worry for Izuku and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Shinso and Jiraiya exchanged worried glances, searching for words to reassure themselves. Ashido paced around them, while Yaoyorozu attempted to maintain order in the class. Ashido suggested that Kaminari could be fine, quickly affirming, "He's probably fine. He is fine." Shinso hesitated, expressing that he didn't think Midoriya would get into too much trouble. Jiraiya chimed in, noting that Midoriya was a smart guy who would have avoided anything too dangerous. Ashido swung her arm, insisting that he would return as his usual self. Jiraiya added that he might even crack a joke about it. Shinso patted Ashido's shoulder, stating that if Midoriya was involved in anything, he would be safe at the police station. They all repeated variations of reassurance, trying to convince themselves that Midoriya Izuku was fine, safe, and alive. They held on to the hope that they would hear from him soon. Meanwhile, Kaminari Denki sat in a classroom, staring blankly at the ground. Midoriya Izuku reflected on his short life as he drifted deeper into darkness. His father had left before he could remember his face, and his mother raised him alone, working tirelessly to provide for them. She faced judgment for losing her husband, as if the challenges of single parenthood were her fault. But now, that burden seemed to fade away. His memories of primary school and junior high blended together, repeating the same painful verse. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki, childhood friends, victim and bully. Bakugo's laughter and the laughter of others echoed around him, accompanied by the sounds of explosions that shattered their world. Bakugo's taunt rang in his ears, urging him to jump off the roof if he wanted to be a hero. Faces from Shiketsu blurred in his mind, and he felt a heavy chain connecting him to his past. He remembered his stagnation and the burdens he carried, which only made the chain heavier. As his life approached its end, the chain began to break, freeing him from his sinking fate. He felt a strange sense of vindication as he faced the end of his life. Everything had led to this moment, where he made a choice that defined him. He had saved Ingenium and delayed the hero killer. The quirkless boy had been a hero, even if only for a brief time. That moment reshaped his life, making everything worthwhile and bringing him peace as the film of his life drew to a close. And then, Midoriya Izuku opened his eyes. There was no peace. He felt a tightness in his left hand, which was wrapped in a cast and resting on a stand. What was life supposed to be like after everything he had endured? As he attempted to sit up, he felt the constricting binds of the hospital gown against his skin. It was over now, but he had to go back. His blanket slipped away, revealing the hospital room around him. What was he supposed to do now? A rune flashed in his mind repeatedly, leaving him unsure if he was truly awake or trapped in a strange dream. Perhaps none of this was real. He blinked as movement caught his eye, like a fading synapse firing one last time. A curtain billowed, flapping after a gust of wind. As the wind weakened, the curtain began to settle. In the corner of the room stood a man, his eyes darting around as if searching for something. He was tall and lanky, muscles protruding from his frame. His face was flat, defined only by the folds and wrinkles of a white bandana. A red, dirted scarf hung from his neck, settling just like the curtain. His black top and breathes were stained with dried blood, his own. With a deep, guttural voice, he remarked that Izuku was alive, a smile stretching too wide across his face. Suddenly, a feminine voice, laced with concern and panic, rushed into the room. The nurse fell to the ground, her eyes wide with horror. A scream echoed off the walls, ringing louder in the tense atmosphere. Izuku's gaze snapped back to the figure, catching only the trailing wisps of the bandana and scarf. The woman's scream drew others into the room. She pointed at the window, her voice trembling as she noted they were on the 30th floor. Another nurse stepped further in, crunching the shattered glass underfoot, his eyes fixed on the window. He asked if Izuku was okay, his expression shifting from fear to bewilderment. Despite everything, Midoriya Izuku was smiling. Kaminari Denki fiddled with the phone in his hands. It wasn't his, it belonged to Midoriya. He knew it was strange to keep it, but he had forgotten to return it after taking it from the locker room. His frustration boiled as he recalled the police officer's words about Midoriya being in the hospital. They had come to question everyone, teachers, heroes, and him, about how Midoriya had gotten off school grounds, who was supposed to be watching him, and why he had left in the first place. Denki felt the weight of his own mistake. He had forgotten the gauntlet, and by letting Midoriya rush off to retrieve it, he had put his friend in danger. Yaoyorozu softly called to him, reminding him that class was about to start. Denki blinked, looking up at her from his seat and acknowledging her request. She smiled lightly as he tucked the phone away, but he could feel the weight of his classmates' gazes, Shinso, Ju, Ashido, lingering on him. They were concerned for Midoriya, but their attempts to comfort Denki only reminded him of the guilt he carried. Midoriya was in the hospital because of him, and he couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter about Midoriya's situation. Questions flew around. How had he gotten caught up with the villain? Why was he allowed near such danger? Was he okay? Some joked about his fate, but the laughter felt hollow. The usual group gathered, trying to eat while the rumors swirled around them. Shinso managed to ignore the noise, while Denki felt irritation rise within him. Jiraiya remained quiet, and Ashido struggled to find words to uplift the group, feeling increasingly inappropriate as time passed. 2 days had passed since the sports festival, and while they knew Midoriya was in the hospital, they had no idea about his condition. Was he improving? Was he in pain? So many questions lingered without answers. The teachers had said nothing, and the media embargo kept crucial details hidden. A Shiketsu student had saved the pro-hero Ingenium from the serial killer known as Stain, but Midoriya's name was absent from the reports. The hospital he was taken to remained undisclosed, and his condition was a mystery. Gone, the news would have said something, at least he hoped. But who knew if they were even allowed to speak about Midoriya's condition without permission from him or the school? Would they get to know? He bit his cheek before refocusing on the meal in front of him. The uncertainty was giving him a headache. Ashido smiled and looked between everyone, trying to break the tension. Recent events were off the table. Support items and hero costumes were off the table. Heroes were off the table. Villains? Hitoshi thought as he picked at his food. Math class had been pretty rough, Ashido remarked weakly. Jiraiya chimed in, still chuckling about the upcoming test section where calculators wouldn't be allowed. She shook her head, recalling how much she relied on them. Hitoshi offered his opinion, stating that literature was dumb, finding it frustrating that something as subjective as poetry could be reduced to right and wrong answers. Ashido nodded, questioning what would happen if she viewed a yellow curtain simply as a yellow curtain rather than a representation of poverty or something deeper. The conversation lulled again until Kaminari, who hadn't touched his food, mentioned that hero art history was a strange subject. Hitoshi noticed the uneaten food on his plate and realized that another meal wouldn't be offered freely. Ashido agreed, adding that Mr. Takahiro could make the class more interesting. With that, the group fell into a rhythm, discussing mundane topics to distract themselves from the heavy thoughts lingering in their minds. Better than nothing, Hitoshi thought. Ridiculous, it was absolutely ridiculous. Midoriya rushed through the hospital, her heart racing. First, her son ended up in the hospital after slipping off school grounds and being attacked by a villain. Now, after a long conversation with a doctor about how well he was doing, she found that his room had been cornered off by police tape and that he had been moved to another room. How much danger had he been in? Did they have to move? Was it the same villain? Inko nearly collided with the doorway as she skidded to a stop. Breathing, her eyes rose to see him sitting up in his hospital bed, awake and smiling. He greeted her as if nothing was wrong, despite the hospital gown and the visible signs of his ordeal. It felt as if they were back in their apartment, where she would come home after a long day at work to find him safe and sound. A lump formed in her throat as she stumbled into the room, overwhelmed with emotion. He was alive. "My baby," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. She rushed to his bedside, wrapping him in the tightest hug she could manage. "Thank goodness." his face blurred through her tears, and soon she couldn't see anything but the warmth of his presence. He felt different, broader than she remembered, making her question the distance that had grown between them. He sounded surprised when he called out to her. Inko hugged him tighter, her heart sinking. Was it the time apart? Had she said something wrong? Memories of the past flooded her mind, especially the night Izuku had asked if he could be a hero too. She raised her head to see him looking guilty, hiding it behind a smile. Tears filled his eyes as he apologized, assuring her that he was okay. As they embraced, she felt the droplets stain her cardigan. "I'm here," he said, holding her tightly. They rocked back and forth in the hospital room, finding comfort in each other. "We're going to be okay," she whispered, and he echoed her sentiment. Meanwhile, 𝗳𝗏 questioned the situation, his arms still bandaged but cleared for leave by the hospital. He couldn't bring himself to wear his armor again, it felt too heavy. The police tapes surrounding Midoriya Izuku's room indicated an ongoing investigation. One of his sidekicks was outside, searching for traces of the villain. Knives had been used to descend from the rooftop, and the aircraft parked there bore puncture holes. Was he targeting Midoriya? Why risk exposure? There were so many heroes in the building, yet this villain managed to invade and elude capture. The dedication it took to hitch himself to a helicopter just to invade a boy's hospital room seemed the act of a madman. Tensei gritted his teeth, fists clenched. He had failed to protect Midoriya before, but he vowed not to fail again. Usajiyama Rumi could live with the fact that Midoriya was alive. She wasn't in the hospital, she didn't need to be. She was nearby, listening to reports about the surgery's success and the hero killer's break-in. Hopping from building to building, she sifted through alleyways in search of the villain. The fact he had slipped past her again was infuriating. She had to catch him, not to make up for her error but because he was a villain who needed to be stopped. Rumi was determined to confront Stain and any other villain unfortunate enough to cross her path. Stopping them was the only thing she could do. She wasn't the nurturing type who could play mentor or counselor. She excelled in combat. It was her strength and her way of coping. Rumi did her part to save Izuku, getting him to the hospital and ensuring Recovery Girl was there. She accomplished more than any other hero that day. She thought about how if she had been just a bit faster, perhaps things would have turned out differently. But she knew dwelling on what-ifs was pointless, it wouldn't change the past. Still, that knowledge did little to calm her simmering frustration. On the outskirts of the city, Akaguro Kaizomi, known as Stain, slipped into an abandoned apartment complex. Despite its run-down appearance, the metal walls were sturdy, and the heavy shutters at each entry point provided good barricades. He recalled the place as a quirk containment center as he broke into an apartment. Using his knife, he cut a hole in the wall to access the security wiring. A spark between two wires caused the security system to partially activate. The metal shutters slammed to the ground with a loud thud. He stepped back, surveying the room, feeling it was safe for now. His recent actions had drawn attention, and he knew the false heroes would be on high alert, but they would eventually assume he had escaped. Those complacent fools would let him slip away to maintain their precious status quo, just as that school hadn't warned its students. It was a risk, despite his confidence. He found himself at the center of those faux heroes. They might lack the ideals of true heroes, but their numbers made them dangerous. He recognized the foolishness of his risk, but he needed to understand. In a world filled with pretenders, true heroes were rare. A boy without a quirk had risked his life for others without hesitation, even when the person he saved didn't seem worthy. That boy, Midoriya Izuku, had smiled in the face of danger, and now he was nearly a casualty of Stain's actions. Kaizomi thought about how the boy had been in his way. Even if he was a rare gem, the mission had to come first. He reflected on the boy's role in his plans. Stain believed that not everyone deserving would see the light. Midoriya stood in the living room, reminding Stain that it was his goal to ensure that true heroes emerged, to rid the world of pretenders and make way for the pure and true. Midoriya's presence was a reminder of the cost of Stain's mission. The boy stood firm, pointing out that instead of preserving the essence of a true hero, Stain had only saved himself. Even Ingenium had prioritized saving the boy over capturing Stain. Stain, frustrated, questioned who else could carry out his mission. Midoriya argued that anyone would be better than a pretender. In a fit of anger, Stain hurled his katana, shattering the TV screen. Breathing heavily, he turned away from the living room and stomped into the bedroom, where dust-covered sheets lay undisturbed. Bugs scurried away as he collapsed onto the bed. Exhaustion weighed on him, and he knew he needed rest to clear his mind of doubt. He would rest and then continue his work, perhaps no longer alone. Principal 𝗕𝗏𝗄, Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, and Samuel Abraham had left the school grounds that day. Midoriya Izuku was alive, awake, and recovering, but he needed to be spoken to. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 felt a mix of concern and pride. After all, he was her patient. Principal 𝗕𝗏𝗄 was engaged in discussions with the school board, police, and media, trying to maintain a fragile peace among them. Each party was concerned for the boy, for both altruistic and selfish reasons. Samuel shared similar concerns. Midoriya was his student, and he had to justify the boy's actions to his superiors. They were aware of the events that had transpired. Midoriya had gone to retrieve a support item, encountered Stain attacking 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝗓, fought him off, and nearly lost his life in the process. Now, they faced the difficult decision of whether to punish him for his actions. It left a bitter taste in Samuel's mouth. Midoriya had nearly died but had survived, and despite his good deed, he needed to be examined and questioned. With external pressures mounting, Shiketsu had to form an opinion on the boy and his actions. The media had already portrayed him as a hero based on limited information. The police had yet to form a clear opinion, and the school board was unhappy about their name being splashed across news articles and TV screens. The 3 staff members were led to Midoriya's room by a nurse, who asked them to wait as someone else was visiting. Judging by the presence of Ida Tensei outside the room, it was likely 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝗓's family was there. Though, for some reason, Tensei was standing out of view, occasionally peeking in. Tensei blinked and turned to the trio, recognizing Samuel. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 noted their familiarity, surprised to learn they were acquainted. Samuel explained that the Ida family had long been donors to 𝐼 and that they had met in a professional capacity. Tensei attempted to sneak past the open doorway, asking what Samuel was doing there. Samuel coughed and shared that he had left 𝐼 to take up teaching at Shiketsu. Tensei's expression shifted as he realized the connection to Midoriya, and he grew concerned, wondering if Midoriya was in trouble. Principal 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗓 stepped forward, clarifying that the matter was one for the Midoriya family and the school to discuss. Tensei insisted that Midoriya hadn't done anything wrong, to which 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗓 responded that they needed to gather their own information, as they had superiors to answer to. Tensei then expressed his gratitude, stating that Midoriya had saved his life. This acknowledgement seemed to resonate with the others. A young man's voice from within the room erupted in gratitude, followed by Midoriya's shaky response, indicating his embarrassment. The 4 shifted their positions to peer into the room, where a squarish-looking teen was shaking Midoriya's hand vigorously. Midoriya sat on the edge of the hospital bed, visibly distressed, and the squarish teen was overwhelmed with emotion, expressing admiration for Midoriya's heroism. An older woman, presumably Tensei's mother, cautioned the boy to be gentle, while Midoriya's mother encouraged her son to hang in there. As the excitement settled, Tensei's mother placed a hand on her son's shoulder, urging him to calm down. Tensei's mother expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the debt of thanks she owed Midoriya for saving her son. 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗓, Midoriya's mother, looked between the two, insisting that they should not feel indebted, as both boys were alive, which was what truly mattered. Tensei reflected on how close the situation had been, noting that if Mirko had taken just a moment longer with Recovery Girl, the outcome could have been dire. He recalled how he had urged Midoriya to run and use his quirk, only to be met with Midoriya's fear yet unwavering smile. Samuel murmured about Midoriya's surprising nature, while Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 commented on his resilience. Principal 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗓 inquired if Tensei had given Midoriya permission to fight, to which Tensei confirmed. He then requested some time for his family to gather their thoughts before entering the room. When asked if he would join them, Tensei hesitated, feeling that his words might not suffice given the ongoing danger posed by the hero killer. The atmosphere grew quiet as the families prepared to meet. The Ida family made their exit, and the Shiketsu staff moved to greet the Midoriya family. Midoriya rubbed his arm and rolled his shoulder, freezing when he noticed them. Samuel observed his student in the hospital gown, noting the unusual sight. His gaze fell on Midoriya's injured thumb, a stark reminder of the recent events, and he noticed a scar barely visible beneath the gown. Principal 𝗕𝗁𝗲 approached, greeting Midoriya and his mother with a polite bow, expressing relief at their well-being. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 thanked her, and Midoriya echoed the sentiment. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 then asked if they could take a seat, to which 𝗕𝗁𝗲 readily agreed. The Shiketsu staff settled into chairs around the room. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 inquired about Midoriya's condition, and he responded that he was doing okay, though he still felt a bit off. He mentioned his appetite, revealing that he was quite hungry. Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 noted that this could be a side effect of his treatment, while 𝗕𝗁𝗲 explained that Recovery Girl had indicated she would provide information on how to manage it. They discussed the implications of Midoriya's accelerated healing process, with Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 clarifying that it might be linked to his quirk and the body's natural fuel. Midoriya reflected on how his healing might have been forced into overdrive during surgery, leading to some unusual effects. Principal 𝗕𝗁𝗲 smiled, acknowledging their knowledge on the subject, though it seemed they had strayed from the main topic. Samuel shared that he had attended a lecture on Island, while Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 mentioned reading a medical thesis. Midoriya felt less credible in comparison but was encouraged by 𝗕𝗁𝗲's praise for his ability to keep up with the conversation. As the discussion continued, Principal 𝗕𝗁𝗲 shifted the focus back to the reason for their visit, apologizing for not being there on a casual call. She took her seat again, placing her hand gently on Midoriya's, signaling the importance of their conversation. The principal of the Hero Academy expressed her immense happiness at seeing Izuku alive and well. She felt a deep sense of pride in his accomplishments but also had to address some serious issues. A support item had been taken off campus without the staff's knowledge. Izuku had been instructed to stay in the medical tent while Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 attended a meeting with the principal and Mr. Abraham. Instead, he had left campus unsupervised and inadvertently involved himself in a police operation, confronting a villain. The principal needed to make a decision regarding these events. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 leaned forward, confused and concerned about the nature of this decision. The principal explained that with Mr. Abraham and Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 present as witnesses, she needed their promise that nothing discussed would leave the room. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 agreed, albeit hesitantly. Midoriya exchanged a worried glance with his mother before nodding in agreement. The principal revealed that the school board wanted Izuku to quietly leave Shiketsu. Both 𝗕𝗁𝗲 and Midoriya were taken aback by this news. The principal elaborated that the school board was filled with individuals who prioritized reputation over ideals. She explained that this decision stemmed from a tragic incident long before her tenure as principal, where a Hero Corps student had caused a catastrophic explosion during a work study, resulting in multiple fatalities. The blame fell on the school, leading to a loss of sponsorships and funding, and ultimately, Shiketsu faded into obscurity. The principal noted that All Might's rise to fame had shifted the focus to 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗲, which gained international recognition and support. As interest in other schools grew, Shiketsu had to reshape its image, burying certain truths to maintain its elite status. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 questioned whether the school had concealed the accident, to which the principal confirmed that a media embargo had been put in place to protect the school from further controversy. Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 added that legal agreements had silenced any potential victims or witnesses from that time. The principal turned to Izuku, explaining that he represented a new controversy due to his actions, which included leaving school grounds unsupervised and risking his life to recover a support item. Despite the recklessness, she acknowledged his bravery in saving a life, recognizing the difficult position he had been in. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, bowing his head in apology for the trouble he had caused, yet standing firm in his conviction about his actions. The principal agreed that while the circumstances were unfortunate, his intentions were commendable. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 was overwhelmed by the situation, expressing her disbelief that the school board would target her son after everything they had been through. Dr. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔 remarked on the self-preservation instincts of the board, while Samuel reflected on the deep-rooted relationship between companies and schools. 𝗕𝗁𝗲 expressed her frustration, feeling that the situation was utterly ridiculous. The principal concurred, acknowledging 𝗏𝗏's concerns about whether Izuku should continue attending Shiketsu. Izuku, despite the gravity of the situation, found himself wanting to stay even more, as it would defy the board's wishes. He suggested that staying would be a way to resist their pressure. Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗪 agreed, noting that it would certainly provoke them. 𝗏𝗏, however, worried about the potential for more aggressive actions from the board in the future. The doctor reassured them that if they were to come forward about being pressured to leave, it would create an even bigger controversy for the board. The principal confirmed this, emphasizing that their current approach was a sign of their lack of confidence. 𝗏𝗏 felt torn, concerned about Izuku living in the dorms so far from home. She expressed her need to be informed immediately if anything went wrong. The principal promised to ensure that 𝗏𝗏 would be the first to know and assured her that she would protect Izuku from any harassment by the board. 𝗏𝗏 took a deep breath, turning to Izuku and emphasizing the importance of contacting her if anything happened. He nodded, promising to keep her informed. With a sense of resolution, 𝗏𝗏 agreed to let him stay for now. The principal expressed her confidence in being able to handle the situation with the board, thanks to information provided by 𝗓𝗓𝗏 and his family. Izuku was surprised to learn that he had received permission from a pro-hero to engage in a confrontation, which would shift the responsibility for any consequences away from him. Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗪 playfully reminded him not to sound confused about the situation, which should placate the board. Izuku wondered why this hadn't been mentioned earlier. The principal shrugged, explaining that Izuku's mother was already considering leaving the school, and he didn't want to push the issue if she had made up her mind. Izuku agreed, blinking before raising a hand to ask a question. He pondered for a moment, realizing he didn't know where his phone was. Kaminari Denki trailed behind the usual group as they left school grounds for their dorms. Ashido was chatting about mundane topics, doing her best to fill the silence, while Jdru and Shinso entertained her attempts. Denki felt disconnected from the group, burdened by the same guilt that had plagued him for the past 2 days. Any moment of joy or even neutral thought only intensified his feelings of regret. Denki blinked when he heard a phone ringing. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone, only to find a black screen. The ringing continued, causing his breath to hitch. He switched to the phone in his bag, looked at the screen and stopped in his tracks. It was his mother's name flashing back at him. Kaminari's friends called out to him, wondering what was wrong. He realized it was Midoriya's mother on the line. His heart raced as he felt a surge of static energy coursing through him. A flood of questions rushed to his mind. Was Midoriya okay? Were his legs and arms working? Where had he been? Was he still in the hospital? What had happened? Did he really fight Stain? Why hadn't he called anyone? Midoriya's voice came through, explaining that he hadn't had his phone. Denki felt heat rise to his cheeks, realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Midoriya apologized for worrying them, mentioning that the Stein gauntlet hadn't made it through the ordeal. Denki laughed, relieved that Midoriya was okay, and shared his joy with the group as they crowded around him, eager to hear the news. Ashido shouted in excitement, and Jdru asked if Midoriya was really all right. Shinso chuckled, expressing how worried they had been. Midoriya explained that he would be in the hospital for a bit longer for physical therapy. Denki hesitated, asking what had happened to him. Midoriya admitted that he hadn't come through unscathed but reassured them that he was still standing and had both thumbs. Jdru asked about his schoolwork, and Midoriya acknowledged that it was a good question. A distant voice suggested they could help him keep up with review and worksheets, though it wouldn't compare to actual lessons. Ashido eagerly offered to help him study, and Midoriya hesitated, unsure if they were serious. Denki, Shinso, Jdru, and Ashido all expressed their willingness to assist. Midoriya agreed, saying he would text himself the hospital's address. He then asked if they needed to inform the staff about their plans. His mother confirmed that it would be best to do so. Midoriya said he would see them tomorrow, and Ashido excitedly shouted that they would study hard together. Denki nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he realized they would finally see Midoriya in person. As the call ended, Ashido exclaimed that Midoriya was okay, bouncing away from the group with joy. Jdru chuckled, noting that he sounded fine. Shinso patted Denki's shoulder, assuring him that they would get all the details tomorrow. Denki smiled for the first time in a while, though a lingering worry remained in his heart. Midoriya was still in the hospital, undergoing physical therapy. He wondered if Midoriya was hiding anything to spare them from worry. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to see for himself whether Midoriya was truly okay and finally take responsibility for his mistake. Izuku found it hard to describe the scar across his chest. It had been bearable before, but now he was acutely aware of how his skin stretched across moving tissue. A pang of fear gripped him, imagining the material tearing. Rationality told him that wouldn't happen. The trained doctors, including a pro hero, had suggested therapy. Yet, even the slightest possibility of something going wrong filled him with intrusive fears. A young woman with a shark-toothed grin and hair shaped like a fishtail called out to him, urging him to keep going. A large man with a pompadour encouraged him to fight. Another lady with curly hair slept nearby, while a stout man advised the others to focus on their own therapies instead of bothering him. Izuku found the attention overwhelming. His trainer, 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲, noted that he seemed to have fans. Blushing from the attention and feeling discomfort in his body, Izuku tapped out, grateful for a small break from his coach. Thanks to his progress, he was allowed a 5-minute respite. And, thankfully, with the show over, the big shot was able to disperse the audience, but not without some words of encouragement. Apart from the sleeping one, of course. Izuku recognized all of them. They were Team 𝗳𝗏 sidekicks, much like most in this therapy gym. They either carried bandaged arms or limped as they moved. They were all part of the operation to take down Stain, but were only injured by him in the process. The injury fostered a sense of kinship, and the rescuing of Ingenium brought admiration. Despite the embarrassment, being acknowledged by pro heroes fueled his determination. Looks, nods, greetings, and even the occasional praise felt like a surprising gift from people so extraordinary. He was even tempted to ask a few of them for their autographs. But considering what led to them all being there, it didn't seem like the right time for something like that. A chill ran down his spine, the cold water not kind to sensitive skin. The exercise hadn't warmed him enough to deserve the cold, but it silenced the nagging voice in his head. It was a bit intoxicating, he thought with a chuckle escaping his lips. Izuku was sitting up on the bench press, partially wet, trying to be quiet to let the sleeping lie. He fidgeted with a water bottle, allowing his gaze to land on his discolored thumb. It felt fine, except for a twitch or phantom pain. With feelings set aside, appearance was his only real concern. It had a shade of gray to it, and he noticed it was a bit skinnier, knuckle and bone protruding more than before. It was minimal. The only reason he noticed was that it was his thumb. The same was true for his body. Izuku could tell he was thinner than before. Side effects from Recovery Girl's quirk, he was certain. He could regain it, but if he was going to go through with it, he would have to put in a lot of extra effort. Speaking of which, Tochi remarked that it seemed the heat might be getting to him. He noted that Izuku was getting pretty used to those bells, so they were going to pick up the pace. Izuku responded enthusiastically, pumping his fist, and Tochi laughed before they adapted their regimen. Ecstatic, jittery, and impatient, those were the emotions running through the group as they gathered in their dorm's parking lot. It was the usual suspects, no guest characters. Their attire was a mix of style and comfort, reflecting their personalities. After ensuring they all had their study materials in their bags, they began the small trek toward the hospital. Ashido asked if Shinso was texting Midoriya's mom. He replied not to tell Midoriya. Jiryu contorted her face, expressing her disapproval of the wording. Kaminari chimed in, noting that Midoriya was still in therapy but progressing quickly, healing more and faster than the doctor expected. Ashido exclaimed that it was great news, while Shinso chuckled, feeling as if they had nothing to worry about. Kaminari, however, was less certain. Shinso nudged him, suggesting there was nothing wrong with some wishful thinking. Jiryu tucked her phone into her pocket, reminding them not to ask about it. They didn't know what he had been through, and even if they thought he was just putting on a brave face, he should get to decide the pace. With that, they all silently wondered the same question, murmuring in agreement about what really happened that day. They hoped for the best, that Midoriya was almost entirely uninjured. Idly, the worst possibility plagued the corners of their minds, but they could force themselves to ignore it with ease. Not only had they received good news from the injured in question, but they were going to find their own confirmation soon enough. Kaminari sighed, lamenting that Kami-senpai couldn't make it. Shinso explained that internships wouldn't wait, especially when they were already a year in the making. Ashido puffed her cheeks, mentioning that they postponed their work study. Shinso clarified that theirs was always going to run at the same time as the other schools. Everyone had their sports festivals a week before you, because even students from their school would want to be in those stands. However, it only applied to first year's work studies. Second year's and third year's internships started before you, but ended at the same time. Kaminari echoed that their internships were longer, and Shinso confirmed it, explaining that they didn't get plastered on TV like the others, so they had to make an impression that lasted. Jiraiya asked if Mr. Himawari had gone over this with them already. Ashido blinked, realizing that was what those one-on-one meetings were about, thinking it was some weird grade thing. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, noting that Yaoyorozu and Urashi were the first people he talked to because of their rank as top scorers of their class. Ashido suggested that maybe someone was cheating, putting a strange accent on the last word. Jiraiya agreed, and Shinso nudged Kaminari, asking if he had anything to add. Kaminari blinked, realizing he had been distracted. Shinso smirked, teasing him for not paying attention. Kaminari apologized, and Shinso reassured him not to worry about it. As they climbed toward the train platform, Shinso remarked that things were working out. Kaminari frowned, feeling that just because things were working out didn't mean everything was fine. Shinso placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him to remember why he was thinking about it in the first place before jogging ahead. Kaminari pondered what that was supposed to mean. Led by a nurse, Izuku found himself in patient attire once again in his hospital room. With his condition improving, he was in less intensive care. The doctor and nurses visited less frequently, and thankfully, he didn't have to be hooked to monitoring machines. He plopped himself onto his bed, exchanging farewells with the nurse, and found himself alone. His mom, after a great deal of convincing, was off in the cafeteria getting some form of a meal. He would describe it, but he wasn't with her. Instead, he was there alone with a TV that only had the news and a cartoon channel for kids. Izuku took a deep breath before sighing and laying across his bed. Ignoring the feeling of his chest stretching in response, he thought to himself that he was already bored. He looked around and spotted the TV remote near the head of the bed. Rolling toward it, he picked it up and sucked on the device. The cheerful tune of a song filled the room, and he quickly switched the channel to the news. In Hero News, it was rumored that All Might would be hosting U.S. Sports. Frustrated, he shut the TV off and groaned, kicking up his legs. His body swayed like a turtle's, shifting from one side to the other. He contorted his face before attempting to throw his legs again. His eyes widened as his weight shifted too far to one side, leading him to topple onto the tiled ground. A familiar voice called out, expressing concern. It was Mr. Abraham, dressed casually with a coat and bag on one arm and a workbook in the other. Izuku quickly got up, leaning against his bed afterward, and greeted Mr. Abraham with surprise. He tried to find a comfortable position to prop up his elbow but realized he would have to kneel, which he wasn't inclined to do. Instead, he settled for asking what Mr. Abraham was doing there. Mr. Abraham inquired about Izuku's position on the ground, to which Izuku's face shifted awkwardly as he stammered an excuse. He frowned, realizing it didn't make sense. Mr. Abraham shook his head but smiled lightly, commenting on Izuku's energy. Izuku chuckled, noting that it was the first time anyone had referred to him as energetic. Mr. Abraham tilted his head before extending the workbook to Izuku, mentioning that he had organized worksheets for him. He then pulled out an architect's sketchbook and a set of writing utensils, explaining that they were for Izuku's support course studies. He mentioned that he would accept designs for partial credit until Izuku returned to school, at which point they would discuss a timeline for turning those designs into reality. Izuku expressed his gratitude, mentioning that he had some ideas brewing. Mr. Abraham nodded, stating he wouldn't keep Izuku any longer and that he only intended to drop off the materials. Izuku smiled and waved goodbye, hoping to return soon. Mr. Abraham promised not to change the seating arrangements on him, to which Izuku chuckled in response. As Mr. Abraham began to leave, he hesitated and expressed his relief that Izuku was okay. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, lowering his gaze and apologizing for the trouble he had caused. He promised to try to stay out of Mr. Abraham's hair in the future. Mr. Abraham reassured him that it wasn't too concerning and bid him farewell as he exited. Once alone, Izuku walked around his bed, taking the sketchbook and workbook. He promised himself to stay out of trouble and opened the sketchbook, beginning to sketch. He started with a basic shape, adding layers of thought, focusing on body armor designed for flexibility and protection. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, feeling the fabric against his skin. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, causing him to slam the sketchbook shut. Ashido burst into the room, throwing her hands in the air with excitement, expressing her relief that he was okay. She rushed around the bed and wrapped him in a hug, lifting him off the ground, which surprised him. As Ashido caught her breath, more footsteps entered the room. She announced to the group that their broccoli boy was alive. Shinso blinked in disbelief, reminding Ashido that running in a hospital wasn't advisable. Kaminari murmured his relief, while Jiraiya cracked a smile, teasing Izuku for giving them a scare. Izuku sighed and apologized, acknowledging that things had gotten out of hand. Shinso reassured him that it was beyond his control. Izuku shrugged, admitting that he had a role to play like everyone else. Kaminari expressed his regret over a forgotten item that had caused trouble, while Izuku reassured him that he was the only one to blame for his own actions. As they discussed the situation, Kaminari noticed Izuku's hand and expressed concern. Jiraiya urged him to be careful, but Izuku reassured them that he was fine and didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Ashido suggested they focus on studying, which surprised Jiraiya, who commented on the unexpected suggestion. Izuku explained that Mr. Abraham had just dropped off some materials, including a workbook filled with worksheets. Ashido eagerly suggested getting chairs, while Shinso noted the limited seating in the room. Kaminari suggested asking a nurse for help, and Jiraiya inquired about Izuku's mother, who was getting lunch. Izuku expressed his relief that she was finally eating, and Jiraiya lowered her voice to convey her gladness that he was okay. Izuku returned the sentiment, sharing a smile with her. Izuku stumbled slightly but managed to regain his balance, grateful he hadn't tripped on his way. Jiraiya laughed and playfully punched his shoulder, calling him a 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was okay. Jiraiya replied that he shouldn't be the one asking that question, to which he responded that he was standing, wasn't he? She bit her cheek before inquiring about his neck. Izuku scratched his cheek and assured her he was fine, mentioning that it seemed to have healed during the ordeal. Jiraiya smiled, relieved, and gave him a softer punch on the shoulder, expressing her happiness that he was all right. As Jiraiya turned to the group, who were receiving seats from a nurse, she suggested they should get some snacks and drinks. She walked past Kaminari, who was caught off guard when she pinched his ear and pulled him along, insisting he help because he had money. Ashido bounced over to Izuku, greeting him enthusiastically and playfully hitting his shoulder. He rubbed it, surprised that it didn't hurt as much as he expected. Ashido then asked if he was truly okay, insisting on a serious answer. Izuku smiled and reassured her that he was only a little sensitive but felt much better than he should. Ashido nodded, then playfully hit his shoulder again, causing him to exclaim that it actually hurt this time. She crossed her arms and declared that it was for scaring them. Izuku admitted he deserved it. With a focused gaze, Ashido stepped closer and asked him what his favorite food was. When he hesitated, she adopted a serious tone, prompting him to answer. He finally replied that he loved pork cutlet bowls, and his mouth watered at the thought, mentioning it had been ages since he had one. Ashido nodded in understanding before turning to her seat and rummaging through her bag. Izuku then turned to Shinso, asking if he was going to punch him. Shinso joked about not being tempted. Izuku promised to do his best, and Shinso complimented him for proving someone wrong, saying he could be a hero. Izuku shrugged, feeling he could have done better, but Shinso insisted there would be no debating that. Izuku asked if they were curious about anything, but Shinso shrugged, saying they could hear about it later or never. He added that what mattered was that Izuku made it through. Izuku nodded, and Shinso asked if he thought he'd be out of the hospital soon. Izuku scratched his cheek, estimating he might be out before the work study, possibly in a day or two if he was lucky. Shinso joked about whether Izuku had a healing quirk, to which Izuku shook his head, wishing he did. He expressed how much easier that would have made things, and Shinso noted that Izuku seemed different, standing taller. Izuku considered this and shrugged, attributing it to his hair. Shinso chuckled, recalling how Izuku used to look. Just then, 𝗓𝗪 returned with snacks in hand, and Kaminari, hunched over with snacks in his arms, commented that they could all get jobs. Shinso reminded him it was against school rules, and Ishido saluted him for being brave. Izuku, feeling a bit out of the loop, didn't expect to be included in that conversation. He sighed, realizing they were going to drain his wallet. As Izuku climbed onto his bed, his friends gathered around him in chairs, chatting and studying. He found himself partially distracted, thoughts swirling in his mind about a sketchbook filled with ideas and concepts he wanted to capture. He glanced at his friends, wondering what they would think, say, or do. His hands fidgeted, scratching one hand with the other as he contemplated their concerns. Despite wanting to acknowledge their worries, he felt compelled to continue his creative pursuits, determined to press on no matter what. Later, a nurse informed Izuku and his mother, 𝗵𝗄𝐻, that they would be discharging him from the hospital that day. As they approached the luggage case left on the hospital bed, flanked by 2 police officers, one officer explained that it contained Izuku's belongings. He opened it, revealing the maneuver belt on top, which was in good condition despite the remnants of dried BLD. Izuku set it aside to examine the suit beneath, noting the gash across its torso stained with his own BLD. A shiver ran down his spine as he glanced at 𝗵𝗄𝐻, who was staring past him. He carefully placed the suit back down, closed the case, and smiled at the officers, thanking them for returning his belongings. 𝗵𝗄𝐻 quickly took the case handle, urging them to leave. The officer, surprised by her urgency, stepped aside as Izuku followed his mother out the door. He wondered aloud if he had said something wrong, to which the officer's partner replied that he probably had. As they walked away, the doctor reminded Izuku not to overexert himself too soon and mentioned that Dr. Yaratezawa at Shiketsu Academy would continue his physical therapy. Izuku laughed, feeling a surge of freedom as he jogged down the road, pumping his fists in the air. His mother was a mix of embarrassment and amusement, giggling while trying to hush him. Dressed in old clothes from their apartment and carrying a big yellow backpack, his smile faded slightly as he noticed her holding the briefcase tightly. He paused, scratching the back of his head, ready to embrace whatever came next. He closed the distance before nudging his mom, suggesting they get something to eat after dropping off their things at his dorm. He subtly lifted the briefcase's handle and she slowly let go. It was almost lunchtime, after all. She managed to smile and asked what he had in mind. Izuku blinked, chuckling as he admitted he wasn't sure what was around to eat. The only place he knew was a jazz cafe. She tilted her head, curious if that was what kids were into these days. He admitted he had no idea what anyone was into, but after all the hospital food he craved something greasy. She countered that it might not be the best idea and suggested they stick to something healthy. Izuku feigned disappointment but accepted her light scolding. Before they left, she praised him for his bravery in rushing to protect Mr. Iida, acknowledging that in a world filled with heroes, it must have felt natural. However, she expressed concern about keeping something that felt stained. He laid the case on his dorm's dinner table and turned to her, questioning if she was sure she wanted to keep it. They locked the door behind them as they left, and she reiterated her discomfort with him having it. As they approached the front gate, a voice called out to them. Both Midoriyas turned to see Shinso and 𝗓𝗪 walking through the gate, dressed in their uniforms and carrying bags. 𝗓𝗪 asked what they were doing there, and Izuku tilted his head, surprised they had forgotten he lived there. She rolled her eyes playfully, admitting she preferred him when he was quiet. Shinso asked if he was out of the hospital or just out for a walk, and Izuku confirmed he had been released but was now under the care of Dr. Yaratezawa for physical therapy. Shinso offered his condolences, and Izuku blinked in confusion. 𝗓𝗪 greeted 𝗵𝗄𝐻, who insisted they call her by her first name to avoid confusion. Izuku wondered where Kaminari and Ishido were, and Shinso explained that the midterm scores had been posted for everyone to see. When asked about their scores, Shinso revealed he had ranked 6th, just barely touching the top 5, while 𝗓𝗫 had scored 10th. Izuku was shocked to learn Kaminari and Ishido had scored 20 and 19, respectively, despite studying together. Shinso clarified they were still passing, albeit barely, and 𝗓𝗫 added that they had probably been held up by Mr. Himawari for remedial work. 𝗓𝗏 interjected, asking if they had caught Izuku's score. Shinso recalled it was rank 4, just a single % behind rank 3. Izuku was surprised, admitting he barely remembered the test. 𝗓𝗏 hugged him partially, congratulating him on his achievement, and he thanked her with a chuckle. Shinso suggested they shouldn't hold them up any longer, but 𝗓𝗏 invited them to join them for lunch. Shinso and 𝗓𝗫 exchanged glances, hesitant to intrude, but 𝗓𝗏 insisted they were welcome. 𝗓𝗫's stomach grumbled, prompting her to admit she would like to join them. 𝗓𝗏 clapped her hands together in delight and suggested they wait while Shinso and 𝗓𝗫 changed. Once the two students rushed off to their dorms, 𝗓𝗏 placed a hand on her cheek, wondering if she had been too forceful in inviting them. Izuku leaned against the wall, reassuring her that it was unlikely they felt pressured. She expressed her concerns as a mother, reminding him to avoid dangerous situations, having seen many heroes and civilians come through the hospital after putting themselves in harm's way. Later, the group found themselves at a casual restaurant, enjoying their meal and engaging in light conversation. Izuku's leg bounced under the table, and 𝗓𝗏 excused herself to powder her nose. 𝗓𝗫 complimented Izuku's mom, and he chuckled, feeling it was strange to be the one accepting such praise. Shinso then leaned in, saying he had a question that had been a long time coming. 𝗓𝗫 nodded in agreement, eager for answers. Shinso hesitated before asking about Izuku's shirt, which simply read, dress shirt. Izuku blinked, leaning back in his seat, and explained it was a 𝗔𝗂𝘁 shirt that he found funny. 𝗓𝗫 questioned its humor, and Izuku defended it, insisting it was indeed funny. Shinso asked who had told him it was funny, and Izuku trailed off, contemplating. 𝗓𝗫 frowned, hoping it wasn't his bully who had suggested it. Izuku straightened up, admitting he still thought it was funny, and when pressed about how many similar shirts he had, he reluctantly revealed he owned all of them. 𝗓𝗫 couldn't help but laugh, while Shinso expressed sympathy for his embarrassment. Izuku sank deeper into his chair, wishing he could disappear. Round 2 was approaching, and Shinso mentioned that they should keep it from Ishido, who might take it as an opportunity to play dress-up. 𝗓𝗫 chimed in, noting that none of them had the money for such things. Shinso groaned, reminding her about the business course, which made 𝗓𝗫's expression drop in realization. Izuku, confused, asked what was wrong. Shinso explained that the business course had a fashion department dedicated to making heroes look good for the cameras, akin to an amateur modeling agency. He twirled his finger, exasperated by the thought of being surrounded by fashion enthusiasts who would fuss over their appearances. 𝗓𝗫 added that they would dress you up and down, and if one was lucky, they might actually look good in the photos. She recalled their first collaboration, where they teamed up with some students from the fashion department, resulting in a chaotic experience that left most feeling embarrassed. Shinso elaborated that the first business class needed hero models for their projects, but most students had declined. They devised a solution: if you modeled, you would receive free clothes. Some students were willing to endure the experience for high-quality items they spotted. Shinso mentioned that Kaminari had volunteered and sold a nice leather jacket for quick cash. 𝗓𝗫 noted that Ishido volunteered for fun, usually partnering with someone she had worked with on the project. They speculated that the fashion department might extend their offers to other courses, especially if they caught wind of Izuku's wardrobe, wishing him good luck. Izuku shivered at the thought, feeling embarrassed by proxy. 𝗓𝗏, who had been listening, approached and asked what they were discussing. Izuku explained that they were talking about a class project involving modeling. 𝗓𝗏 was surprised to learn about it, and Shinso confirmed it was indeed true. 𝗓𝗏 decided it was time to pay the bill and head out. As they made their way to the train station, the night had settled in, casting darkness illuminated by the flickering lights of nearby businesses. The atmosphere was quiet, both Izuku and 𝗏𝗏 feeling the exhaustion of the day. Izuku found himself lost in thought, reflecting on the past few days, while 𝗏𝗏 was also preoccupied with her own memories. Upon reaching the train platform, 𝗏𝗏 took a deep breath and began pacing. She reiterated the rules: double-check locks, she would send his allowance every weekend, and he needed to text her when he got home after school. If anything happened, he was to call her immediately. Izuku nodded in agreement. 𝗏𝗏 hesitated, expressing her discomfort with him having the hero suit. Izuku took a moment before reassuring her that it belonged to the school, and he would have to return it. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged this but still seemed troubled. Then, Izuku asked her a question that had been on his mind, wondering if she thought he could be a hero. 𝗏𝗏 blinked, her emotions shifting as she processed his question. For a brief moment, she saw her little boy again, filled with hope and uncertainty. Just then, the train arrived, shaking the platform as it pulled in. Izuku chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed for asking such a question, but 𝗏𝗏 seemed to be at a loss for words. He placed an arm on her shoulders, guiding her through the crowd of exiting passengers, reminding her not to miss the train. Once she boarded, they separated, and he promised to text her when he got back to the dorms, assuring her he would be safe. He smiled and waved as the doors closed, and the train began to move. As Izuku walked away, he felt a mix of emotions. He reflected on the streets he walked, his thoughts drifting to the challenges ahead. He wondered if his mother's answer would ever change after all these years. The internal voice in his head questioned whether he could truly become a hero, reminding him of the dangers that lurked in the world. He clenched his fists, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The thought of a certain villain, the hero killer, loomed in his mind. He knew that the streets were not safe, and he had to be prepared for whatever lay ahead. The night was dark, but he was determined to find his path and protect those he cared about. A few press conferences later, the station enjoyed a recent peace. Each passing second brought down their defenses bit by bit, allowing him, the media-proclaimed serial killer, to approach the station without raising suspicion. He had disguised himself with clothes he found in that QC apartment. The fabric was dirty and ripped, giving him a homeless appearance, which worked to his advantage. People tended to avoid the homeless, focusing on protecting their belongings rather than noticing a face. Midoriya tilted his head, causing his BLD-stained cap to fall. He wondered if getting 𝗕𝗁𝗄's knives back would make him feel whole again. 𝗕𝗁𝗄, standing tall, responded that a warrior needed his tools. Midoriya scoffed, leaning against the railing, pointing out that a true warrior did not ambush people in alleyways. 𝗕𝗁𝗄 growled as he descended the escape, insisting that a warrior strikes when the moment is most advantageous. Midoriya countered that a warrior does not attack the unarmed and paralyzed, emphasizing that a warrior fights other warriors, not victims. 𝗕𝗁𝗄 muttered to himself about the difficulty of acquiring more daggers, lamenting that stealing was too risky as he slid down the final ladder. Midoriya clarified that stealing was indeed an option, but 𝗕𝗁𝗄 needed to break into the evidence room to retrieve his weapons. Midoriya noted that the building schematics were likely not public record, but he believed there would be some record available. 𝗕𝗁𝗄 rubbed his chin, contemplating the situation. Midoriya echoed the saying that when seeking weapons or drags, one should not bother with a dealer, but rather rely on fans. He paused at the mouth of the alleyway, considering the implications of abusing fans in such a way that they could be arrested as accomplices to 𝗕𝗁𝗄's actions. 𝗕𝗁𝗄 stepped past Midoriya, dismissing the thought and looking up and down the street, determined to find an internet cafe. Izuku left the dorms early in the morning, dressed in his uniform and carrying a particular case. He pulled his cap tight before heading toward the distant school. He realized that if he was serious about confronting Stain, he needed to plan carefully. He understood that with all the trouble he had caused, he would be treated like an outcast. If a vigilante suddenly appeared in Shiketsu's vicinity, especially one without a quirk and wearing Shiketsu gear, he would be the prime suspect. He concluded that he would have to operate within the lines, ensuring that his gear and position were official, even if the school might not support him. Finding Stain posed another challenge. Stain was unlikely to announce his next target, but with nearly 20 victims, there had to be some pattern linking them beyond their jobs. Police files were mostly sealed, but the hero fandom and true crime enthusiasts often found ways to uncover information. Since heroes were celebrities, it would be difficult to hide much. As Izuku entered Shiketsu High, the halls were nearly empty, with only a few stragglers around. He tried to ignore the stares and whispers directed at him, but hearing his name spoken by strangers was unsettling. Although the media embargo kept his name out of the press, rumors still circulated. He shook off the unease by the time he reached the workshop, where the light was red and the room was unoccupied, but the door stood open. Izuku recalled that students were allowed to access the shop an hour before class. There was a sign-in sheet and multiple cameras in the room. After quickly signing in, he dashed to his station, abandoning his belongings before heading to the textile printer. Fortunately, he found it unlocked and accessed an old file, sending it back to his profile. Pulling it up at his station, he reviewed the designs for the bodysuit he created for the maneuver belt. He removed his blazer and cap, rolling up his shirt sleeves. The bulk of the design remained, a base of spandex with a layer of straps to distribute weight, followed by a layer of 𝗕𝗏𝗃. Leather was used for padding and protection against abrasions, but it was not very effective against swords. He planned to replace it with a layer of woven Kevlar, leaving only certain areas uncovered. The empty spaces would be filled with hard armor, elbow pads, shoulder pads, gauntlets, and greaves. He also designed body armor with a soft armor base of Kevlar and Nomex, topped with hard armor for his chest and upper back. He intended to secure it using the same system as the Stein gauntlet, with 4 hard armor panels around his abdomen, segmented for mobility. As he worked, a voice called out to him, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, the green-skinned girl with a beak and shell. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝗲, a boy with orange freckles, hair, and eyes, exclaimed in surprise that Izuku was alive. Izuku, who had only spoken to 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝗲 once, felt a mix of emotions as he adjusted the file and sent it back to the printer. Izuku found himself in a familiar yet uncomfortable situation. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 approached him with concern, asking if he was okay. He shrugged and assured her he was fine before returning to his station. 𝗬𝗭𝐚𝗲, curious about the recent events, inquired whether Izuku had been attacked by the hero killer. Izuku confirmed it, prompting 𝗬𝗵𝗲 to express her disbelief at his nonchalance. He turned to her, apologizing for any worry he might have caused. 𝗬𝗭𝗚 dismissed the concern, stating that people were simply curious about what had happened. Izuku smiled, feeling a mix of pride and anxiety at the attention he was receiving. He reflected on how different things felt now. He had once been a nobody, comfortable in his anonymity. But now, he sensed that eyes were on him, and the praise he received felt overwhelming. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗭𝗚 had never really spoken to him before, and their newfound interest made him uneasy. He recalled the mocking laughter he had faced in the past, wondering how he would convince Mr. Abraham to support his ambitions. Meanwhile, Ashido Mina, a natural people person, noticed Izuku sitting at the lunch table, looking uncomfortable. She approached him with a friendly smile, asking if he was okay. Izuku hesitated, admitting that it felt like everyone was staring at him. Mina shared her own experience of feeling out of place when her quirk manifested, explaining how she had to endure the stares and eventually grew accustomed to them. Izuku appreciated her sharing and felt a sense of camaraderie. Just as he was about to confide in her, Kaminari interrupted, excited to see Izuku back. The conversation shifted, and Mina sensed that Izuku had closed off again, retreating behind his walls. She wondered what he had wanted to say. Later, Izuku stood before Mr. Abraham, who reminded him of the consequences of his actions during the recent incident. The workshop buzzed with activity as students worked on their projects, but several glanced over at Izuku. Mr. Abraham, as the support course teacher, began discussing the importance of understanding the school's hero learning equipment, emphasizing the need for accountability. As part of his detention, Izuku was assigned to assist with maintenance and repairs. Mr. Abraham adjusted the papers on his desk and expressed his regret for not being able to discuss this with Izuku sooner, given the tightly scheduled curriculum and the upcoming work studies. He informed Izuku that they would begin the routine the following day. Izuku hesitated before asking about the work studies, his nerves evident in his stiff posture. He expressed his curiosity about the field support program. Mr. Abraham's surprise was palpable as he processed Izuku's interest, questioning whether it was truly the best choice for him after everything he had experienced. Izuku insisted he was still interested, despite Mr. Abraham's concerns about his safety. The teacher acknowledged the gravity of Izuku's past, indicating that he had faced challenges that even some heroes might not encounter. He emphasized that Izuku had died, a fact that weighed heavily on both of them. Izuku quickly reminded Mr. Abraham that he was still present and eager to pursue the program. Mr. Abraham's expression shifted as he considered the possibility of Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗏 signing off on Izuku's health, which would alleviate some of his concerns. He admitted that while he was just a support course teacher, he would need another opinion before proceeding. Izuku proposed obtaining a recommendation from Mr. 𝗕𝗏 or even a hero to support his application. Mr. Abraham raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the difficulty of that task. Izuku, determined, thought about how he might convince others to back him. Mr. Abraham then suggested that a signature from Izuku's mother could also serve as a recommendation, as she could vouch for his character and health. After some internal conflict, Mr. Abraham decided not to block Izuku from the program, provided they could confirm his abilities and health. Izuku felt a surge of relief and excitement at this news. Mr. Abraham offered to prepare a new sign-up sheet with additional lines for the necessary signatures. Grateful, Izuku thanked Mr. Abraham and returned to his station, feeling overwhelmed by the challenge ahead. He worried about how he would secure a recommendation, especially knowing his mother might not support his decision. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he could do this. At his station, Fujimori interrupted Izuku's thoughts, expressing his own interest in the field support program. They exchanged encouraging words, and Izuku felt a renewed sense of determination as he prepared for the task ahead. Later, Izuku sent a text to J.I.R.U, seeking permission for her costume files for his support course project. Their conversation flowed, with J.I.R.U agreeing to help and reminding him not to create anything too unusual. Meanwhile, Ida Tensei was deep in thought as he worked alongside Hashida, who handed him an insurance report related to their ongoing operations. Tensei's concern for Izuku was evident, as he reflected on the boy's well-being after his traumatic experience. Hashida noted that Izuku seemed fine during their last encounter, but Tensei worried that he might be masking his true feelings. Tensei expressed his concern that Izuku might be pretending to be unaffected by his past, which weighed heavily on him. Hashida encouraged Tensei to recognize that it was human to feel vulnerable and that he couldn't save everyone. He urged Tensei to communicate with Izuku, suggesting that the boy might not even realize how grateful Tensei was for his actions. As they continued their conversation, Tensei grappled with his feelings of inadequacy and the pressure to catch Stain, the villain they were pursuing. Hashida reminded him that their roles were different, and that Izuku's bravery deserved acknowledgement. Tensei realized that he needed to confront his feelings and reach out to Izuku, not just for his own peace of mind, but to support the young hero who had risked everything for him. How does that work? He shook his head, placing his hands on his hips, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. If this wasn't his job, he would be upset. Tensei tensed before letting out a sigh, realizing the weight of the situation. Instead of eliminating the guilt, they were merely shifting it in another direction. That would be manipulative, Hashida pointed out. Tensei met his gaze, contemplating the situation. He sighed, slowly relaxing, acknowledging his mistakes. Failure makes a fool out of all of them, Hashida remarked, but fortunately, they were always capable of learning and bouncing back. Tensei declared his intention to catch Stain. Hashida corrected him, emphasizing that Team Ida 10 would catch him and make up for the mistake they all made that day. They wouldn't underestimate him next time. Tensei turned to look out the apartment window, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He doubted he would be able to rid himself of the discomfort lingering within him. A few words of encouragement from the kid and some 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗏 around that villain's neck would fix that right up, Hashida suggested, giving Tensei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Right? Tensei chuckled, returning the gesture. They had offered to help, but they were just standing around talking. Hashida playfully punched Tensei's shoulder, reminding him that he was the one standing in the corner. Tensei chuckled again, offering an apology for his inaction. The mannequin's panels hissed and shifted, mimicking Jiru's figure. Once each one locked into place, Izuku wrapped her hero costume atop it. The base top was simple, designed to separate skin from the vest. The vest resembled a military parader's, featuring an obvious speaker across its chest. It was segmented for movement, connected by wires woven into the fabric. It also had something akin to epaulettes on its shoulders, with clear slots for audio jacks. The belt held a skirt for aesthetics, while the breathes were unremarkable. Lastly, the boots were combat-ready but rode a little higher to accommodate the speakers on their fronts. Izuku stepped back, contemplating the design. He couldn't critique it too heavily, though it did lack protective wear overall. He shrugged, thinking he would have to see if she wanted any additions. Connecting one of the epaulettes to his laptop, he began identifying the wireless signal's frequency. He pondered what weapon would benefit Jiru's style and quirk. Rubbing his chin, he stepped back to the costume, considering her punk aesthetic. He scratched his head, questioning if he was only guessing that because of the skirt or the vest. Well, her quirk had a lot to do with sound. He tilted his head, contemplating how to make it a support arm. His gaze caught something in the corner of his eye, an old project. Well, axe is another word for a guitar. 𝗓𝗫𝗁𝗅𝗍 was curious, which is why she agreed to let Midoriya access her costume. She had a basic impression of him. He seemed normal, reserved but friendly enough. However, her opinion had shifted since the sports festival, moving from guilt to shock and nearly grieving over him. After everything, he acted as if it barely affected him. She assumed whatever he was making was his first project since returning. Questions like what he was going to create and how it would turn out danced in her mind. When lunchtime was called, the heavy metal doors were propped open as students exited. Kyoka navigated through the crowd and entered the workshop. She peeked around the room and spotted a familiar mop of green hair. He was leaning back in a chair, staring at the running plasma cutter, covered from neck to ankle in a thick, baggy jumpsuit with a leather apron on top. Thick gloves protected his hands while a welding mask was strapped in place, leaving a puff of green hair visible at the back of his head. The relaxed way he sat suggested he was mesmerized by the sparks and concentrated light. She stepped up behind him, mindful of the distance from the plasma cutter. Midoriya's head hung over the back of the chair, causing the mask to fall from his face. He greeted her, inviting her to follow as he moved toward a workstation. He thanked her for coming in before lunch, assuring her he wouldn't take too long. He removed his apron, mask, and gloves, revealing a tank top underneath. Though her gaze wandered, she noted he was more muscular than she had expected, leaning towards a bulkier build. It was unexpected, not something that piqued her interest, but rather a surprise. "Everything okay?" Midoriya asked, tilting his head in concern. Her face flushed, and she forced a cough, trying to regain her composure. She stammered, unsure of how to respond. Midoriya looked down at himself, focusing on his chest, and sighed, partially groaning at the situation. Her eyes drifted again, and she noticed his tank top had a humorous label. "Can we just not, please?" he requested, clearly embarrassed. Her mind raced with thoughts, questioning why it was in English. Taking a deep breath, she pinched the bridge of her nose, apologizing for her reaction. Trying to change the topic, she glanced around his workstation, asking about the smiley face on his welding mask. It was one of their first projects, he explained. Customizing gear that was just theirs, these masks were the only pieces of equipment that they didn't share. She scratched her cheek, realizing the shark grin was unexpected, and thought that Setsuna would probably be a big fan. Midoriya clarified that he was referring to the one with the split quirk. She clapped her hands, smiling at her success, and asked what he had for her. He revealed the base blueprint, mentioning that the name was still pending but for now, it would be called the axe. Her face contorted as she looked at it, realizing it resembled a guitar. Midoriya confirmed her observation with a pop. Kyoka shook her head in disbelief, wondering how he knew she played guitar. She suspected Mina had let it slip and felt uneasy about the idea of using it. Midoriya's shock was evident as he expressed excitement about her guitar skills, muttering that he had just intended to make it look like one. He scratched the back of his head, contemplating whether he could make it a functioning guitar. He fished out his phone, mumbling to himself about how to make a guitar, revealing his struggle with the information he found online. 𝗕𝗁𝗁 took a deep breath and explained that while she could play guitar, she wasn't really interested in using one as a hero. She fidgeted with her 𝗓𝗂𝗁, expressing her discomfort with others knowing about her guitar skills. Midoriya blinked, curious about her reasoning. She sighed, explaining that it didn't feel very hero-like to her. When he asked about her music preferences, she admitted that she liked rock music. Midoriya stared, expecting more, but when she remained silent, he simply acknowledged her point. 𝗕𝗁𝗁 crossed her arms, feeling that he wasn't fully understanding her perspective. He rubbed the back of his neck, admitting he didn't see the issue. She pointed out that heroes typically didn't play rock music, favoring pop or idol genres instead. Midoriya tilted his head, surprised to hear that there were indeed heroes who played rock music. He explained that there were underground heroes, which made sense when considering the genre's rising popularity. He thought it was cool that she played guitar and reassured her that she didn't have to use it if she didn't want to. Midoriya proposed the idea of her being like an AUX chord, plugging the guitar into her speakers for variety depending on the situation. He waved his hands, clarifying that he wasn't trying to pressure her, it was just a thought. 𝗕𝗁𝗁 pulled on one of her 𝗓𝗂𝗁𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 complex chord was possible. She shrugged, admitting it felt a bit funky but that she owed him. Taking a deep breath, she decided to roll with it. Midoriya's excitement was palpable as he asked if she was sure. She sighed, agreeing to the idea and stating that she was starving, suggesting they could discuss it more later. As she left the workshop, she asked if he knew any songs by rock heroes. Midoriya smiled and offered to send her some. She nodded in appreciation before waving goodbye. Later, Izuku found himself in detention, shutting the toolbox before hefting it up at his side. The day had passed in a blur, and now he was attending a training session with Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻. As they made their way down the hall, Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 explained that the day would mainly focus on training and maintenance, which would involve both their handiwork and robotic assistance. He clarified that the assistance would come from a special support bot made by the same company that produced the combat versions used by Hero Core students. Izuku concluded that they would look basically the same. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 continued, explaining that the equipment had automatic responses to certain feedback, including a sensor similar to an earthquake sensor on gas mains. He raised a finger, noting that while the machines were built to last, they still needed thorough examination. If the damage was manageable, they would attempt to fix it. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 held up a tablet, indicating that it could connect to each machine for diagnostic checks. If the internal sensors recognized an issue, it would provide troubleshooting solutions and detailed instructions. However, if the damage was too great, they would contact the support company for a technician to complete the repairs. Izuku scratched his cheek, confirming that they would handle basic repairs if they had the necessary parts. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 explained that some parts were uniquely made by the company, meaning they might need to order them or leave it to a technician. Izuku asked if they had to call the company often, to which Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 flatly confirmed that it happened quite a bit, humorously noting that Hero Core students had a tendency to go above and beyond. Izuku cringed at that. They soon arrived at a new set of heavy metal doors, distinct from the workshop's doors, proudly displaying the school's crest. A red light loomed over the lintel, flashing as Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 tapped a buzzer. He explained that this place was referred to as the danger room, noting that it was similar to their testing range. An alarm blared as the locks hissed and clanged open. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 was usually in there with a few hard workers seeking extra training, so they needed to be cautious. Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 greeted Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻, who acknowledged his punctuality. His voice echoed throughout the chamber's walls. Its source was seemingly an observation deck on the opposite side of the room. The safety area likely referred to the circular platform that stood above the chamber's floor. The room, as Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 described, resembled segmented, paneled walls. However, the pristine white of the lab was replaced with scratched, gunmetal silver. A panel popped out, revealing a gun turret that spun and fired a ball of pink goop at a waft of purple hair. Shinso quickly pushed into a handstand to avoid the goo, which splattered against the ground. He spun his body to narrowly dodge another batch of goo, bending his knees before throwing himself upright. He cartwheeled to evade another shot, but another panel lifted and whirled, hitting him in the chest and splattering his gym uniform. Shinso's body was knocked back, and he crashed onto the ground. An alarm blared, and the safety area hissed as panels rose from the floor below, forming stairs. Mr. Abraham announced that they would call it a day for Shinso. As he sat up, Shinso's gaze shifted to the intruding pair, and he blinked at Midoriya. Izuku didn't completely part from his warden, making a minor detour to check on him. He asked if Shinso was okay. The goop hissed and popped, hardening into a drywall-like material. Shinso confirmed that it was indeed hardening and knocked his chest, causing the brittle material to crack and crumble away as he stood. Izuku commented on how that would make cleanup easier, and Mr. Abraham agreed, explaining that the panels had a proper seal until activated, making room cleanup equally simple. Shinso matched his pace to Izuku's and inquired about Mr. Abraham's presence. Mr. Abraham explained that Izuku was assisting with minor repairs around the school. Izuku recalled that Principal 𝗕𝗏𝗄 wanted to keep the punishment a secret, noting that they couldn't punish the victim. Shinso chuckled, suggesting that Izuku was overdoing it since he hadn't missed many days of school. Izuku countered by asking if Shinso didn't exercise or fight every day, questioning who was really overdoing it. Shinso looked off to the side, muttering that he had to keep up with everyone else. Izuku blinked, asking what he meant. They came to a stop beneath the observation deck, where poles rose from the ground, connecting to the ceiling. Panels hissed and clanged as seals and locks released, forming a staircase. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 announced their arrival in the danger zone, which Izuku echoed, confused about the name. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 pointed out that Danger Room was copyrighted, and Mr. Abraham pouted, claiming that what was said in passing couldn't be sued. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 insisted they shouldn't spread it around and invited them to come up. Izuku whistled as they ascended onto the observation deck, a semicircular room with a console at its center and a windowed view of the room below. A grouping of seats in the back could accommodate a class worth of people. Izuku remarked that it seemed pretty standard, despite his earlier reaction. Mr. Abraham beckoned Izuku to show him how the diagnostic system worked. Later, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 praised Shinso for his performance, noting that he was pushing himself and it showed. He mentioned that most students couldn't move as well as Shinso and could learn a lot from him. Shinso, however, felt frustrated, admitting that he hadn't met his own record. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 reassured him that dodging 8 was still impressive, but Shinso countered that Setsuna managed 15 due to her quirk. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 reminded him not to compare himself to others. Shinso expressed his frustration, admitting that his mind wasn't in a good place. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 understood, recalling his own experiences. He advised Shinso that while holding himself to a standard could be motivating, it could also degrade his sense of self. Instead of pushing himself forward, he might be holding himself back. After a pat on the shoulder, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 suggested Shinso take a break, knowing he had homework to do. Taking a deep breath, Shinso plopped into one of the empty seats, contemplating Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧's words about holding himself back. He sighed, realizing he should indeed take that break, and pushed himself to his feet. Meanwhile, Ida Tensei stood at the gates of Shiketsu High, questioning whether being there was better than just heading inside to ask for Midoriya. The number of passers-by had dwindled, and he began to feel self-conscious, thinking he must look like a self-absorbed celebrity. He considered running away to salvage the situation when a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Midoriya waving at him, asking how he was feeling. Tensei stammered that he was good and complimented Midoriya on looking well. Midoriya continued through the gates, wishing him a nice day. Tensei blinked, turning after him, and called out, wanting to thank Midoriya for saving his life. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for Midoriya's bravery, acknowledging that he could never repay him. Midoriya lightly punched Tensei's shoulder, accepting his thanks with a smile. He stepped back, adjusting his bag straps, ready to continue on his way. He reassured Tensei that there was no need to repay him, expressing gratitude for their survival. Tensei chuckled, feeling relieved that they were both still standing. Midoriya, feeling a bit shy, complimented Tensei's kindness. As he rummaged through his bag, he pulled out a sketchbook and suggested a way to repay him by asking for an autograph. Tensei stepped closer, eager to oblige. Midoriya explained that he wanted Tensei's signature beneath the designs in the book. Tensei took the sketchbook, ensuring not to drop any loose papers, and asked if Midoriya was sure he didn't want anything else. Midoriya, scratching his cheek, admitted he was curious about Tensei's quirk and hoped to learn more. Later, Izuku waved goodbye as 𝗔𝗵𝗲 departed. They had walked a distance from the school, nearing the dorms and halfway to the train station. 𝗔𝗵𝗲 appeared to be in good spirits, but Izuku felt a lingering regret. He glanced at the sketchbook, where Tensei's autograph was written at the bottom of the page. The ink had bled through, revealing the field support permission slip beneath it. Although the signature wasn't perfect, it would suffice, and he thought a quick excuse about the marker being dry would work. Izuku reflected on the situation, realizing he had to move forward despite the challenges ahead. He took a deep breath, tucking the book back into his bag, determined to see things through, no matter what. Kaminari Denki felt lighter than before. The air was fresh, and he was relieved to see Midoriya out of the hospital and back to his usual self. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Every time he looked at Midoriya, he noticed new scratches and scars. At lunch, he saw a healing scar on one of Izuku's thumbs, and occasionally he caught glimpses of injuries peeking out from under his shirt. Denki knew better than to ask. Midoriya would share when he was ready. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if Midoriya was putting on a brave face to avoid worrying others. As he left his dorm, Denki contemplated whether he should confront Midoriya about it or let it be. He didn't want to cause any more pain. Just as he was lost in thought, Midoriya walked past him, yawning and asking him to keep it down. Denki was startled and greeted him, trying to gauge his mood. Midoriya seemed sleepy and mentioned wanting to make an electric guitar, explaining that it would be a durable weapon for Jiryu. Denki was intrigued but confused, wondering if Midoriya was truly okay or just pretending. Midoriya then shared exciting news about getting his permission slip signed for the field support program. Denki's mind raced at the thought of working alongside heroes and the potential dangers involved. He expressed concern for Midoriya's safety, but Midoriya reassured him that he had been cleared medically and was prepared. Denki, however, worried that support items wouldn't be enough to protect him. Midoriya insisted they would help, but Denki felt the weight of the conversation. As they continued to school, Denki sensed Midoriya's growing discomfort and decided to drop the topic, hoping to keep things light. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was troubling his friend. He gritted his teeth, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He sighed, realizing that someone was going into field support. He needed to discuss this with the others. The axe was designed in the shape of a guitar, with its internals mirroring those of the warhammer. Metal bars were integrated into its structure to brace and distribute shock, serving as a dampening system. Although it lacked the components for a fully functioning guitar, the melee function was his current priority. He was focused on finding the right balance between aesthetics and practicality. The neck of the item needed to be comfortable to wield, even with strings across it. Izuku swung the makeshift weapon into the test dummy, which felt more like a metal club. The gloves he designed were effective, thick enough for protection but not restrictive. The neck sides were rounded, and 6 carbon wires were stretched across its flat face. The wires served as a suitable substitute, comparable to guitar strings. Each blow reverberated through the axe, the internal braces absorbing the vibrations and quieting them by the time they reached the neck. Despite its weight, he lifted it and swung harder. The practical research was crucial, but it was not the only thing driving him. There was a sense of gratification that came with the work, a feeling that was deeply personal. His heart raced as he took deeper breaths, acknowledging the fear that had nearly consumed him. He understood that his concern was logical, but it felt all too familiar. The axe bounced off the dummy, and he swung again, determined to prove himself. He felt a crack beneath his swing. A voice called out to him, breaking his concentration. Mr. Abraham was observing him from behind the glass. Izuku took a breath, barely glancing over his shoulder. Mr. Abraham reminded him that Mr. Fujimori required the range for testing, And while he understood the need for extensive trials, there were limits. Izuku breathed, apologizing for losing track of time. He looked down at the axe and noticed a significant crack where the wood met the metal. Gritting his teeth, he let the item touch the ground and stomped on the brake, snapping it. He pulled the damaged piece away from the range and set it on his workbench, contemplating how to improve its durability. Perhaps he could run a tang from the body into the neck, similar to a chef's knife or a sword. As he worked, 𝗬𝗓𝗄 passed by and commented on his mishap, while 𝗬𝗓𝗄 told him to be quiet. Izuku reflected on his own physique, feeling as though he was gaining mass faster than before, possibly due to Recovery Girl's quirk. He shrugged off the thought, thinking it suited his needs just fine. He opened a personal file, considering upgrades for his maneuver belt, inspired by 𝗔𝗵𝗄𝗃 engine quirk. He contemplated using pressurized air to enhance his movements in the air and realized he would need to design a helmet for safety. Mr. Abraham interrupted his thoughts, asking if he had suffered a significant break. Izuku nodded, explaining he already had a fix in mind. Mr. Abraham acknowledged that 𝗔𝗵𝗄𝗃 had approved his work study, prompting Izuku to admit he was uncertain about his decision. He wanted to ensure he was needed where he could be of help. Mr. Abraham encouraged him to go where he was needed and reassured him that he still had time to decide. Izuku expressed his gratitude. Mr. Abraham then pointed out the changes Izuku had made to Ms. J.'s costume. Izuku confirmed he had made adjustments but had not yet received her approval. He explained that he had created the designs quickly using the textile machine. Mr. Abraham advised him to run the changes by her to avoid wasting time. Izuku agreed and shared his vision for the costume, which included hidden protection for comfort. He noted that he had left the breaths and boots unchanged but had replaced the skirt and vest with a shirt that concealed an armored vest. He explained how he had modified the jacket to enhance functionality while maintaining comfort. Mr. Abraham acknowledged Izuku's thoughtful design, reminding him that he needed to hope Ms. J.'s would approve. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Mr. Abraham then inquired about Izuku's personal gear, to which Izuku responded that he was currently working on it. Mr. Abraham reviewed Izuku's designs for body armor and expressed curiosity about its aesthetic inspiration. Izuku smiled, recalling how he used to draw his own hero costumes as a child. Mr. Abraham shared his own experiences, and they connected over their shared childhood aspirations. Mr. Abraham noted that while Izuku had a talent for support development, he had not always shown a strong interest in it. He encouraged Izuku to explore his passions and discover who he truly was. If being a field support agent was his passion, he would do his best to help her find out. He assured her that 𝗔𝗵𝗄𝗃 seemed to think the same. He sighed, expressing his worries, but if someone like 𝗔𝗵𝗄𝗃 believed she would be fine, he was inclined to agree. With a nod, he continued on his way, looking around the workshop, indicating he would leave her to it. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of his thoughts. He kept his scowl internal, feeling like he was letting everyone down. He gritted his teeth and turned back to his station, determined that he wouldn't need just 𝗔𝗵𝗄𝗃's endorsement for long. Meanwhile, Shinso murmured that if the teachers were allowing it, it must be fine. Denki shook his head, pushing his lunch aside, questioning how they could allow such a thing. He had gathered his usual friends for lunch, and the bustling cafeteria provided enough noise to mask their conversation. Fortunately, there was a missing piece in their group, allowing them to discuss the absence freely. J.'s sighed in agreement with Shinso, suggesting that if he was saying he was going, Mr. Abraham probably approved, along with Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗧. Shinso pointed out that if she sensed any injury, he wouldn't be allowed to go, especially if he managed to hide it from her. Ishido recalled a time when Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 had restrained Shinso, emphasizing her strictness. Denki hesitated, acknowledging that he was worried but noted they were going on their work study after the whole stain incident, seeing little difference in the situation. J.'s winced. Recognizing there was a difference, he didn't have a quirk. Denki faltered, realizing that he didn't have the same training they did. Shinso insisted they wouldn't drop the subject. Denki flinched before stating that he was just a normal guy. They had a fallback that could save them in a tough situation, but he didn't. Ishido's expression twisted in concern, questioning if he would at least have some tech gear, suggesting they wouldn't send him unprepared. Shinso sighed, pointing out that the adults in his life, Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗪 and Mr. Abraham, were saying it was okay, and they were more experienced in these matters. Denki blinked, suddenly remembering his mom, quickly pulling out his phone and exclaiming that there was no way she would agree to this. Jiryu snatched the phone away, insisting he was taking it too far and that it sounded like he was plotting to sabotage him. Denki argued that she deserved to know, but Jiryu countered that those two were very close, doubting he hadn't informed her. Ishido shook her head, agreeing that it wasn't cool for him to act this way. She crossed her arms, fidgeting as she expressed understanding for his worries but insisted he was going overboard. Denki tried to respond, but Shinso interrupted, stating that Midoriya had likely faced worse challenges than they had combined, having gone up against a serial killer and still signing up for this. He leaned back in his seat, suggesting that Midoriya might even be in a better mood after everything. Denki remained unsettled, simmering in his seat. Ishido leaned forward, reminding him that he was not his family but his friend. It wasn't his job to protect him. She summarized that Midoriya could make his own decisions and live his own life. She leaned back, pointing out that it was concerning he was trying to do this behind Midoriya's back, suggesting he knew it was wrong. Denki hesitated, struggling with his thoughts. Jiryu shook her head, acknowledging they understood his perspective but not in this way. He slowly nodded, reaching out for his phone, but Jiryu refused to return it until the bell rang. Denki tilted his head, asking if he could have it back after lunch, but Jiryu simply shook her head, insisting it would be after school. As they walked down the hall, Kyoka, Shinso, and Ishido discussed whether one of them should have walked Denki home to ensure he didn't do anything rash. They felt it was time to check in on Midoriya, not to confront him, but to see how he was doing. Kyoka was also curious about the axe and wanted to know about his progress. She scratched her cheek, contemplating whether she wanted to use a guitar like that, but since he was working so hard, she wanted to support him. Upon reaching the support workshop, Mr. Abraham greeted them from his desk, confirming that Midoriya was in the range. The trio thanked him and made their way to the observation window, peering inside to find Midoriya in a high-flying position, using his belt while wearing a green and black jumpsuit. Bursts of steam and smoke propelled him through the air, shooting out from his silver gauntlets and greaves. He swung forward, retracting as he reached the peak of his arc, but his flight was far from perfect. As he swung the guitar-shaped item at the metal dummy in the center of the room, he lost his balance, and the impact sent him tumbling. Thankfully, there was no crunching sound, but an ungodly noise escaped him. The trio rushed into the room, concerned for him. He winced as he stood back up, groaning about the pain but relieved that the item in his hand hadn't broken. Shinso was the first to ask if he was okay, and Midoriya responded with a murmured question about why they were there. Jiryu pointed at the item in his hand, expressing her curiosity about it. Midoriya offered it to her, but as she took hold of the neck, the weight nearly pulled her down. She grunted, struggling to lift it, exclaiming about its heaviness. Midoriya, surprised, wondered if he hadn't lightened it enough. Kyoka chimed in, expressing disbelief at how heavy it felt, and Ishido reached over to take a turn, but she nearly lost her balance as well, causing the item to drop. The atmosphere was filled with a mix of concern and camaraderie as they navigated the challenges of their training and friendship. "Sorry," she replied as Midoriya took the axe once more. He walked out of the range with the others following, thinking that it still needed some tweaking. Ishido skipped ahead to a dressed mannequin, intrigued by what she saw. Midoriya unlocked the gauntlets from his arms and set them down, explaining that he had made some adjustments to Jiryu's costume, pending approval. He pulled off the jumpsuit's top and tied it around his waist, asking what they thought of his work. Kyoka nodded, saying it looked nice. "Let me go over it with you," he continued, launching into a detailed explanation of the changes he made. Kyoka absorbed the information alongside Ishido and Shinso. Kyoka thought to herself that it didn't look bad and that the speaker system had been pretty uncomfortable. She then suggested changing the jacket's material to denim, dyed black. Midoriya agreed that he could do that. Ishido chimed in with excitement, suggesting shiny studs on the shoulders and a patch on the back for painting. Kyoka pondered for a moment before asking if they could see how that looked. Midoriya confirmed they could. Kyoka also expressed her appreciation for the hidden armor he included. "Do you want to try the whole thing on?" he asked. Kyoka replied that they wanted to discuss something first. Shinso leaned back, resting on the workbench, and asked if the armor was for field support. Kyoka noticed Midoriya tense up, looking defensive. He murmured that it was. Shinso then asked if he knew which hero he was aiming for. Midoriya was cautious before slowly relaxing, admitting he didn't know yet. Ashido remarked that it would be sweet if they all ended up together.
Roles were added.
Kyoka mentioned that she had applied for Death Arms, while Shinso revealed that he and Ashido had applied for Kanri Woods. They were unsure about Kaminari's choice. Midoriya looked between them, contemplating that it was near his hometown and that he might head there. Ashido was about meeting up at the local cafe during breaks to talk shop, just like in action movies. Midoriya leaned on his wrist, recalling that Kaminari had mentioned it and how he had worried about it. Midoriya acknowledged Kaminari's concerns before turning back around to ask what they all thought. Shinso crossed his arms and smiled, saying it was good for him. Ashido assured him they wouldn't get in his way, while Kyoka tucked her hands into her pockets, stating that Kaminari just needed some time and would come around. Shinso then asked if that would be Midoriya's hero costume, to which he replied that he had body armor on the way too. Ashido noted that the new seemed to be his head. Kyoka smiled, commenting that while he could make all these neat-looking costumes, his tank top said, "Super Suit." Midoriya sighed, holding up a hand to dismiss the topic, stating they weren't having that conversation again as he walked off with "Yes." Ashido pleaded for clarification, while Shinso mentioned it was the second one he had seen. Kyoka chuckled, saying it was the third. Ashido called out to Midoriya, but he quickened his pace. She stopped after him, demanding an explanation and insisting they return to his dorm so she could check his closet. Midoriya held defensively, that she opened his mouth. Ashido's eyes sparkled mischievously as she playfully claimed she was his fashionista aunt, dragging him along and insisting he get dressed. Shinso commented on how Ashido had really put him on the spot, to which Kyoka sighed, admitting she couldn't say anything. Izuku leaned forward on his stool, propping his feet up on the bar and resting his elbows on his knees. He was before the plasma cutter, a familiar sight. The jumpsuit, apron, mask, and glove combination kept him safe from the machine, though it trapped heat and caused discomfort. His fist rested against his palm while one of his legs bounced. The cutter flashed, and the metal sizzled and hissed. Each time the light flickered, he flinched, and the sound of metal bending to the heat grew louder, ringing in his ears. He recalled the taunts from his past, voices echoing in his mind, reminding him of his struggles. Just then, he noticed 𝗬𝗓𝗏 drop to the floor, peeking underneath a workbench. He stood up and walked over, offering to help her find her phone. As he rushed to the lockers in the back of the classroom, he struggled to reach the device. Another student approached, easily retrieving it and handing it to 𝗬𝗓𝗏, who thanked him. Izuku stood at the corner, gripping the bench's leg to test its weight before lifting it so 𝗬𝗓𝗏 could retrieve her phone. After she got it, he set the bench back down, asking if he had made too much of a mess. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 shrugged, saying it was nothing she couldn't fix, and thanked him again. "Mr. Midoriya," a voice called from the workshop's entrance. Izuku turned to see Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, who approached with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She greeted him casually, but he could sense something was off. "Are you ill?" he asked, concerned. She pointed up at his face and complimented his neck, asking if she could see it. He hesitated but handed it over, and she examined it before placing it on the nearby table. With a smile that revealed her tightly pressed teeth, she noted that he had missed his physical and inquired about the field support study. He blinked, startled, and then yelped as she pinched his ear. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 announced that she was borrowing him and assured that he would be back before class ended. A colleague from his desk responded affirmatively without even getting up. Izuku protested, feeling the sting of her grip, and reminded her of the hypocritical oath. She playfully retorted that it was the hypocritical oath today as she pulled him down the hall. As they walked, her grip loosened, and eventually, she released him with a sigh, commenting on his character. He apologized, explaining that a friend had dragged him out after school. Dr. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 asked what was so important that he had to miss his physical, to which he sheepishly replied that it was about his fashion sense. She looked him over and expressed understanding, which made him groan in response. As she opened the door to her office, she questioned him again about the field support study, expressing her doubts about his choices after everything that had happened. Izuku hesitated as he adjusted his jumpsuit, worried about how others might perceive his decisions. The physical was routine, with measurements taken in silence until she remarked on his aspirations of becoming a hero despite being quirkless. He remained silent, feeling the weight of her words. Dr. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 noted the quickening of his pulse and warned him about the dangers he faced, recalling his last outing that hadn't gone well. He admitted he hadn't prepared for it and insisted that this time would be different. She asked if he was considering a confrontation, and he looked down, expressing a longing to work with heroes, though he was uncertain about his future. As she measured his BLD pressure, she expressed her concern for his safety. He assured her that he understood the risks involved. She advised him to get some self-defense training, and they went through the routine of checking his breathing. He promised to find a way to manage it all. Dr. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 acknowledged the challenges of holding back students like him and prepared to take a BLD sample. He inquired if Recovery Girl had provided any updates, and she replied that there was nothing significant to report. She cautioned him to be careful, expressing her worry about reckless students. He reassured her that he would be careful, and as the needle pierced his skin, he felt a brief moment of discomfort. After placing a band-aid on the injection site, she prepared the sample and expressed her concern for students like him. He dressed again and was reminded to avoid calling her ma'am, to which he quickly complied before exiting her office. His return to the workshop was swift, but he was soon approached by Mr. Abraham, who informed him that 𝗓𝗪's hero costume had been rejected due to material and design issues. Izuku was taken aback, feeling embarrassed by the implications of the feedback. Mr. Abraham noted the strict specifications of Shiketsu's hero costume guidelines, prompting Izuku to consider alternative design solutions. As he sat down at his station, he contemplated how to contest the rejection before informing 𝗓𝗪. He also thought about the adjustments he might need to make to his own costume, pondering the color scheme and armor. While working on his laptop, he accessed the addendum form and began searching for inspiration for a better name for his project. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 sat in the bleachers of the danger zone, observing Urashi practice. The winds whipped around as Urashi maneuvered several sparbats, causing them to collide and send debris flying. The energy shield crackled in response, protecting the spectators from the chaos below. Hitoshi glanced down at himself, noting that no one was in their hero costumes, only gym uniforms. He twirled Fujimori's Eskrima sticks, letting the ends crackle with electricity. He sighed into his mask, acknowledging that they were effective against the boss. However, he felt uncertain about facing stronger opponents. Looking over his classmates, he reflected on how, ever since his corpse function became clear, all student-to-student spars had been completed, leaving everyone tight-lipped and silent. He glanced once more at Urashi, contemplating how to close the gap in his abilities. Suddenly, a floating lower half of someone's face interrupted his thoughts. Hitoshi jumped in surprise, recognizing 𝗕𝗏𝗄. The body part twirled away, drifting back to her body while she playfully teased him about being too serious. Yaoyorozu, standing among their classmates, approached him and asked about Midoriya. Hitoshi noted the concern in her voice and confirmed that Midoriya was doing well, which brought a sigh of relief from her. Sugiuraba, picking at a bandage on his face, chimed in about Midoriya's recent encounter with Stan, expressing curiosity about meeting him. Hitoshi dismissed the idea, reminding Sugiuraba that Midoriya wasn't a celebrity. Just then, a buzzer sounded from the observation deck, and Urashi descended with a bright smile. Mr. Himawari announced his record performance, indicating that he would be moving to the 3rd tier next time. As the arena shifted and settled, Mr. Himawari called upon Ms. Kodai to prepare for her turn. The dark-haired girl stood up, adjusting her utility belt. Ashido encouraged her, while Yanagi Reiko offered a flat good luck. Sugiuraba then turned to Kaminari, asking about Midoriya, who they often sat with at lunch. Suro joined in, confirming that Midoriya was doing fine, which eased Suguraba's concerns about Kaminari's moodiness during Midoriya's absence. As Kurama took a small cylinder from her belt, she sprinted around the box, skillfully dodging their attacks. From above, it was clear she was herding them into a group. Once she had them rounded up, she created distance and tossed the cylinder, which expanded into a massive barrel that steamrolled over the machinery below. Mr. 𝗵𝗲 turned to the canvas, indicating she would be moving to the second tier machine. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the session, 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝐻 planned to do some extra training. However, the entrance opened, revealing Mr. Abraham Midoriya, who wore a spiky suit behind his welding mask. Midoriya's protective apron seemed slightly out of place, as the top of his jumpsuit was tied around his waist. He greeted 𝗓𝗪, who waved at him, and they exchanged remarks about his outfit not being approved. 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝐻 then offered her hand to Midoriya, who introduced himself, albeit a bit awkwardly. She giggled, teasing him about his appearance. Yaoyorozu stepped in to clarify 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝐻's comment, explaining that it was a playful reference. Suguraga approached, excitedly asking about Midoriya's encounter with the hero killer. Midoriya confirmed he had fought off Stain, and the conversation continued with light banter. Mr. Abraham called for Midoriya, prompting him to nod and assure 𝗓𝗪 that he would keep her updated on his costume. As he followed Mr. Abraham, he mentioned that his axe was almost finished and that he had a new name for it. Ishido shouted a playful warning about the tank top, and Midoriya responded with a teasing remark that caught Kaminari's attention. Kaminari muttered to himself about Midoriya's apparent disdain, but Hitoshi reassured him that Midoriya understood his intentions. He advised Kaminari to talk to Midoriya when he felt ready. As everyone else left, Hitoshi walked to the rail overlooking the arena. The panels shifted, revealing a platform with a pile of 𝗬𝗏𝗏 parts. Mr. Abraham and Midoriya approached the pile, discussing their next steps in training. Hitoshi thought about how this session was better than the last, allowing him to focus on his training without interruptions. Abraham took a step back as he directed Midoriya to do the same, instructing Mr. 𝗵𝗲 to clear the combat program. Mr. 𝗵𝗲 hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a one-armed, one-legged bot lunged from the pile of debris. Midoriya quickly shoved Abraham's aside just as the mechanical arm reached them. The weight of the machine brought them both to the ground, causing the toolbox to clatter beside them. Midoriya grasped the bot's throat, pushing it back while using his other arm to fend off the metal arm. Hitoshi first as he moved over the railing, hearing others follow him, but they soon realized they were not needed. Midoriya had left the arm and found his welding mask. He swung the mask down onto the bot's joint, causing its already damaged body to buckle. Holding onto the mask, he shoved the bot aside and mounted its waist. With both hands, he brought the edge of the mask down on the humanoid's neck, severing its connection and rendering it lifeless. Midoriya coughed and breathed before turning to Abraham, checking on him. Abraham assured him he was fine, but then noticed Midoriya's hands. Midoriya removed a glove to reveal a bruise and irritation, but he chuckled, stating that he was excited by the experience. Abraham agreed, and Mr. 𝗵𝗲 approached, apologizing for the unexpected attack. He wiped his brow, admitting he didn't expect one of the machines to activate. Abraham reminded 𝗵𝗲 about the importance of clearing the machine's data to prevent them from learning too much. He paused to check on Midoriya again, who insisted he was okay and suggested that 𝗵𝗲 ensure this incident would happen again. 𝗵𝗲 promised to return quickly, instructing them to keep their distance. Midoriya, feeling a bit uncomfortable, possibly damaging his mask. Kaminari rushed over, placing his hands on Midoriya's shoulders, and guided him away from the machines. Midoriya stumbled but followed, his gaze lingering on the pile of debris. Suguraga commented that the encounter was controlled, while Ishido was distracted. Suro remarked that it was just a bot and wouldn't have done much more than one. earning a swift punch from 𝗓𝗪. Midoriya held his fist, apologizing for holding everyone up and reminding them that this was his intention. 𝗓𝗪 asked what he was in trouble for, and Midoriya hesitated before playfully indicating he would share. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗧𝗏 was secretly music, and 𝗓𝗪𝗁𝗧𝗏 suggesting they should distract him during his combat reflection. Hitoshi noticed Kaminari hesitating and whispered for him to join the others, assuring him he would keep an eye on Midoriya. Kaminari reluctantly agreed and left. As the crowd dispersed, Hitoshi approached Midoriya, who was recovering his spilled toolbox, and complimented him on his work. Midoriya thanked him, acknowledging the intensity of the situation. Hitoshi noted how easily Midoriya had taken down the box, and Midoriya admitted he didn't like dwelling on what he had done. They shared a laugh as they finished cleaning up, and the teachers made their way back down. Later, Izuku returned home, changing out of his uniform and into something casual before settling into a chair. He kicked up his legs and pulled out his phone, browsing hero forums and fun videos until his mind wandered. He typed out a word that caught his attention and stumbled upon a surprising response, causing his face to flush. He questioned whether someone had been flirting with him, shaking his head in disbelief. He fought the heat on his face, convincing himself it must have been a misunderstanding. As he looked back at his phone, he found the answer amusing, realizing it had been an insult. His embarrassment faded as he steadied his heart, feeling relieved by the clarification. These metal panels were linked, riveted, and screwed together over the mechanical blades. The wooden mesh was slotted into place with a tang before he slowly and steadily strummed the guitar. Tuning it took longer than the entire assembly process. He knew he lacked the knowledge and skills to do it properly, so he tried to use a laptop for assistance. However, the microphone on the laptop proved ineffective in the active workshop, as the innocent bang of a hammer or the sizzle of a weld disrupted any attempts. Thus, he had to rely on his untrained ear, which led to a CYCO of self-doubt. He sighed, realizing he would have to leave the tuning to 𝗓𝗪 if she wanted it. He picked up the guitar from his station, adjusting it in his hands. Its design was based on a basic electric guitar, but with a block-like shape. It had frets, position markers, pickups, and a pickup SW, though he wasn't entirely sure what they did. The blueprints he was working from included them, so he followed suit. Was that plagiarism? He doubted it, as the whole process was publicly documented. Izuku slipped off his stool and took a step away. Instead of twisting the violin, he pressed down until it clicked. The hydraulics within hissed as he spun it in his hands, holding it purely by the neck. He took a deep breath before raising the instrument and giving a mock swing. The hydraulics buzzed, and a section of the guitar jutted out into the pistons, rocking him. Backward, a smirk crossed his face as he tightened his grip once more. He reached over and flipped the whammy arm, causing something within to whirl to life. Izuku's smirk turned into a grin as blue electricity arced across the body of the guitar. He kept it balanced before pressing his palm across all of the tuning keys. A bit more pressure caused them to tip downwards, and a light blinked beside them. Another buzz before the sparks went silent. He then pressed the volume dial twice, followed by the hissing of the hydraulics. He noted that it established a wireless link between the body and head for ease of control. He set it back down, rubbing the back of his neck, acknowledging the potential damage it could cause. He hoped 𝗓𝗪 would like it. Mr. Abraham approached, noting Izuku's completed support arm. Izuku nodded in response, then reached underneath his station to finish his own project. Mr. Abraham blinked in surprise at the Warhammer, noting its differences. Izuku explained that he had received approval from the board and decided to give it an upgrade. He twirled it in his hand, mentioning that it had previously resembled a sword, which he didn't know how to use. Now it was more like a bat. He confirmed that the concept remained the same, just simplified. He pinched the first ring of the handle before twisting it, and the mechanics hissed as the thick base extended to its previous length, allowing it to return to its original form. Mr. Abraham tapped on his tablet, noting a name change. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃. Izuku had named it 𝗵𝗃𝗵, after the first Japanese baseball player, Murakami Masanori. Mr. Abraham found it fitting and inquired if Izuku had selected a hero to study under. Izuku's jaw tightened as he admitted he was close to making a decision. He pushed a smile, assuring Mr. Abraham that it would be soon. Mr. Abraham frowned, advising him to refrain from procrastination, as the approval process required contacting the chosen hero for confirmation. Izuku turned away, biting the inside of his cheek, promising to follow through. As Mr. Abraham walked away, he scratched his cheek, realizing he needed to narrow down his options, particularly someone who might be in Stain's sights. Hitoshi Shinso followed J.I.R.O. down the hall toward the workshop, repeating the same routine they had done countless times before. He asked why she wanted to talk to Midoriya. Hitoshi explained that he believed Midoriya could help him gain an edge, as his quirk had made sparring sessions a joke. J.I.R.O. recalled Hitoshi's last fight with Hirashi, acknowledging it hadn't gone well. Hitoshi scratched his cheek, still feeling the effects of that match. As they entered the workshop, they spotted Midoriya strumming a guitar that was clearly out of tune. They moved closer, hearing him express frustration as he attempted to adjust the keys again. J.I.R.O. examined his work and asked if he even knew what he was aiming for. Midoriya looked up, admitting he had a general idea. J.I.R.O. rubbed her chin, then wiped her face, scratching the back of her head as he strummed once more. She requested to see the guitar, holding out her hand. Midoriya passed it to her, and as she settled it in her arms, she began to strum and tune the instrument, noting how out of whack it was. Midoriya apologized, admitting he had tried his best but clearly needed help. J.I.R.O. paused, adjusting the guitar in her hands, commenting on its lighter weight. Midoriya confirmed it was good. Hitoshi chimed in, asking if that was the axe. Midoriya shook his head, declaring it was no longer the axe. He waved his arms, introducing the guitar as Orpheus. J.I.R.O. and Hitoshi exchanged glances, surprised by the name. Midoriya explained that whoever faced the guitar would end up in a tragic situation. J.I.R.O. stared at him, and Hitoshi echoed the sentiment, both taken aback by Midoriya's enthusiasm. The inventor's face flushed as he stood there, frozen. Hitoshi slowly repeated the phrase, and Midoriya pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to regain composure. J.I.R.O. tried to tune the guitar, while Hitoshi teased Midoriya about his embarrassment. Midoriya defended himself, insisting that it was a common expression. Hitoshi smirked, asking for advice, and J.I.R.O. chimed in with playful banter. Midoriya, feeling the need to assert himself, reached under the station and pulled out a metal bat. With a press of a button, its surface crackled with blue lightning, creating an electrifying display. J.I.R.O. and Hitoshi stepped back, surprised by the sudden energy. After a moment, the bat went silent, and Midoriya shrugged, twirling it confidently. J.I.R.O. strummed the guitar one last time, pleased to find it perfectly tuned. Hitoshi complimented the name Orpheus, and J.I.R.O. admired the guitar's quality, sharing her excitement about having a custom-made instrument for the first time. She expressed her past experiences with hand-me-downs and off-the-rack guitars, reveling in the uniqueness of Orpheus. Midoriya added that it could also serve as a weapon, though J.I.R.O. worried about potentially damaging it. Midoriya reassured her that it was durable enough for both music and defense. It was built to swing, and Midoriya pointed out that J.I.R.O. had become very attached to it. She insisted that since he had built it for her, she should decide what to do with it. Midoriya argued that it was meant for a different purpose, one that involved harming others. Hitoshi, observing the exchange, commented on the situation, while Midoriya crossed his arms, trying to maintain a calm demeanor.
Just like we learned in
Before
training.
things escalated further, Hitoshi interjected with a question about integrating the maneuver belt into his hero costume. He explained that while he knew J.I.R.O. and Midoriya had their own commitments, he wanted to offer something in return for the favor, sparing lessons. He believed that teaching each other would be beneficial, even if they were both novices in their own ways. Midoriya smiled, appreciating the offer, and agreed that it was a great exchange. Hitoshi thanked him and noted that J.I.R.O. had already left the scene. Midoriya took off in pursuit of her, calling her name as Hitoshi-san, wishing them well. Under the fading light of sunset, Akaguro Kaizomi approached the brick fence surrounding a small police station. He was aware of a back exit typically used for transporting high-profile individuals, but this station lacked the usual security measures. With limited cameras and guards, it was an easy target. Kaizomi scaled the brick wall and leaped down onto the asphalt. He examined the thick door, noting its basic lock and the camera position nearby. As he worked on the lock, he mentally calculated the timing of the camera's movements, planning his next steps carefully. He slipped inside, quickly assessing his surroundings. The hall had an office space ahead and a stairwell to his right. He moved stealthily towards the stairs, listening for any signs of life. Once he reached the second floor, he spotted the entrance to the evidence room, aware of the camera above it. 𝗂𝐽 took a deep breath.
Just a little more. Come on.
He prepared himself for the possibility of encountering someone guarding the evidence room. As he approached the door, a voice called out, "Starting." He pushed through the door to find a policeman seated at a desk, unaware of the impending confrontation. 𝗂𝐽 adjusted his grip on reaching the block. He threw it with precision, stunning the officer momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗂𝐽 rushed forward.
Is that the best
Pursuing the man to prevent any more. After a few tense moments, the officer went back, and 𝗂𝐽 moved into the cage, searching for a specific weapon. He whistled through the contents, growing frustrated when he couldn't find what he was looking for. However, he soon discovered a box labeled with his own name. Inside, he found his belt and daggers, which he quickly donned. With his ears secured, he prepared to make his exit. Just as he was about to leave, a woman entered his room, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of him. She instinctively reached for the belt, calling out a warning to her colleagues. 𝗂𝐽 lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance between them. He took a step back before leaping with a kick, his foot connecting with her hand. The impact sent her crashing against the wall, and she slid to the ground. Another officer shouted as several more began to fill the hall. Same burst through the stairwell door and moved to the ground floor. He kicked down the door and rushed to the stairwell. Scaling and vaulting over the brick fence, he sprinted down the nearby alleyway. The building to his left had a fire escape, and he easily reached its ladder before climbing. A bullet grazed the metal railing as he stood on it. Officers hadn't scaled the fence like he had, but were aiming from the empty yard. Stain gritted his teeth before continuing upwards, keeping his body close as bullets ricocheted off metal and chipped brick. Once on the rooftop, he took a running start to jump to another and then another. He could soon hear police sirens and knew that heroes would be on their way. 𝗂𝐽 turned off the 10th rooftop, finding the rain gutter of an adjacent building. He skidded to ground level, thinking he needed to lay low for now. He edged himself to the alley's corner, looking off the street, which was semi-busy with a few people wandering up and down the sidewalks. Across the street, he spotted a van parked at the mouth of a 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗏 zone. 𝗂𝐽 brought his fingers to his lips and let out a long whistle. The van's lights flickered to life as its engine revved. It pulled out from across the street, turning onto the road and aligning with where 𝗂𝐽 stood. Its side door slid open, and he quickly rushed inside, slamming the door shut just as the driver looked over his shoulder. The driver was a young man with a reptile-like appearance, bright green scales, and purple hair. 𝗂𝐽 growled that it wasn't the time for chatter and ordered him to drive and get them out of town. The driver complied, and the van started down the road. 𝗂𝐽 instructed him to go slowly and pull over if the car tried to stop him, assuring him he would handle the rest. He then made flat in the van's empty storage area, staring at the ceiling as the van bumped, turned, and slowed. Once he was out of town, he could return to his blade and his mission. Midoriya sat himself down next to 𝗂𝐽, commenting on how he couldn't believe 𝗂𝐽 was trapping someone else in his so-called mission. He tapped his amputated thumb on his chin, wondering if the driver was who he claimed to be. Midoriya crawled over 𝗂𝐽, leaving a pool of DLD in the back of the van, and whispered about leaving him bleeding in an alleyway like all the others. 𝗂𝐽 closed his eyes and growled for silence. The driver, confused, assured him he would be quiet. Izuku peered out his window, noting the blazing police sirens in the distance. He sighed before pulling down his blinds, cutting himself off from the outside world. He was in his dorm's spare room, which had become his workshop away from school. Now, it held a whiteboard marked with organized words and thoughts. Izuku rubbed his chin, reflecting on how Stain had 40 victims, not including the one who escaped and himself. He looked over pictures held in place by magnets, noting that 17 were killed and 23 were crippled, never to be heroes again.
Let's go.
He scratched his cheek, recalling that Stain's methods were blitz-based, using a paralyzing quirk, and that public information was limited since it was an ongoing case. He pieced together some information, recalling harrowing tales of vegetarians. Some had described being unable to move for a meal, while others had managed to crawl or run away. Initially, he thought it was dramatic storytelling, but then he realized that he would use hypothetical A and O. He chuckled at the thought of their using as personality tests might come in handy. This led him to conclude that Stain's paralyzing force must be the power of the 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐴, his O ended up being shorter than the others. Feeling proud of his deduction, he knew that he could piece it together. The police could too, making it useful to train children or understanding children. There had been something else mentioned in the case, a constant variable. The location was marked, some on the west side and others on the east side. Gender, and pink protocols were wonderful with no discernible pattern. The Zen son, popping himself back in school, pondering the nexus to the matter.
Just a little
His laptop was nearby, and he picked it up, linking it to a hotspot on his phone and waiting to his internet. He began to search through the victims once more, his gaze laser-lit the screen until something caught his attention. He rubbed his chin, considering how much he could. He thought about starting a 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗏 and instantly he found that the website divided the board into very active due to the diversity of discussions. The number of interviews was consistently high, and many topics were related to appearances, including product advertisements and commercials. Izuku noted that the victims had a dramatic amount of appearance topics. All Might, the #1 hero, didn't appear on TV this often. He pondered whether Stain targeted people based on media appearances, concluding that the more someone put themselves on TV, the bigger the target they became. A few victims didn't quite meet the number of product placements or commercial appearances, but they were popular in news articles and interviews. His attention then shifted to the field support sheet in his bag. He pulled it out and filled in the blank space with _Lady's name, a musician-based hero popular on TV with frequent media appearances. Shinso aimed for an upgrade, which would occupy his thoughts for a while. 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗏 and Midoriya's playful banter was reminiscent of a Brooklyn '99 compilation featuring Jake and 𝗕𝗏𝗄. Hyde infiltrated the police station to retrieve what was rightfully his. Izuku was concerned about this, as writing a stealth section was uncharted territory for him. He hoped he had struck the right balance in detail. Spinner was also present. Izuku figured out where Stain might strike next, but he wondered if she would be the next target. Midoriya Izuku clipped the last panel into place on his helmet. The design resembled that of a motorcyclist's, perfectly sculpted to fit his head. However, the visor was quite different. It was thicker to accommodate the LED display he had programmed the night before. He expressed gratitude that the school had approved his requisition order, surprised they had let him proceed. Lifting the helmet, he examined the interior where the sensors were positioned just right to rest on his forehead, and a chip was fitted to sit just above his ear.
Think you're good?